All right, hey everyone. Welcome to another episode of Doing Geopolitics on the Tone Vays YouTube channel. Biden is speaking right now. I totally forgot with everything that was going on today. So without any further ado, let's go tap in to Biden's live speech. And then after Biden is done speaking, I'm going to go ahead and comment on that and then go on with the actual topic for today, which would be talking about all the other two Senate hearings that took place yesterday and today. I watched it all and I have thoughts. But let's go over to Biden right now. We're actually gonna speed this up a bit, 1.5, and then we'll catch up. It's only about 5 minutes in or so. So let me turn on computer audio. And then we go from there. How's my audio? How's my video? Need confirmation. Biden's alive. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Let's find out together.
My fellow Americans, I'm speaking to you tonight from behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office. In this sacred space, I'm surrounded by portraits of extraordinary American presidents. Thomas Jefferson wrote the immortal words that guide this nation. George Washington, who showed us presidents are not kings. Abraham Lincoln, who implored us to reject malice.
So distracting.
Franklin Roosevelt, who inspired us to reject fear. I revere this office, but I love my country more. It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president. But in the defense of democracy, which is at stake, I think it's more important than any title. I draw strength and I find joy in working for the American people. But this sacred task of perfecting our union, it's not about me. It's about you, your families, your futures. It's about we, the people. We can never forget that.
This is normal speed.
And I never have. I've made it clear that I believe America is at an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine our fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. America's going to have to choose between moving forward or backward, between hope and hate, between unity and division. We have to decide, do we still believe in honesty, decency, respect, freedom, justice, and democracy? In this moment, we can see those we disagree with not as enemies, but as fellow Americans. Can we do that? Does character in public life still matter? I believe I know the answer to these questions because I know you, the American people. And I know this. We are a great nation because we are good people. When you elected me to this office, I promised to always level with you, to tell you the truth. And the truth, the sacred cause of this country is larger than any one of us. And those of us who cherish that cause, cherish it so much, the cause of American democracy itself, must unite to protect it. You know, in recent weeks, it's become clear to me that I need to unite my party in this critical endeavor. I believe my record as president, my leadership in the world, my vision for America's future, all merited a second term. But nothing can come in the way of saving our democracy. That includes personal ambition. So I've decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation. That's the best way to unite our nation. You know, there is a time and a place for long years of experience in public life. There's also a time and a place for new voices, fresh voices, yes, younger voices. And that time and place is now. Over the next 6 months, I'll be focused on doing my job as president. That means I'll continue to lower costs for hardworking families, grow our economy. I'll keep defending our personal freedoms and our civil rights, from the right to vote to the right to choose. I'll keep calling out hate and extremism. Make it clear there is no place in America for political violence, or any violence ever, period. I'm going to keep speaking out to protect our kids from gun violence. Our planet from climate crisis is the existential threat. And I will keep fighting for my cancer moonshot so we can end cancer as we know it because we can do it. And I'm going to call for Supreme Court reform because this is critical to our democracy, Supreme Court reform. You know, I will keep working to ensure America remains strong, secure, and the leader of the free world. I'm the first president in this century to report to the American people that the United States is not at war anywhere in the world. We'll keep rallying a coalition of proud nations to stop Putin from taking over Ukraine and doing more damage. We'll keep NATO stronger, and I'll make it more powerful and more united than any time in all of our history. I'll keep doing the same for our allies in the Pacific. You know, when I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. That's not the case anymore. And I'm going to keep working to end the war in Gaza, bring home all the hostages, to bring peace and security to the Middle East and end this war. We're also working around the clock to bring home Americans being unjustly detained all around the world. You know, we've come so far since my inauguration. On that day, I told you, as I stood in that winter, we stood in a winter of peril and a winter of possibilities. Peril and possibilities. We were in the grip of the worst pandemic in the century, the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression, the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. We came together as Americans. We got through it. We emerged stronger, more prosperous, and more secure. Today, we have the strongest economy in the world, creating nearly 16 million new jobs a record. Wages are up. Inflation continues to come down. The racial wealth gap is the lowest it's been in 20 years. We're literally rebuilding our entire nation, urban, suburban, rural, and tribal communities. Manufacturing has come back to America. We're leading the world again in chips and science and innovation. We finally beat Big Pharma after all these years to lower the cost of prescription drugs for seniors. And I'm going to keep fighting to make sure we lower the cost for everyone, not just seniors. More people have health care today in America than ever before. And I signed one of those significant laws helping millions of veterans and their families who are exposed to toxic materials. You know, most significant climate law ever in the history of the world. The first major gun safety law in 30 years. And today, the violent crime rate is at a 50-year low. We're also securing our border. Border crossings are lower today than when the previous administration left office. I've kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman to the Supreme Court of the United States of America. I also kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America and be a president for all Americans. It was at stake. The very nature of who we are was at stake. And that's still the case. America's an idea. An idea stronger than any army, bigger than any ocean, more powerful than any dictator or tyrant. It's the most powerful idea in the history of the world. That idea is that we hold these truths to be self-evident. We're all created equal, endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights: life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. We've never fully lived up to it, to this sacred idea, but we've never walked away from it either. And I do not believe the American people will walk away from it now. In just a few months, the American people will choose the course of America's future. I made my choice. I made my views known. I would like to thank our great Vice President Kamala Harris. She's experienced, she's tough, she's capable. She's been an incredible partner to me and a leader for our country. Now the choice is up to you, the American people. When you make that choice, remember the words of Benjamin Franklin hanging on my wall here in the Oval Office, alongside the busts of Dr. King and Rosa Parks and Cesar Chavez. When Ben Franklin was asked, as he emerged from the convention going on, whether the founders have given America a monarchy or republic, Franklin's response was, a republic, if you can keep it. A republic, if you can keep it. Whether we keep our republic is now in your hands. My fellow Americans, it's been the privilege of my life to serve this nation for over 50 years. Nowhere else on earth could a kid with a stutter, from modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, one day sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office as President of the United States. But here I am. That's what's so special about America. We're a nation of promise and possibilities, of dreamers and doers, of ordinary Americans doing extraordinary things. I've given my heart and my soul to our nation, like so many others. I've been blessed a million times in return with the love and support of the American people. I hope you have some idea how grateful I am for all of you. The great thing about America is here, kings and dictators do not rule, the people do. History is in your hands. The power is in your hands. The idea of America lies in your hands. We just have to keep faith, keep the faith, and remember who we are. We're the United States of America, and there's simply nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. So let's act together, preserve our democracy. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
Okay, so this was a complete and utter waste of time. Holy shit, I can't believe I had to listen to that. Let me get to your comments real quick. I don't know where to begin, right? I thought this was a speech for him to explain why he's not running for president. As he's been saying, he's been running for president. He didn't address that at all, okay? That's my, note number one. Note number two, he didn't explain why he remains president and what the reason was why he's stepping down from running. He talked about how people thought that China was going to surpass the US and be stronger, and under his leadership, this is no longer the case. What the hell is he smoking? And then on top of that, clearly whatever he was smoking to say that wasn't enough, he clearly went and smoked something stronger to then come out and say that there's less illegals crossing now than there were under Trump. I have no idea what I just listened to, but it was one of the craziest things I've ever heard. Now, I will say he at least said it like a human being, which makes me question, was this really Biden or was this someone wearing a Biden mask? This was insane, and we're moving on. I'm going to glance at your live chat, see if anyone has anything to say. This was as crazy as anything else I've seen in the last 3 days. Okay, M. Stone writes, do politicians hate mentioning the word Constitution? I mean, Thomas Massey doesn't, but other than that, yeah, pretty much. As in constitutional republic, why is it always democracy? Well, I'm not going to get into this topic, but yes, I think you know the answer to this. I totally live in a republic in the United States. The thing is, the majority of the United States don't have the IQ to understand the difference between democracy and republic. Therefore, it's easier to say democracy. Okay, now, well, since this came up, well, this was my target for Bitcoin, so let's see if it reverses from here. And that's all I'm going to say on that. So, oh, by the way, I have some good news. Here's the good news. The Tone Vays YouTube channel may have finally exited a 4-year shadow ban. My video, my botched 30-minute, my botched attempt to do a summary of 5 minutes got 34,000 views. I used to regularly get 30,000 views, like every single day back in the day. I have been resorted to getting just a handful of views. This video broke out with 30,000 views, and my video from yesterday got 14,000 views, and I wasn't even happy with this video, and it was super long. So it's possible this is the future for Tone Vays. Now, this video didn't get much, surprisingly. So something good could be happening, finally. RFK interview with Caitlyn was actually better than Biden's address. Anything's better than Biden's address. Okay, so we had the hearings. By the way, I have one more YouTube video to add to the list of things to watch. I just watched this. True Gordy did an awesome job summarizing the Sheetal hearings from 2 days ago. I hope he does it again for the hearings I'm about to summarize. Now, he had a decent video here, but I haven't seen this one. So I still need to catch up on his channel, but I added him to my video description. I took the time to timestamp everything. I posted my timestamps to these videos. This is the hearing from yesterday. This is the hearing from this morning. That was 6 hours and 50 minutes, by the way. I watched it all. I mean, it wasn't really 6 hours. There was like a break in between to go clapping for Netanyahu. I did not watch that speech, nor did I want to, but that's a topic for another day. And I brought, of course, I listed all of the timestamps. This is being shadow banned. No one is seeing this. I can refresh the video.
A little emptier today as we mourn the loss of our dear friend and colleague, Sheila Jackson Lee. In the nearly
Oh crap, sorry guys, I muted and forgot to unmute. This is why I usually have someone with me to help me. My bad. So I threw the link in the video description because I am banned from posting comments on YouTube videos, even when they're super useful and they are just descriptions, summaries, and timestamps. Oh, these timestamps are in blue. Oh, they literally linked to the video. Oh man, I need to do that for this. Hold on. Let me repost 1 second. Otherwise I'll forget. It sucks that this has, can I still edit? Okay, good. Let me grab let me grab the timestamp from here, not from my notepad document, so that I posted this link in the video description. All right, what the hell? Why isn't it going lower? What's happening here? Why is my own document giving me problems? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I don't have time for this. There we go. Okay, I posted the link to this in the video description so you guys can have, you know, comments. Ignore the grammar. I'm just keeping it short and to the point. Also ignore the spelling. Did I spell his name right? Probably not. Doesn't matter. Anyway, these were the questions I wanted to know the answers to. Do you want to take a guess how many of these questions were answered by the FBI director? If you guessed 0, you are correct. Okay, so these are the questions that I have. Okay, what's going on with the phone records? If there are people on Twitter that are able to figure out that the patsy was in the vicinity of cell phones that ended up a block away from FBI's headquarters in Washington, D.C., is this something the FBI is pursuing? What is happening here? Okay, we'll get to that. I want to know the timeline of events. It is insane how there's still no timeline of events, okay? I really want to know about what the hell is happening with the officers that were one was hosting up the other. I'm starting to question, did this ever happen? But we'll get to that. Questions and what happened when the shooter engaged them. So this is all really one thing. I kind of put it up twice. Officers, I can't spell hosting. I don't know. Pulling each other up. I don't know. Lifting. Officers lifting each other up to see shooter. I'll put crooks on roof and get, I don't know, gun in their face. I want the timeline and I want the location. They still have not provided the location of where this happened, which is also insane, okay? Body cam videos, we got one. Where are the rest? Audio recordings, we got none. We don't even know if they exist. Did the DHS train at the same range as crooks? Training at DSS range by crooks. I want to know the details on this. Reports of his home being cleaned. We'll get to that. Bullets, casings, number of shots, the calibers. I want to know it all. Did crooks come by van, Honda, or bicycle? No one knows. When did the South Side snipers start facing north at crooks? Okay, important questions that leads to a lot of stuff. Okay, and of course, who took the shot? Who neutralized crooks? These are the questions. Okay. Hoist, thank you. Officers hoist. I could not spell that to save my life. We're gonna get to the shots fired. Okay, I watched it all. I have the timestamps. So without any further ado, let's go, and I'm gonna point out the lies that are taking place. So in my, well, I mean, unfortunately you can't see this, but just look at the link above. I posted the document above. I'll post the document again. You can go right to these from the document as well. Hopefully, you can go right to this from the document. Okay, let's see. What is my first must watch? I would also like to point out that prior to an incident that took place over here, so there were two, man, I'm all over the place, guys. I'm sorry. There's just so much going on. And so Colonel Christopher Paris, I found him to be very, very genuine until there was, until something happened. And we'll get to that. You know what? Let me play this, and then I'm going to talk about my thoughts on everything. Let's go with, let me see. I'm going to go through these one by one. Mark Green was first from Tennessee. He's the chairman. Nothing interesting here. Beanie Thompson. Oh, this was terrible. This was absolutely terrible. He was completely political. Of course, he's a Democrat. Though I will say the Republicans were almost as bad as Democrats on this one. I'm going to be yelling at Republicans as well. Was any law enforcement on the water tower? Don't think so. So some of these I'm not going to play. So you have to understand who Paris is. Paris is the head of the state police of, he's the head of state police in Pennsylvania. Their job was to get Donald Trump safely from the airport to the event, and their job, they had a couple of posts inside the perimeter. The state police had very, very few things to do. They were basically not given any tasks by the Secret Service. The state police was basically irrelevant. The other guy testifying should not have even been there. I think he's in charge of, he's the president of the Fraternal Order of Police, which is some kind of a foundation, or the head of the police union. He was completely useless, and he should not have even spoken. And Christopher Paris was 90% useless. 90% useless, because state police did their job as to the job they were assigned. Okay, so you have to have that background before we begin. Okay, so let's go with the first guy, and then we're going to go to the good stuff. I'm going to speak
safety concerns. I can't agree with that statement, sir. All right, thank you very much. I'm out of time. Now yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Correa for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you and the ranking member for putting together the trip to Butler yesterday. Good, eye-opening trip. And
wait,
Colonel Paris,
Correa?
thank you for hosting us out there. I certainly hope that the Secret Service...
Hold on. It didn't go to my timestamp.
For 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for the site visit that we had at Butler, Pennsylvania yesterday. It was very eye-opening, educational. I agree with the ranking member's comments in terms of, after 9/11, connecting the dots and federal, state, and local working together was the answer. I led a joint terrorism task force when I worked at the Department of Justice, and I also was involved in national security events, so I kind of know how these things operate. My question is to Colonel Paris. It's standard practice that the lead federal agency will come in and meet with the state and locals regarding the security plan before the event, prior to the event. Sir, did you participate, or did your department participate in that?
So I did not participate. As I stated earlier, there were two commanders dedicated to those two primary roles, the motorcade and the staffing of the post on site within the secure perimeter, as well as a state police area commander. So just as a way of background, our area commander that covers multiple troops in that area of the state, out of nearly 5,000 troopers, there are only 4 area commanders. So that major was present for the walkthrough on the 11th.
And were your troopers assigned inside the perimeter or outside?
Inside.
Inside. And with the outside within the jurisdiction of the local police?
So just as a point of clarification, there were 2, on the operations plan, there were 2 marked cars that were assigned roving duties, which would primarily, as the name implies, be outside of the secure perimeter on roadways, responding to incidents that potentially could occur as a result of a congregation of that many people. But
so we saw, we actually walked onto the roof where the sniper was. A clear, eyes-on, clear shot of the president. A tree blocked the Secret Service's view. This kid did some investigation. He had a drone out there days prior, got an aerial surveillance of the premises. And that position was probably the best position outside the perimeter, as far as I could tell. There's also a water tower. That would have been a perfect spot for Secret Service. Were you aware of any presence of Secret Service in this water tower?
I was not.
And you're aware of what I'm talking about?
I am familiar. I physically flew out there on Saturday the 13th. It was still very much an active crime scene, so I did not walk the roofs, but I did.
On the adjacent building, we got a tour of that as well, where I believe the local police were positioned. There were 3 windows. The first one had a plain view of where the sniper would be. However, they were stationed in the second and third windows. Are you familiar with this at all?
I am not, from the standpoint that I have not seen the Secret Service's operations plan, and my deference would be to them to assign Butler ESU.
Right.
According
and
to
they were apparently local counter snipers. Do you know if they should have been assigned to the rooftop?
I would defer to there are many ways that you can cover. Obviously, positioning people on the rooftop would be one of those.
No, but going to the actual site, way too close. He should never have been allowed to get on top of that building. And I don't know how, and I know he's on your radar inside the perimeter. You seem to have lost him, and somehow he finds his way up to the rooftop unimpeded until a local law enforcement officer crawls on top of the roof and looks at him, and he points his AR-15 at him. My question to you is, what was the communication like that day? Typically, Secret Service has one channel for them, the other channel for state and locals. Was there any communication to identify, hey, this is not a local police officer, this is in fact an unidentified individual on the rooftop? Was that communicated to the Secret Service?
So my belief, as I sit here today, is that we did have integrated communications from members that were inside of the Secret Service command post. Completely deferential to the ongoing nature of the investigation. I have an understanding of a sequence of events, but I would like to draw a distinction between a sequence of events.
So my theory is that they thought maybe he was an officer, but then they find out he's not. The thing I find interesting is that the counter-sniper Secret Service, within seconds of the shots on the president, kills a suspect. That tells me he had him in his sights. Maybe he's not aware of who the individual was not identified. But I know within seconds after the shots were fired at the president, the threat was eliminated. Lastly, I just want to end with this. This was actually astonishing. And I want to get your confirmation. He had a detonation device with him, and 2 of his bombs were located in his car that was parked on the other side of the perimeter. Seems to me a good theory would be that he was going to kill the president and then detonate his car, causing a diversion, and then escape from the crime scene. Are you aware of any of this?
I am aware of the presence of the device on his person. We were aware of that very early on, and that was a serious tactical consideration in the hours in the immediate aftermath as we worked that crime scene. But to your point about his ultimate theory, or what his ultimate motivation was, that remains under investigation.
And he had a rangefinder on him as well. That's a big red flag. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Violence has never been the answer. And I thank both of you for...
So this is, I'm going to talk about what just was described. So this is a typical Democrat. I'm not going to play all of it. I'm just going to play the first 30 seconds. This is what almost every Democrat sounded like during their 5 minutes.
Your service in law enforcement and testifying today. Violence has never been the answer. Not on a certain day in January and not on a day in July. I remember I was 12 years old and my dad, I was on the way to school on a cold day in January, and my dad was a cop, stopped me as I was about to leave and he wanted me to watch the television. His guy had just lost a presidential election and some young kid from Arkansas was about to be sworn in as the new president of the United States. My dad was burned. He really liked George Bush. He did not like Bill Clinton. But he told me to stop and watch the television coverage of the inauguration because he said, look at that, son. He said, that's what makes us so special. My guy lost, this guy's getting sworn in, and not a shot has been fired. That's what makes us different. Violence has never...
They just do a speech. They don't ask questions. They don't care. They really don't care.
...been the answer. It's despicable that somebody thought they could take a shot at the former president and change the course of history. We don't know much about the political beliefs of this individual. We know he was a 20-year-old male, not going to allow some, and I say some.
This is it. I was talking about tweets by Republicans against Joe Biden has nothing to do with figuring out what the hell happened. Okay, so just so you know, almost every single Democrat sounds like this guy, and many of them worse. Just as a heads up. Okay. Now let's move on to the good stuff. Okay, so well, let's move on to the good stuff, and then I'll provide some more commentary.
Thank you and the ranking member for putting together the trip to Butler yesterday. Good eye-opening trip. And Colonel Paris, thank you for hosting us out there. I certainly hope that the Secret Service does cooperate with us in our investigation as to what went wrong. Secret Service has to be 100% correct all the time. There's small force, 2,300 plus maybe 1,300. So you local police officers are the force multiplier. And to hear you say that miscommunication was an element here is unacceptable. We talked earlier to the fact that FirstNet was put together post 9/11, a little bit over 20 years ago. And to hear that we still don't have the technology for people.
So because he's a Democrat, he has to waste time. So he only has 5 minutes, right? But he'll make sure that he'll waste 2.5 minutes and then ask one good question instead of finding a way to ask 10 good questions like some of the Republicans did in the hearing with Chattel.
People on the ground to talk with each other is of concern. It's even of greater concern to me when I was taking a tour of that farm in Butler, Pennsylvania yesterday. I had local law enforcement officers, local electeds coming to me, whispering to me, there's more here to the story. We need to talk about what actually happened. To have people that were on the ground there, concerned, afraid of stepping forward is unacceptable. To tell us of other failures that maybe this committee does not know about yet, that were part of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania is unacceptable. I asked one of the officers, safety officers, could you talk to the Secret Service? Said, no, we can't communicate. Took us 15 minutes to communicate with him. Local elected official who said, I have other stories I need to talk to you about when you have a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we're 4.5 months away from this election. Pennsylvania is a battleground state. You will have these kinds of events again. And to know that we don't have the facts, let alone execute a plan to fix the holes, is unacceptable to our democracy and to our country. We can talk about the facts. The facts are a lot of things went wrong. Let's talk about how to fix it now. And I think we start with accepting the fact that things went wrong and that we need more resources. Colonel Paris, your volunteers, your officers that you put on the line to help Secret Service, are they actually compensated somewhere for their overtime, their extra time they're out there?
Okay, so this is my problem, right? So this senator says that people came up to him privately, like local cops that were there that he met, because a bunch of senators went out, a bunch of congressmen went out, so it wasn't some YouTuber doing the videos of the roof, it was actually congressmen that went out there. I didn't know that when I said it yesterday, so I apologize. And so people like local officials and local law enforcement came up to him saying, hey, there's a lot more to the story, but we can't talk about it. It's got to be private. Like they want to be whistleblowers. My problem is, why are they going to a Democrat from California? This is my problem. Of all possible congressmen, for a whistleblower to spill the beans on what kind of an inside job this was, this is the last guy, like throw a dart at all the congressmen, all 430 of them. And if a dart lands on a Democrat from California, that is, you take the dart back and you throw it again. I know there's like a 20% chance that dart's going to land on a Democrat from California, but of all the people not to be a whistleblower to, if you want to stay alive, is a Democrat from California, okay? This is the one thing that I know. This is insane. The fact that there are people that are willing to speak up, that were on the ground, is great. They're speaking up to the wrong people. Let's put it that way, all right? That's all I can say before this video gets banned, all right? So, of course, he wastes time, doesn't ask any questions, but it's good that at least some congressman acknowledged that people on the ground think there was more to the story, okay? That needed to be heard. All right, now we're going to go with Dan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Paris, are you aware whether any law enforcement officer or officers was or were posted in the second floor window of the AGR building?
I am aware, yes, sir.
And what is the answer?
To my knowledge, there were 2 posted there from Butler ESU.
And you said Butler ESU. What does the acronym ESU stand for?
Emergency Services Unit. It's a team that's comprised of multiple agencies that pool resources on a county or several county basis in order to enhance capabilities and training and be able to respond. Basically, a mutual aid agreement is my understanding of it.
Is it sort of like a SWAT team?
They are trained in SWAT tactics, to my knowledge.
So how many ESU officers were posted to that second floor window?
So I am aware that 2 were in the building, but again, I have not seen the Secret Service operations plan.
Do you know, well, you say in the building. Were they in a window, a window out onto the scene?
From briefings that I have been given, I was told they were in a window, yes, sir.
Did they remain on post?
I was told that at a certain point, they began searching along with other local officers in the immediacy after Crooks had been identified as suspicious by them.
By them?
My understanding is that they identified Crooks for not matriculating. To my knowledge, Crooks never made it through the secure perimeter into the venue space itself. That he was identified by those members as suspicious, in part because of that. And then at some point, he produced the rangefinder, which heightened that suspicion.
So Representative Crane took a video on site yesterday. I'd like staff to put that up. This is very short. There's a few seconds. They can do that. If I understand correctly, this is from the second story window of the AGR building. You can see that window comes out from the sash and swings out to the right. There's an aerial photo right after Crooks was killed, where Crooks' body's on the roof, and that window was open. Was it from this vantage point that those ESU officers spotted Crooks?
I don't know that particular window, but my understanding is from a second story window is where he was initially spotted.
Okay, so are you then saying that, to your knowledge, those ESU officers left the location where they could look out the window to go in search of this person?
That is my understanding.
Between the time he was spotted on the ground and identified as someone suspicious until the shooting, they had left that post to go look for him. Is that what you're saying?
My understanding is yes, along with other municipal officers that responded to that area. And that's based on interviews that we've conducted. And I want to be very clear that I don't want to establish a timeline minute by minute because we don't have that yet.
I think that's revelatory. I haven't heard that information. I did hear before that and there's a local news station. Well, there's a local news station report from July 17 that says that local law enforcement were told they couldn't be responsible for securing the AGR building during the Trump rally. And of course, you've testified a moment ago or earlier in this hearing that it was your understanding that the meeting with the Secret Service on the site was that ESU was going to handle the AGR building. Which is it? Do you know?
My understanding is what my initial answer was.
Okay. You also, in response to Mr. McCall, you started to say something. You were saying that you did have integrated comms, and you were saying you were deferring to the ongoing investigation, but you have an understanding of the sequence, and then he cut you off and went on to another question. Do you know what you were about to say? Do you remember that?
Just that we had members of PSP inside of the Secret Service command post, and we were maintaining communication with our people.
Had ESU maintained position in that window overlooking the roof, isn't it true that they would have had a clean shot at Mr. Crooks as he was ascending the roof to his shooting position?
I'm not prepared to say that because I don't know the exact timeline of events.
But it's your understanding, though, that they were no longer in that room where they had been previously overlooking the building at the time he was ascending the roof. Is that correct?
Could you repeat that question?
The ESU officers were no longer in that room where they could look out the window and oversee the roof, as that video shows.
I believe they were actively searching along with additional municipal officers for Mr. Crooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time's expired.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize.
Okay, so that was. I'm not saying all Republicans did a good job. Some Republicans did a terrible job. Almost no Democrats did a good job asking questions. I wish they did, but they just didn't. This is the kind of questions I want to hear, right? So this is completely new information. So new information, I'm going to go to Google Earth. I'm going to fill in some of the blanks. Of course, Google Earth's not working. They're doing everything they can not to establish a timeline. I agree. So apparently, ESU, which is Emergency Services Unit, local, not state. This is local emergency services unit. So these are not state police. PSP is Pennsylvania State Police. When he said PSP, he meant Pennsylvania State Police. That's what he's in charge of. Okay, now we're not sure which window it was. Here's my problem with some of this, right? And we may need not just Google Earth, we may also need aerial. Okay, right here is a concrete block. There is that famous picture of Crooks, of the Patsy. there was a picture of him with his hand on a concrete little retainer wall. The little retainer wall is right here, okay? The picture of him is clearly taken from a window much closer to this retaining wall than it is to this window. But everyone is saying that the ESU unit was in this window. They could have also just moved around the building. I'm also assuming that there are 4 rooms here. That's one room, that's another room. These 2 windows is one room, and these 2 windows is one room. That's my assumption, okay? It doesn't have to be that way. This could be a room for every window. It's possible, okay? But based on those videos of the inside of the rooms, this is my personal assumption, okay? And it looks like, and again, I'm not sure, but to me, it seems like Crooks was initially photographed over here 1 hour before the shooting. So apparently, these 2 snipers that took a picture of Crooks and then identified him as suspicious 30 minutes before the shooting, left their post and started searching for him. Again, I don't know where they were searching for him, because in all of the bystander videos, which I believe were from this side, none of them showed, and we know exactly, I have an idea which snipers they were based on other accounts. They were the 2 snipers in like green camo, and one of them had a sleeve tattoo, which is like a tattoo throughout his entire arm, okay? These were probably the guys. You see them on top of the roof at one point as well, okay? I'm assuming that was them. From other videos that I sourced in a video description, they talked about how one of the snipers inside the place had an arm sleeve tattoo. And then there are a picture of them standing on the roof or standing on the ground. I don't remember where they were standing, but it's there if you rewatch everything I've watched, okay? So now let's get back to the hearing at hand. Nothing interesting. Let me just read this real quick. Yeah, like some of them didn't even ask a question. Which agencies were there? Oh, this is actually that's a great question, but it wasn't answered. Let's go here real quick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Paris, you said the United States Secret Service, Penn State Police was there, Butler ESU was there. Any other law enforcement agency there? According to the operations plan that PSP put together, there were elements from Butler County Sheriff. Deputy sheriffs were on some of those interior posts, and thus they were on our... I just need the answer. I apologize. There are the additional ones that I could name would be Butler County sheriffs were in our operations plan. Pittsburgh City Police provided assets to the motorcade, and I believe Allegheny County Police also. You said that you were in the incident command center, that your agency was in the incident command center with the Secret Service. Yes, sir. Well, all the other agencies in that command center? I believe that some of those agencies were represented, but I can't definitively tell you. We need to find the answer to that. It was Butler ESU in that command center? I was told at one point that there was a representative in there. How long and over what period, I'm not sure. I'm aware of 3. So the agency that's in charge of the outside perimeter, actually the agency in charge of the greatest threat, because when you stand at the podium, and I stood there, and when you look, all you have to do is look around. There's the greatest threat right there. It's 100 yards away. It's elevated, direct line of fire to the president. I stood on that roof. No problem standing on that roof. And yes, I am 70 years old. Okay. So the timeline is very important here. If in fact they thought that Mr. Brooks was so suspicious that they actually pulled the ESU counter snipers away, because there were counter snipers, what I understand, in that window, away to look for him. And from what I understand the timeline, it's about 20 minutes before the president came out. Was that information relayed to the Secret Service, that they were looking for a suspicious individual and that people had been pulled away to look for that suspicious individual? Was that relayed to the Secret Service? I believe that it was. And was that relayed to the Secret Service, the team that surrounds the president himself? I can't answer that. Well, if it wasn't, that's another big mess up. And I can tell you, this is just one of a bunch of mess ups that I've seen. One of them, question that I have is, why in the world was that team from ESU in the building to begin with? Why weren't they on a rooftop? And it was a hot day, right? And so that's another question that I'm going to, why were you assigned inside a building when you have a little window, it's like this big, right? And your line of sight out of that window, unless you stick your head out of the window, is pretty limited, your view. So why were you inside, not outside? Who said for them to be inside and not outside? What did the Secret Service tell you were inside the perimeter, right? Yes, for the most part. You were inside the perimeter. Me personally, or no, I'm saying your agency was inside the perimeter. But actually, the biggest threat was outside the perimeter. And so, who developed a plan to protect the outside of the perimeter? There's only one agency. That's the United States Secret Service. Because you really can't ask the local agency to do that because they're not in the business of dignitary protection. They don't do it all the time. You don't do it all the time. They do it all the time. So, Mr. Chairman, we're going to need those other agencies to come in. We need a timeline. Who said what to who, and what the action that was taken. You know, one thing that I noticed in another video, and I've got to find out if it's true, and it appears to be true, is that the snipers on the south side repositioned to look to the north side. And I want to know what the timeline for that was. How far in advance were the snipers, the counter snipers on the south side told, hey, you need to look at a threat on the north side? And how much time was there between that and then the shots being fired? Do you have any information on that? I do not have a specific timeline. Okay, and those are that's the information that we need. It's not unusual to have people on different frequencies. Actually, you have to because you have so many people, but you have to have everybody in the same place so they communicate with each other. So we need to know if everybody that was in charge or had responsibility for protecting not only the interior perimeter, but outside the perimeter, if they were all in that incident command center. And if they weren't, that's a huge problem too. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlemen.
Right, so he asked great questions. The problem is the person he's asking the questions to has no ability to answer those questions because this was not his responsibility and it wasn't his job. But that's a great question to ask and something I did not think of. Remember how we discussed in prior videos, there was a sniper team on this building and a sniper team on this building, but they're not facing in the same direction. We also were told that the sniper team from the south building neutralized the shooter, which I question based on the caliber of shots. But the south side sniper team wasn't supposed to look north. That makes no sense. The south building sniper team is looking south or southwest. North is straight up here, by the way. This sniper team is looking north and west. Okay? So at which point did this sniper team reposition to face north? Because if that timeline is provided of at which time this team started facing north, that's when we know for a fact that Crooks was considered suspicious enough to put a scope on him. Because there's no way they repositioned after the shots started firing. So they must have known there was a suspicious guy on the roof. How much time was that? And we don't know. That is one of the key questions that needs to be asked to someone that is capable of answering the question. This is the question for the Secret Service. They're the only ones that would know that with a timeline. But she, of course, didn't answer any questions. Okay, let's move on. Nope, not this one, this one. I'm going to try to only play the things that I marked as must watch. Okay, so we finished that. I really should mark this as must watch, but I don't know if I can still edit this because this is now a few days old. I can. Great. Let me edit this for myself in the future. It is a must watch, even though no questions were answered. Didn't really ask questions that can be answered. But there were great questions. They just can't be answered. Okay, let's move on. I'm going to skip all these people because they were probably useless. Magaziner wasted time, then condemns what? I'm not sure what I wrote there. Sorry, I sound like Biden. Talks about motivation, whatever. Asked about the plan, the plan, but the state police, the state police did their job. That's what he said. State police did their job. We did our job based on the plan that we were told to do. So the state police didn't do anything wrong. So the one agency that they're bringing in there to answer questions is the one agency that didn't do anything wrong, right? So I mean, it's kind of silly, right? Like you bring in people that need to be held accountable. But Secret Service didn't answer any questions. So you bring the person that approved the plan, the operation plan, whoever approved that or was part of the approval team, and whoever manages the communications. Those are the Secret Service people that need to be brought in for questioning. Beanie, Holy shit, this was a total clown show. Maybe we'll get back to this. Mark Green was a continuation of the clown show. It was insane. This was completely insane. Glenn Levy wastes a bunch of time on a speech, doesn't ask any questions, but he's a Democrat, so that's normal. Let's go with the must watch. I'll try to play the clown shows later. It depends how we're doing on time.
I now recognize Mr. Garbarino, the gentleman from New York, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Colonel Paris, there have been conflicting reports about the location of state and local law enforcement. Secret Service Director, I believe, said that, former Secret Service Director said that local police were in the same building that the gunman fired from, while other accounts indicate that local law enforcement was in an adjacent building. Were any Pennsylvania state troopers, state police assigned to the building where the shooting happened?
There were no state troopers, to my knowledge, assigned there, sir.
Do you know if any other local law enforcement were assigned inside that building?
I only know that Butler ESU were assigned. When you say that building, I'm referring to there's a series of buildings there that have covered walkways or second-story walkways that allow you to, it's almost like a pole barn type configuration, a modular type building. But to my knowledge, there were no troopers assigned to that location, sir.
Thank you. As technology has evolved, drones have become widely available to both law enforcement and the general public. For a large event with this level of security, would you normally expect law enforcement to use drones for surveillance and deploy counter-drone technology?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Would you normally expect law enforcement to use drones for surveillance and deploy counter-drone technology?
Well, obviously, as I mentioned earlier, my experience at this location is there are a number of elevated locations that should have been secured. There are a lot of ways to secure that. They could be with individuals assigned to it, but certainly in Overwatch, to be able to get a good visual of those locations is paramount.
So it's been reported that the Secret Service apparently did not use drones for surveillance, but the shooter was able to fly his own drone over the area earlier on the day of the rally and get aerial footage of the site. Do you know if that's true?
I have no direct knowledge.
Okay, so, and you know if whether or not local state Secret Service enforcement was aware of any drone use?
I've heard the news reports, but I have no direct knowledge.
Would you consider this a major security breach?
Absolutely.
Now, it's also been reported, Colonel Paris, that the local law enforcement spotted the shooter outside the AGR building and on its roof minutes prior to the shooting. Did local police alert the Secret Service that the gunman was on or around the AGR building roof? Do you know?
So this goes to my earlier qualifier about the timeline, but my understanding of the sequence of events is that he was determined to be suspicious as a result of behavior that he was exhibiting, milling around that area in front of the AGR building. There was a text thread that was going, I've been briefed, between the ESU members. They identified, they took a photo of him. At some point when he utilized the rangefinder, the suspicion was heightened. So I know at a certain point in the command post, a member of PSP received a phone call and a text message from members of ESU, and I know from an interview that was immediately relayed in the command post to the Secret Service.
What happened? Yeah. So that was my next question. So what happened? What actions were taken after it was relayed to Secret Service?
So when the PSP member received that information and verbally turned right around, gave it to the Secret Service, our member was provided with a number to which the picture that had been taken by the Butler ESU members, or that was on that group thread, to which that should be sent. Our member did that, and our understanding was that was some element of the Secret Service.
So this was all reported. Yeah, this was all reported to Secret Service, and they gave him Secret Service and sent him back, one of your officers a number back to send the information back to. Is that what you just said?
That's my understanding.
When did that happen?
Again, the actual timeline, I'm very remiss because I know these timelines need to be hammered out exactly to the minute. But I would say, that the overall timeline is about an hour before is when he became suspicious to ESU. What I want to say is, if we know that former President Trump was shot at 11 hours, it was probably in the vicinity of 25 to 30 minutes, but I want to make sure that's a very...
So it was before he went up to speak?
But at that point, just to be clear, he was determined to be suspicious. There was no information that he possessed a weapon. He was outside of that building where the ESU was posted. They were being vigilant. It's, I think, relevant that there were other people at the venue who were suspicious and reported, likewise, in a close temporal nexus to that as well.
But just to confirm, the Secret Service had this information that there was a suspicious individual. He had used a rangefinder, which made him even more suspicious. And this was all reported to them prior to the President Trump being allowed on the stage to speak?
I believe, again, I'll defer to when the President came out. I know that was probably 20 to 25 minutes before 11 hours. And steps were taken by the municipal officers over in that area they were actively looking for crooks. You saw the building yesterday. That's a pretty wide footprint. They began looking for him. There were scores of people making their way across that facility. Again, just for some context, there were over 100 people that day that necessitated or requiring medical attention due to the heat. There was a missing 6-year-old. This individual was deemed to be suspicious because he was walking around and not moving into the venue. The rangefinder obviously heightened that, and they were attempting to locate him as people were moving across that space who were attending the event to the secure perimeter.
Was he the only one determined to be suspicious that day?
The gentleman needs to wrap it up, and perhaps somebody else will yield to you or me on this topic. I recognize Mr. Goldman now for 5 minutes.
Or we'll just pick up the questioning here.
That sounds great, prosecutor.
First, I do want to mention how sad it is to see
Sheila Jackson Lee's.
So again, here comes a Democrat, and he's going to ask very good questions, but not before he wastes 20% of his allowed time for the purposes of why he's in that room. Okay? And by the way, the congressman that passed away, I remember her, and wow, did I not like her. But doesn't mean I wanted her to pass away. Just want to make that clear.
Empty seat there. What an incredible inspiration to so many of us, and a member and advocate, community presence, and we really are sorry to miss her. She would be very eager to be asking questions here today, because there are a lot of unanswered questions, and I sat through a 4.5-hour hearing yesterday with the director of the Secret Service, and we got no information. So I'm going to jump on, piggyback off of Mr. Garbarino. Where you left off is that you relayed, or PSP relayed, the photograph to the number that the Secret Service directed your officer to. Is that right? Yes, sir. Now, did anything come back? Any instructions or directions come back from the Secret Service? So again, that is left to the after action. We're trying to come up with a sequence of events that led to Crooks on top of the building where he ultimately took the shots. So
Right, but you said, I'm trying to find, just, I don't need the specific timeline. I'm trying to just figure out the sequence, because you said that many of your officers or Butler ESU officers were looking for Crooks. That was after that photograph was relayed to the Secret Service?
My understanding was after the photo was relayed to the our trooper in the command post, and yes, Crooks was in that area around the building. My understanding is 2 additional municipal officers who were on a different post responded to that area, and they began actively looking for Crooks. They circumvented, or they circumscribed the building to try and locate him. It became apparent at some point that he was up on the roof. Those 2 municipal officers who responded then, to their credit, actively, once they realized that he was on the roof, one boosted the other one up, hanging from the ledge of the roof. By the time that officer was boosted up on top of the roof, Crooks was on it, almost in that final position that you saw. He had the AR out, and he pointed it at the municipal officer who, suspended from the roof, was not in a position, feet dangling at that point, to draw a weapon or continue hoisting himself back up on the roof. He drops back down from the roof, and at this point, I believe that's when the video that's been widely circulated with people filming Crooks up on the roof, saying there's somebody up on the roof. There were other law enforcement around the building running, but their vantage point on the ground did not lend a clear line of sight to where Crooks was at the top of that building. One of our troopers on roving patrol also was notified. That word went out, and he responded about the time that the municipal officer was boosting the other officer up onto the roof.
What was he notified of?
I don't know specifically. That's going to be part of the after action. But we obviously knew that Crooks was suspicious. He had not gone into the venue, and they were actively doing everything they could to try and locate him.
So the local officers who were outside of the perimeter in charge of securing the outside perimeter area, one way or another, understood or got direction that they needed to try to find Crooks, presumably to ask him questions, interview him. Is that what the protocol is?
Clear about. I don't want to speak for I haven't seen the Secret Service operations plan, what their responsibilities were and what their understanding of those were from the Secret Service. I don't want to comment on it.
But somehow they got the message.
Somehow there was information that he was suspicious. By the time that municipal officer was hoisted up onto the roof and saw him, he had the weapon out.
Do you know how long it was between the time that the photograph was relayed to the Secret Service and the time when the officer was trying to hoist himself onto the roof?
So that's a critical, detailed, salient question. I would answer it from the reverse time period, from if the first shots rang out at 18-11 hours. The hoisting up of the officer occurred probably no more. Again, I'm going to give you a time, but I want to just put it.
We understand it's not specific.
A sequence of events. I would say at most 2.5 to 3 minutes before that first shot rung. Right?
And when
he were notified in the interim, it still remains under investigation.
Right. And when he fell off of he let go?
The municipal officer, when the briefing that I had was the municipal officer saw Crooks saw him, and Crooks turned and leveled the gun at him in a position tactically of extreme disadvantage, suspended, in the air with your legs dangling after somebody had boosted you up.
And he let go, right?
He let go, and he fell back down.
And was there at that point any communications that there's a shooter on the roof from the municipal officers who were there?
That's all part of the after action. We're just trying to get a sequence of events up to the point when Crooks then fired the weapon. So that's been the focus of our investigation.
But there was at least, you said you thought 2.5 to 3 minutes between the time when the municipal officers tried to hoist on top of the roof, Crooks pointed the gun at them, they dropped, and then between that time and when he fired the shots.
I don't want to give you an exact period of time, but it was minutes. It was a very short period of time, even for his ability.
But not seconds. I
would say minutes. I would be remiss if I gave you, and I want to be very clear on the record. When you do an investigation like this, the timeline is critical. They're asking me. I was briefed. I'm answering to the best of my ability right now.
And I know my time is up. Colonel Paris, I want to thank you for, providing us this information. It was incredibly disappointing that the director of the Secret Service did nothing diligently to try to get witnesses here. This is not an academic exercise. This is not something that the American people can wait 60 days for. With these gaps in information, there are conspiracy theories, there is disinformation, and all of our safety is at risk. Political violence is escalated, and we need to know these answers. I thank you for bringing these witnesses here. And
Absolutely. And I appreciate the tag team between two sides to get to the details on this, because this is poignant, very poignant. I now recognize Ms. Green for 5 minutes.
All right, so this conversation is going to continue, but it's very, very important. I know some people can get tuned out. I know I can listen to this stuff for like 12 hours in a row and my brain is still fully functioning. Super important. So far, and I'm going to write this timeline down and I'm going to get the exact sequence, right? But I'm just making my own notes, right? So let's just say I'm going to actually also do it backwards. Okay, so at 1811, shots fired at Trump. Now, this is important. So what he just said is that at approximately, I'm going to use just 2 minutes, okay? He said 2.5 to 3 minutes, but let's just say 2 minutes. At 1809, officer gets a gun in his face, trying to see the roof, trying to find crooks on the roof. Okay? At approximately, and this is what I don't know, I'm just gonna say 17:50. Let's just say 20 minutes before. ESU and others leave their posts to look for crooks. Okay? Now, 5 minutes earlier, let's just say 17. This is my understanding of the timeline. 17:45, I'm guessing on the time, just keep in mind. Okay? We have crooks is spotted with a rangefinder. This is very, very conflicting. Maybe. I'm going to put maybe here, and I'll tell you why. And an hour before shots fired, so let's say 17:10, crooks is identified as suspicious by photo, though that could be the photo in the corner there. Sorry, an hour earlier, crooks identified as suspicious. I'm gonna, you know what? Crooks is identified. This is where the problem comes in. Crooks is spotted with a rangefinder. Maybe picture taken of him from second floor by ESU. Okay. At 17:10, Crooks is also identified as suspicious because we've heard these reports. Again, maybe by picture taken of him from second floor by ESU. We don't know at what time that picture was taken. Was it the one 20 minutes before, or was it the one an hour before? Because in that picture, he's holding a cell phone, not a rangefinder, okay? But they might have seen the rangefinder and then took a picture of him while he was looking at a cell phone, probably writing down how far away the stage is, okay? And then, sometime earlier, police spot a guy suspicious wanting to enter perimeter. That's the timeline. Now we need it to the minute, okay? Let's get back to the hearing because it gets good. This part is absolutely critical. Right here. We're going to get back to this. The 2 minutes. So if there was 2 minutes, how did this information not relate to the snipers? And how did the snipers not know this happened? And then we're going to talk about, well, anyway, this is the big discussion here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Paris, I'd like to carry the dialogue on about the specific timeline. I have a timeline that was given to us on the Oversight Committee yesterday when we questioned former Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle, as she has resigned today. But the timeline that I'd like to talk to you about is exactly what you were just discussing here. 18 minutes before President Trump took the stage, it was at 5:45 that the Butler County Emergency Services noticed Thomas Crooks on the roof, took a picture and reported it. You stated just a few minutes before in your testimony that police or PSP were given a phone number.
18 minutes. She just said it. Okay. 18 minutes before. So that's a minus 11 and then minus 7. 53. Right here. 53. Picture. She says picture taken, but that might have been when picture got relayed. Picture got relayed to Secret Service. And they go look for him. There it is, 18 minutes. We're getting closer to a timeline.
Number to the Secret Service, and that Butler County Emergency Services texted or sent the picture. Was that a text? Was that a digital platform? Was it an email? How did they send the picture?
So just to be clear, at that period of time, at 18:45, I don't believe the testimony was
5:45 p.m.
17:45, 5:45 p.m. Yes, ma'am. He was not up on the roof at that point. Is my
No. Emergency Services noticed Thomas Crooks on the roof. This is a timeline that we have. Took a picture and reported it. Who did they send that picture to?
Just to be clear, they were posted in the AGR building and took a picture of him. That's what you're.
Yes. Who did they send the picture to?
So I only know from interviews what I can confirm to my knowledge and belief here today that a member of Pennsylvania State Police inside of the command post received that information telephonically and by text, relayed it to the Secret Service, and then was given a number to follow up on. And that was based, again, heightened suspicion.
How did they relay it to Secret Service?
I believe that they verbally turned and said in the command post, this is information that I just received. And then in follow up to that, as directed from the interview that I was briefed on, that was forwarded by text as requested by the Secret Service.
Can you give us copies of that communication and that phone number that was given to them was for Secret Service?
So that's part of the ongoing investigation, and I would defer to the legality of.
Can you find that information and provide it to our committee?
I will look to see if legally I will consult the chief counsel within the state police, but it is an ongoing criminal investigation at this point.
So after it was reported, President Trump took the stage at 6:03 p.m. All of this took place. This was 18 minutes before President Trump actually took the stage at 6:03 p.m.
Sorry, gotta fix the timeline. 18 minutes before he took the stage. So, not 18 minutes before shots fired. He took the stage at 18:03. Now we gotta subtract 18. So now I gotta subtract 8 more minutes. And that brings us to, 45. Exactly. Okay, so that's accurate. So I'll leave that at 1750 as it was. Okay, so yeah, at 1745, Crooks is spotted. I'm not sure with a rangefinder question mark, but that's when the picture was taken. One of the pictures and relayed. That's when the picture was relayed. I'm not sure if the picture was taken earlier, but yeah, it sounds like picture was taken right there.
President Trump was shot in the face at 6:11 p.m. This has all been reported, these timelines. Why do you not have a timeline?
Because it's not the timeline is going to be critical for the after action report. Obviously, we're conducting an investigation with the FBI. We have been deferential to the FBI in terms of what has been released to the media. I was present for one press briefing on the night of Saturday night, July 13th, and we've been deferential to the FBI on that. So I would refer you to the FBI. The timelines that you're quoting, I just want to be clear on the record. To my knowledge and belief, I don't have a minute-by-minute timeline. I've had multiple briefings about what these interviews have gleaned, but they're from the perspective of PSP investigating the homicide and the 2 attempted homicides.
Thank you, Colonel. During the event,
right, so he wouldn't have access to the timeline, right? Like, he is to provide the FBI with what the Pennsylvania State Police were doing at what time. And he has the timeline for what the state police did. He doesn't have the timeline for what the ESU was doing or the local police was doing or what the Secret Service was doing. Our Secret Service will have a timeline of their people, which would they have to provide to the FBI. And the FBI would have a report on everybody's timeline, where everyone was and what everyone did at every minute of that day.
At what point in the day was someone from your team first made aware that there was a potential suspicious person or possible threat?
So based on my knowledge and belief, that information relayed to the command post from Butler ESU, in terms of crooks, was the first time that I'm aware of. Again, keeping in mind, I've heard estimates that there were 13,000 people there. There were multiple people identified as suspicious, several that were identified in that area.
Yes, thank you. Now, you stated before in your questions that you haven't seen an operation plan, but didn't your team participate, and why haven't you seen the plan?
So as my answer prior on the record, I've asked for it. The state police has asked for it. We have yet to receive it. And my understanding is that our walkthrough with our commanders and our area commander was to delineate what our responsibilities were, and we endeavored to fulfill those responsibilities.
Who was the Secret Service agent in charge of the advance team?
I don't know the name of the agent.
How was PSP supposed to communicate with Secret Service on the advance team?
In the planning leading up to it. So my understanding is, as is typical, we were notified by email on July 5th. The meeting on July 8th, Monday, was to get all of those partners together to exchange information, how they could communicate with one another, and then the planning took place from there.
Could you provide our committee a copy of all those communications, Colonel Pierce?
So I will check with our legal counsel. I mean, Pennsylvania has multiple state statutes that cover investigative plans or law enforcement sensitive information.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, one more thing, if I may. Trump's Secret Service protection could be removed under Benny Thompson's proposed legislation. This legislation was introduced while the politically weaponized government was prosecuting former President Donald Trump. This would leave him at risk. I'd also like to state for the record for this committee that over 140 inmates are murdered in prison every single year. This is a dangerous place, prison is, and of course, 8% of violence in prison leads to murder of inmates. This legislation is reckless, and the minority ranking member needs to withdraw this legislation that would lead to the murder of President Trump.
The lady's time has expired.
Right, so this is part of the clown show I didn't play you earlier. She's commenting on these. If you want to know what the hell she's talking about the clown show that took place over here between Beanie Thompson and I think it started here by August, a Republican, continued with Beanie Thompson, then continued again with the chairman, Mark Green, and then Marjorie Taylor Greene is commenting on it again. I mean, this was a clown show is not even a way to describe it, but I don't know if we'll have time.
Now recognize, well, we're not going to debate.
Just you think that statement should be made when the ranking member is here so he can at least address it?
He made his point earlier about his bill. There's a difference of opinion, I suppose. But we're just, y'all are out. Okay. I now recognize Mr. Lota for 5 minutes.
I think he was about to say you all are idiots or you all are children, but like he just stopped.
Thank you, Chairman. 10 days ago,
Thank you, Mr. Goldman.
10 days ago, a 20-year-old with no military or law enforcement training, with no more than about $1,000 worth of equipment, and apparently working alone, thwarted the United States Secret Service, an agency with a $3 billion budget and about 8,000 personnel. In the early phases of this investigation, the Secret Service, it is clear the Secret Service exhibited poor tactics, including substandard two-way communications with state and local PD. They displayed a lack of strategy, including not employing drones to surveil the risks to President Trump and the crowd. And since July 13th, the Department of Homeland Security and the Secret Service, evidenced by them not being here today, has avoided accountability by, among other things, avoiding hearings like this. The attempted assassination of former President Trump, the leading candidate for president in 2024, shocked the conscience of nearly every American, regardless of party affiliation. We, the members of the Homeland Security Committee from both sides of the aisle, are here today to ask questions and about those who were in charge that day, to hold the Secret Service accountable, but more importantly, to ensure this never happens again. Chairman, thank you for hosting this hearing. Colonel Paris, you're the commissioner of the Pennsylvania State Police Department?
Yes, sir, I am.
And your testimony, sir, is that approximately 25 minutes, I won't hold you to the exacts, but approximately 25 minutes before the first shots were fired, that local law enforcement officers identified Crooks as suspicious?
As suspicious, yes, sir.
And what was it that led those officers to conclude that Crooks was suspicious?
My understanding was that he was milling about and he stood out to them because he never made his way to a point of ingress to the venue. In defense of possible hypotheses, could have been waiting for somebody, could have been delayed, but he stood out to them and they, from their vantage point at the AGR building, identified him as suspicious.
And 62 minutes prior, as I understand the timeline. That first one, it was 25 minutes prior for the rangefinder.
Thank you, Chairman. And Commissioner, with respect to him being suspicious, were there other folks who were also in the crowd identified as suspicious?
So they just confirmed 25 minutes prior, which puts it right here, rangefinder. I still have a question mark there, but they confirmed spotted with the rangefinder. I'm still not sure when the picture took place. Did the picture take place at this moment, or was the picture taken an hour earlier? But let's see what they say about an hour earlier, 62 minutes prior.
By law enforcement?
I have been briefed that, yes, there were multiple individuals, which would be consistent with normal operations for a detail like this that are identified as suspicious.
Can we take that as a single-digit number of other folks?
The number that I was briefed on was single digit, but I can't say definitively that I was.
What number were you briefed on, Colonel?
Excuse me?
What number were you briefed on?
I believe I was briefed on an additional 3 individuals.
Okay, so crooks plus 3. My understanding is you had about 30 Pennsylvania State police officers at the time of the rally?
That were assigned to the detail, both responsibilities of the detail, yes, sir.
And were all of them assigned to your area of the perimeter, not the interior where the Secret Service held the most jurisdiction?
I'm confused by your question, sir.
My understanding, and what the committee has been told, is there were 2 layers of defense of President Trump. 1, the interior, which the Secret Service held the most domain over, and 2, the exterior perimeter, which had ceded a lot of authorities to state and local. Is that your understanding as well, Colonel?
So I don't want to get convoluted with different perimeters. I'm familiar that there was a VIP seating area up front. When I refer to the secure perimeter, I'm talking about the fencing that goes around the Butler County Farm Show. All of our people were detailed at various locations decided by the Secret Service inside of that.
Thanks. That leads me to the next question. If staff can queue up the Eli Crane video, that's second number 1 or 2. This is the AGR building. I and several of my colleagues were there yesterday in Butler. Kudos to Mr. Crane for getting this good video. My understanding from your prior testimony is there were 2 officers stationed or assigned, I think was your testimony, to this building?
I'm aware of 2, but I don't want to say, again, not having seen the Secret
And they were assigned, sir?
My understanding is that the Secret Service and Butler ESU had some sort of collaboration, and that was to be covered.
What was their assignment in the building, sir?
I cannot comment. I'd be remiss not
Were they
to.
assigned to be in the building?
I can't
What were
comment.
the qualifications of the people assigned to or around the building? ESU guys, SWAT guys, long guns, good tactics?
They would be, as the name implies, but I defer to their exact training. I'm not aware of it specifically.
But your understanding is for the duration of the incident, to at least the first shots fired, they were entirely within the building, not on the building, sir?
I don't 100% want to say where they were the entire period.
But you don't have an understanding as to whether they were assigned to be in the building or on top of it?
I don't. I would need to see the Secret Service operations plan.
And would that have been left to the discretion of state and local, or would that have been left to the discretion of the Secret Service? It sounds like you're saying that would have been left to the discretion of the Secret Service.
I would say the Secret Service is the lead agency, just like they told us. Here's the post we want you to staff. This is the motorcade we want. I would defer to the Secret Service.
Thanks, Colonel. When in Butler yesterday, we asked the question, why weren't the 2 well-qualified ESU officers on top of the building rather than in it? And what would you say if we were told the explanation is, well, it was a hot day in Butler, and there was air conditioning inside the building and not on the building? What would be your reaction to that assertion, Colonel?
I can't respond to it. I have no firsthand knowledge about it.
Was it a hot day in Butler that day?
I believe it was a warm day, yes, sir.
But you have no knowledge of whether or not the Secret Service or anybody else assigned these 2 officers to be in the building and not on it?
No, sir.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields, and we're going to go out of order because Mr. Luttrell has to get to his committee, so you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Can you pull the video back up, please? Just for clarification, that is the exact point where the shooter was positioned, correct? Looking through that window in proximity to, if you give a rangefinder viewers to expose yourself outside that window, is that the shooter's position? No? In relation to that video, where is the shooter's position at? Just further on the left side. And Mr. Harris, can you clarify something? There were ESU agents internal to the building or in proximity to the building and in that location, correct?
I don't know to that specific location, but they were assigned to the AGR building.
And once the call went out that you had a bad actor in, the agents in the building left their position to try to find that individual?
My understanding is he was on the ground moving around the perimeter, and they moved to actively aid in the search along with additional municipal officers. Who were
Does it make sense that ESU agents would be positioned inside the windows so they'd have a better vantage point out into where the X is, where the asset is located?
Could you ask that question again?
It makes sense to me that the ESU agents would be positioned in these windows, the windows that they're talking about in this building, so they could have better eyes on the asset, the president, instead of internal to the building milling about. Is that a fair assessment?
I'm remiss because I don't know what the conversation was and what the responsibility is doing.
I think my concern is if we did have agents, let's just speak hypothetically here, if agents were positioned in these windows in order to provide protection for the asset, and then they were released, and I'm assuming they work in pairs, correct? There's only 2 of them, or is there 4 of them in the building? Do we know the answer?
From my briefings, there were 2.
There were 2. But to me, it would make sense that one would stay behind in order to cover the X, or cover the asset, and then one would engage in activity to find the actor that we're trying to identify, correct? I think my concern is the individuals may and I hate to say this out loud, but if we didn't do due justice and we left that asset exposed because both ESU agents went to look for a bad actor, we just gave the shooter a bowling alley.
I don't know what the responsibilities and the rules of engagement were, not having seen the Secret Service operations plan, and I'm reluctant to speculate at this point, 10 days out, sir. I would rely on the reviews yet to come.
When it comes to Secret Service, talk to Collins Matrix here real quick. When it comes to Secret Service and the local law enforcement, the state law enforcement, I understand that they're housed in the same, is there a common communication channel? And if so, does each agent and each officer that's working the event have, and I'm going to use old terminology, do they have an avalanche call? Do they have a no joy? When they see something that raises the red flag, can any officer radio in, go, no go? We are not told the asset in place. We have somebody that we're looking for. And if they do or if they don't, how many people does that have to go through to get to the right actor in order to say stop?
I don't know.
Okay, we need to figure that out. Because if I'm an ESU agent in this window, I have to radio, a person has to radio somebody, who has to radio somebody else to get to the main person, then to call it, where the dishes are done.
I'm aware of 3 radio systems in operation, PSPs, the Secret Service, and Butler counties.
All communicating on different channels.
Technically, yes, but the integration occurs, I can only speak from PSP, our integration occurs by us having somebody inside of the Secret Service command post. Again, for an incident of this magnitude, in theory, the more people you have on the same channel, if there was a medical emergency or lost 6-year-old and everybody keys up at once, it paralyzes your communication.
I understand that, but if there's one specific channel that you can go to call an avalanche and say, which is freeze the asset. And I think that would be necessary. Now, you mentioned something earlier. You guys done about 20 events this year in Pennsylvania. So, and you spoke, it's common. Now, the military folks in this room are going to understand it's the first month of deployment and the last month of deployment are the most dangerous times to be in combat. One, because you get there the first month, you have no idea what's going on, and then you're there and you get common. You get complacent. And before you leave, that last month, situational awareness kind of dies down a little bit, and that's when bad things happen. There's absolutely nothing common in protecting a president, ever. And as we move forward, I don't want that to be a term that we use, because common just got our former president, shot. And if these assets would have been on high alert, and I'm not saying that they weren't, but when things become common, we get complacent.
I've instructed our commanders moving forward, if there is any, my expectation would be that through the collaboration and the planning of these events, you want more people there, you want people voicing issues and everybody operating on the same page in a unified command. But I have instructed our commanders, the ops plans get reviewed prior to this up through our Deputy Commissioner of Operations, Lieutenant Colonel Bivens, seated here behind me today. But as a result of this, if there are any issues that our people see, we are ordering them to flag them, and we'll work collaboratively moving forward for the remainder of the season and moving forward.
Thanks, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. And our witnesses, at any point where we're going to probably go at least another hour here, if you need to take a break, just let me know and just give me the high sign or a thumbs up. Y'all are okay right now? Are you? Yeah, we can take a break. All right.
All right, so they're taking a 5-minute break, and this is where shit hits the fan, okay? It is really a 5-minute break, and watch what happens when they come back in 5 minutes. So on multiple occasions already, Paris has stated that this took place 2 to 3 minutes before shots fired. Okay, and he was specifically asked minutes, not seconds. And he says, yes, minutes. Okay. And here's what happens when they come back from break. And if anyone is wondering why people think this was an inside job, it's this. Watch what happens after the break.
From New Jersey, Mr. Menendez for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses for appearing here today. I just want to join my colleagues in remembering our colleague, Sheila Jackson-Lee. She was incredible at this job. She was brilliant. She was tenacious.
Of course,
she was tough, but she cared about her district, cared about this country. And perhaps my favorite thing was her taking the 5-minute clock as a recommendation as opposed to a hard set time. But to the matter today, I just want to ask Colonel Paris.
Now, this question was whatever happened during the break. I would love to be a fly on the wall during the break, because the question he's asking is clearly planted for him to ask, and watch what happens.
How many times have you worked for the Secret Service on events like this in Pennsylvania?
So year to date, we're in the low 20s.
So low 20s just this year?
Yes, in an average year, it's about the same number, but given the election year, there's more.
And I'm sorry for not knowing this, but in your entire career, that would make it roughly how many times?
Dozens, I would say.
Okay. But it's
and do you find that there's, for each event, despite whether it's in Philadelphia or Butler, a standard process and set of procedures that are followed every single time?
In terms of the planning
of it? Consistency of the planning of the event?
Yes, I would say there is a consistency of the planning based on my experience, yes.
Not much variation. There is a set plan that the Secret Service administers with its state, county, and local partners?
That's been my experience, yes, sir.
Was there any change or deviation?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. I benefit from so many of my colleagues on this committee who served in law enforcement, served in our military. I did not. I want to ask you a question. From the time that a law enforcement officer was hoisted up, was identified by the shooter turns his rifle on him, how long between that encounter and the first shot?
So I'm glad you asked me that question, Congressman. I'd like to clarify. So it was a matter of seconds.
Okay. Because I think earlier it might have been minutes.
Correct. And I appreciate you asking that question. Allow me to clarify it on the record. When I assigned that number, which again, I don't want to get locked into a timeline of 3 minutes before, that's probably a total amount of time that he was on the roof. When the one local officer hoisted the other one up and subsequently falls, releases himself after being faced with that.
Shooter shuffles across the roof.
He's already, I believe, close to being in his final position there. Okay. And I'm told it's, again, sequence of events, not a timeline based on the prior criteria laid out, but seconds after that is when the first shots rang up.
That's helpful, Chairman, and I were conferring on that because it would have been there's many failures on that day, but it would have been a critical failure if a gunman had turned his rifle on law enforcement and no one had pulled the president off the stage if it was a matter of minutes and seconds.
Thanks for allowing me to clarify.
No, of course, and thank you for answering the question. Just going back to the general process that you've seen over your distinguished career.
All right, so the rest of it was totally useless, and it stays useless for a while. But do you guys realize what just happened? He stated multiple times in the first 2 hours of this hearing that it was multiple minutes. He said 2.5 to 3 minutes between an officer getting a gun in his face, falling off the rooftop, and shots fired. And he just changed his answer to seconds. Okay? And it happened right after a 5-minute break. I know he got a call from somebody that said, you need to correct this on the record. Because if it's true, I'm still questioning that even happened. Okay? I remain questioning. And again, I go back to some of these videos that we have put up. Task and Purpose originally talked about this right here.
While he
During this is the part
up by his partner by standing on his hands so he could look out over the edge of the roof to get eyes on the suspect.
There was no eyewitness that saw this happen. There was no video that saw this happen. I want to see body cam footage from either guy hoisting another one up to look at the shooter, okay? But what we don't have any evidence of this, okay? What we do have, and this is why I know they're lying, okay? This is why in the title it says they're lying. If we go to the videos from Peak Prosperity, and I'm not going to be able to find the exact moment, but in the Peak Prosperity and some of the other videos, first of all, I heard interviews from people that were watching Crooks on the roof. They did interviews. They talked about how they were looking at him for multiple minutes prior to him opening fire or prior to shots fired. We don't even know if he fired any shots. But prior to Crooks firing, there are at least one eyewitness that said, no, of course I would have seen him turn around from his shooting position to point the gun in a different area. The guy clearly said, no, he never turned. He was climbing up the roof because we see the photos of him. So, I mean, these videos are long. They're an hour long. So it's hard to, I can try and find
That building where you could hoist yourself up and fall 8 feet. I don't know where that would be because they don't have any roof lines that look kind of like that. So the whole story is bizarre. And
oh, here we go. Yeah, he's also questioning it.
hit a gun rifle barrel at him, dropped down, as he described it. Lost his grip, dropped down. And then the story just like, well, then what did he do? Right? Did he call anybody? Oh, no, shots rang out shortly thereafter. Like, that's not a number. 10 seconds later, a minute later, 20 minutes later, shortly doesn't count. So there's that. But why was an officer attempting to hoist himself up onto the roof in the first place? It's bizarre because you don't have ladders, like, and you didn't have people should have been up and down onto that roof numerous times already because that's part of the job, right? Even if it was too hot, you didn't want to be up there. You would go up there. You would have a way up there, right? You would know how you would go up there. And second of all, I can't find a single spot on my tour of that building where you could hoist yourself up and fall 8 feet. I don't know where that would be because they don't have any roof lines that look kind of like that. So the whole story is bizarre. And then we want to know exactly where did he hoist himself up, right? And where was he peeking over the edge because there aren't any roof lines like that. The whole thing is weird and it's incomplete, and so that's a problem.
But the bigger thing is there are eyewitnesses that say, no, he never turned away from his shooting position. Not to mention, I don't know if it's in this video or somewhere else.
It's bizarre because you don't have ladders. Like,
I don't think he's analyzing the audio in that video. Oh, that's his newest video. I haven't even seen that one yet. So in the audio analysis.
This is absolutely unbelievably explosive and also just unbelievable. Kim Cheadle's testimony today. Wow, there is a cover-up. She looks like a deer in headlights. This looks
When we're looking at the Patsy on the rooftop here, before shots fired, here, you see him in firing position. And these videos are showing him even crawling up. They don't show him turning around. So there's no way he would have turned around, pointed his gun at an officer, then turned back around and immediately started shooting within seconds. We have video evidence that says that did not happen. They did say the officer was injured, but there's no evidence of this, right? There's no interview with the officer. We don't know the officer's name. We don't have the officer's body. That's what they said, right? Honestly, I'm leaning to the fact that this whole story is made up. I don't think there was an officer that saw him. I'm leaning in that direction. Doesn't mean it didn't happen, but that's basically like we know it didn't happen seconds before because we have video of him pointing the gun before shots fired seconds before. Well, I like this whole thing is absolutely insane. So let's see if there's any other must watch here. Eli Crane, that's the guy that took the video.
I don't recognize Mr. Crane for 5 minutes of question.
He's also a former sniper. Also notice how every single congressman that's a Democrat clearly states for the record, I have no military experience. And every single congressman that has military experience just happens to be a Republican. Just saying.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like the staff to go ahead and play the video that I took at the site yesterday. All right, guys, I'm up here on the building where the supposed sniper did the shot. It's not that steep at all. Just had a 70-year-old man back here climb up on the roof easily. See that water tower behind me? Had Secret Service or anybody had sniper teams up there, this guy wouldn't have made it 5 feet up this roof. He would have been taken out. Behind me, you see the windows that Secret Service was supposedly in the second floor of this building behind. Makes you wonder why they weren't able to quickly dispatch the individual. And then behind me, back over here where those red roofs are, that's where the Can you guys cut it right there, please? president
was giving his speech from.
A lot of questions here in Butler. Got it. Thank you. All right, Colonel Paris, did you notice when you showed up on site what the tallest structure on the site was?
I can't say at the moment that I arrived that I did, no, sir.
Okay. Now that you've had a chance to go back and look over it, what is the tallest structure on that site?
The water tower, sir.
Absolutely. Colonel, do you know how far the water tower was from the roof where the shooter took his shots?
I do not.
160 yards, sir. Who made the decision, Colonel, not to put a counter sniper team on the tallest structure by far on the site with 360-degree surveillance? Do you have any idea?
I do not know, sir.
Okay. We'd like to get that answer. Did you see the video that showed me sticking my phone out the second-story window? Did you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Exposing the coverage of the window of the entire roof. Are you aware that local law enforcement and Secret Service had full access to that building in that room?
My understanding is that they did.
Yeah. Why weren't security teams, sir, on site able to spot a 20-year-old kid with zero camouflage crawling up a white roof with an AR-15 that several rally goers were screaming and yelling and pointing out, and they noticed him, and they weren't even there to conduct security. They were there to watch the president. Do you have any idea why the security teams couldn't find that guy?
I do not, sir.
Would the gentleman yield for just a second on that? So just for clarification, it was the ESU guys that were manning those buildings, and they left because of the call of the suspicious person. So they left their post there to go look for him. They're the same individuals who attempted to climb up the building and were scared away by the shooter pointing the gun, right?
I reclaim my time. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm just wondering why they weren't able to find him, because even while they were...
So this is actually important, right? So the chairman suggests that it was those two ESU guys that were the same ones that left their post. One of them is at least one of those two guys is a sniper. Left their post, and they're the same ones that hoisted the other onto the roof to see the shooter. That's actually not the case. It's not these two, right? Again, it questions, because when he said this, he was not corrected by Paris in saying it wasn't the same two guys. But later on, Paris is going to state for the record that the two guys that did hoist the other to look at the patsy were not the ESU guys that left their post. But why didn't he correct them right here? Probably because he actually had no idea. Someone had to text him to tell him to make sure to put it on the record. This is where this whole thing goes completely bizarre, and this is why no one believes law enforcement, because they're lying. They're lying on live air to you. I'll rewind a little.
To go look for him. They're the same individuals who attempted to climb up the building.
And they weren't even there to conduct security. They were there to watch the president. Do you have any idea why the security teams couldn't find that guy?
I do not, sir.
Would the gentleman yield for just a second on that? So just for clarification, it was the ESU guys that were manning those buildings, and they left because of the call of the suspicious person. So they left their post there to go look for him. They're the same individuals who attempted to climb up the building and were scared away by the shooter pointing the gun, right?
I reclaim my time. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm just wondering why they weren't able to find him, because even while they were looking, they could have still looked out that window that they had access to. All right, Colonel Paris, I'm just going to say it. Are you aware, sir, that many Americans believe this was very likely not a lone shooter, but a coordinated assassination attempt? Have you been getting those messages from people like I have?
I have not, sir.
You haven't? Well, there's a lot of people in this room that have been getting the same messages. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that a lot of Americans are like, this doesn't add up, this doesn't make sense, guys? How could this many things have gone wrong? right? Like the things I pointed out, a 20-year-old kid, got 150 yards of the president of the United States with an AR-15, flew a drone to conduct site surveillance, was spotted with a rangefinder ranging targets, then lost, had advanced explosive devices on him with no military training. Nobody was placed in the most obvious spot to conduct counter-sniper operations. I was a sniper in the SEAL teams, Colonel. As soon as I got out of the SUV and I saw that sniper, that water tower, I was like, that's exactly where I'd be. Put me right there. So obvious. After partisan attempts to bankrupt him, imprison him for 750 years, and countless depictions as a modern-day Hitler, are you surprised, sir, that a lot of Americans are like, maybe there's more to this story?
I wouldn't begin to speculate about what the American people think, sir.
Colonel, did your team make entry and conduct investigation at the suspect's home?
People that participated in that securing of it, there were bomb assets that we provided.
Mr. Chairman, can I have 30 more seconds?
Yeah, I'm letting everybody go.
Okay.
On the night of, since then, none.
Did you get any reports from any of your agents of anything fishy at the home?
I was briefed on.
Was there any silverware found in the home or trash?
I have nothing in the briefing that I was given, sir.
Was it extremely clean, almost like a medical lab? Were you given any of those reports?
I wasn't given any of those details, sir.
Okay, that's what I'm hearing. Interesting. The last thing I want to enter into the record, Mr. Chairman, this is article, opinion from, I believe, the Washington Post by Robert Kagan. A Trump dictatorship is increasingly inevitable. We should stop pretending. This article compares Trump to Caesar and attempts to justify the assassination of President Trump. And I think even though we want to dodge around it and not make this partisan, I think we all know that a lot of this has to do with the rhetoric, the very violent rhetoric that has led up to this. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlemen,
And just for the record, Caesar was the savior of Rome, okay? And the senators, the corrupt Republic of Rome, is the reason why Caesar took control in the first place. And Caesar's biggest mistake was not throwing all of those corrupt senators in prison for the rest of their life. He tried to welcome them back and tried to work with them. And the end result was he got stabbed by all of them on the Senate floor. That's the story of Caesar, okay? And Cato, for who the Cato Institute is named after, is perhaps the most corrupt senator in all of Rome's history, okay? So Cato Institute really needs to change their fucking name because it's embarrassing. All right, let's move on.
yields and so ordered on the entry of that into the record. I now recognize Mr. Burkeen for 5 minutes of testimony or witness questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alexander, would you mind moving that just a little bit forward here so I can, Colonel Paris, can you see that or am I obstructing your view?
I believe I can see it, sir.
Alexander, would you mind? I'm sorry. Can we shift it just a little bit to your left, Alexander? There we go. Okay, better?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is a picture I took yesterday on the grounds, looking out of that second-story window that has the corridor that connects the AGR building, the American Glass Research Building, with where the shooter's location, and I'm gonna stand up and I'm gonna point to the shooter's location as we were made aware. From that X is where the shooter was shared with us. His body was found. From this viewpoint, there's some videos that make it look like he's more this direction, but from the perception, it kind of is confusing. But he was more towards that opposite side. This window, second story, it's the second window from the right side. That window has this view where they could clearly, those ESU officers that were stationed, given access by the property owner to that window, could see the shooter had they been stayed in that man position. This is there moving towards the location of President Trump with the red barns back here. His stage was right in front of that. And you can see a window here that is absolutely going to obstruct the view to be able to look to the 20 or 30 different barn structures, the cattle building, the sheep building, the hog building, the rodeo arena by the pond. The many structures are 50 buildings within a 500-yard radius of where President Trump was at. So many vulnerabilities. Do you see a problem with that window being in the way of someone being able from this position to be able to take care of the asset?
A casement window would present a tactical concern for full field.
And I understand potentially, this was air conditioning on top of the second story building wasn't, so maybe that was a consideration. But ultimately, Secret Service is the one who made the determination of placement or contacting or making sure the plan was in coordination with the property owner for gaining admittance from the property owner for the second story window. Is that correct? That was Secret Service's plan.
Correct. Ultimately, it's on this.
It's on Secret Service for that plan. All right. My question is, if it's their plan, did they not indicate that someone had to stay manned in that location? Because we're being told that when the two officers, local PD, were trying to lift themselves on the opposite side to get a look at the gentleman, and he turns his gun and they dropped off the building. This would have been a perfect opportunity. Someone would be on the radio. They could have taken him out from this location. Did the Secret Service plan not include directives from staying in those positions?
I don't know, sir.
You don't know. All right, here's another question. With the 2 minutes that you said that there was an opportunity from the time that they were hoisted up, looked at the shooter, you're given the responsibility, as this is delegated out of perimeter, to secure the area, Why weren't they able to immediately call their supervisor, who would then be authorized to issue a hold on the asset or a get him off the stage call? Why does it have to be, as your testimony says, they took a picture, sent it to Secret Service 20 minutes before the incident, the shooting, and they have to wait for a response? Why is not the line of communication? I understand they're on different radio frequencies. Why were they not empowered to say, if we send something suspicious, then state police, local law enforcement, sheriff's department, each one, the head official of each one of those departments, if we entrusted them with enough responsibility to secure that environment, then we ought to give them the responsibility to issue a hold call because of something that they see as a threat. Are they empowered to do that, or does it have to all go through Secret Service to issue a hold?
I can only say what I know about the state police operations plan, and I do not know the answer to your question, sir.
So
I do not know the answer. I don't know what the protocol would be to issue the hold order. And just as a point of clarification that I tried to clean up with the congressman from New Jersey before, when the two municipal officers were, one was hoisted.
Can I jump on that? 2 to 3 minutes, because I got limited time here.
Just to make sure that was seconds before. That was seconds before Crooks started firing.
Okay, you had said earlier today it was 2 to 3 minutes, but you're saying seconds
before.
before.
The second time, yes, sir.
Okay, but even if they're hoisting, your testimony today, if I understood you correctly, it was 2 different officers that were hoisting to get a look at him, not the ones who were manned in this view.
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay, so had they remained in there, they immediately would have seen the incident taking place, that they were on the same line of communication, and they could have taken the asset out.
I'm remiss to say that because I don't know what their general rules of engagement and assignment were from the Secret Service.
It just looks to me like a major breakdown of communication. This procedure looks to me like it is lapsed with the ability of someone who, if they entrust them with the ability to secure these perimeter, they ought to be empowered enough to be able to give the authority on their comms to issue a hold. I don't understand that. With that, I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. And I'm going to say this because I have thoroughly enjoyed both of your testimony today. And there are a lot
This guy didn't say anything useful.
of guys up here on both sides of the aisle that are charged about this, that their emotion is not intended to communicate a lack of trust in the.
Okay, so this is where it turns to crap. By the way, I'm only playing you guys the interesting stuff. And I'm only playing Republicans because they're the only ones that seem to be asking relevant questions. Occasionally I play a Democrat, right? But almost always it's a Republican because the Democrats were just wasting time and turning this into a clown show. Let's move on. We're almost done with this video. There's one more. And so Mike Kelly is the congressman from Butler. So I am going to play him. He didn't ask any questions.
He occurred. Fine representative from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly.
But he had a good speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate Chairman Green's allowing me to be here and then also to be in Butler yesterday, where it's my hometown. I'm 4 miles from this location. My concern actually started on July the 5th when I was told that former President Trump was coming to Butler, and I said, that's great. And they said, yeah, and he's going to be at the Butler Farm Show. I said, you must mean the big Butler Fair. They said, no, the Butler Farm Show. I said, who did a site visit? The answer is, we've already made our determination. My question was, so then what you just told me is nobody's been to that site. I will just tell you right now that what you are planning there is not proper for the crowd that's going to show up. At that point, the person on the phone said, Mr. Kelly, there'll be 6,000 or 7,000 people there. I said, well, that tells me even more about the fact that you have no idea where you're going. And historically, what has happened whenever the President Trump had come to Butler, we got 55,000 people at that rally. He said that was before, when he was president. He's no longer president. So being there, not only just myself, but also my wife, 3 of my grandchildren, 1 of my sons, and so many friends that were there that day, I think it all comes down to the same question that we always ask when we get to these situations. What did we know and when did we know it? And I think forever now, people are going to look at what happened and say, we knew there was something wrong. We could see it. I would just put to you that had we acted quicker, Mr. Compratore would still be alive today. President Trump would not have been wounded, and 2 other people who were that day would not have been wounded. And in a greater sense, the American people have been wounded in a way that they have lost faith, trust, and confidence in how we protect certain people. This goes far beyond that, and I appreciate you both being here, and I'll tell you what, you really have given us testimony based on what your whole careers have been about, and that is protecting people. For some reason, on July 13th, we knew something was wrong. Every person I've talked to that was there that day or responsible for protection says, we did our job. And I said, so then you're saying that somebody else didn't do their job? And the answer is, well, that's to be decided later on. So I would just say, first of all, I meant what I said. I think the American people now are deeply wounded, and the faith, trust, and confidence we need to have in our government has been fading for too long. I was there with the Pennsylvania State Police. I've talked to the Pennsylvania Police since then. Mr. Yost, thank you for your career. But at the end of the day, we don't have the answers we need to have. And I said it earlier, and I mean it. There is no reason for Corey Compratore to be dead today. There is no reason for President Trump to have been wounded, or 2 other members in the audience that day to have been wounded, had we done what we knew before we let it go any further than that. That could have been stopped early on. Nobody can convince me that when people see somebody on the roof of a building
and pointing to him and yelling, there's somebody up there, it needs to be taken care of. And other people who were there that eyewitnesses said they watched him go onto those grounds. And every time they said, there's something wrong, somebody is going in the wrong direction and shouldn't be there. And the answer comes down, you don't know what you're talking about. There's nobody there. So as we continue looking at this, and I think that we had a lot of testimony today, and again, I thank you for being there, but I just submit to you that the victims of that day, innocent people, none of it had to happen. We knew beforehand, and we could have prevented it, but we failed to act when we should have acted. So I appreciate your careers and everything you've done. And Chairman, I appreciate the fact that I've been able to be here today and that you came to our town yesterday, in a town that I have lived. This spot is a place I've been at many, many, many times. I just cannot understand why we didn't act when we knew there was something wrong. At the very least, they could have taken President Trump off the podium, and some of the other activity after that never would have taken place. So thank you for having me here, and thank you both. Colonel, Mr. Yost, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it, but there is far, far more we have to learn. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We're going to do another round of questioning, and I don't know, Mr. Gray, if you were going to want to ask any other questions. Or, okay, sounds good. So you'll follow me, and then we'll go around. I just want to get back to this text message that was sent at about 20 to 25 minutes prior. That text message was a picture of Crooks. Was it a picture of him pointing the rangefinder or of him just looking suspicious?
Chairman, I have not seen the picture that was sent, so I don't know. But my understanding is, to the best of my briefings, it was the pictures that were initially taken by Butler ESU.
Okay, so that was the 62-minute prior. Okay. At 20, 25 minutes prior, though, someone saw him pointing a rangefinder and taking range estimation or range readings, right?
I don't want to speculate as to what he actually was doing with the rangefinder, but the rangefinder, my understanding is, was the heightened suspicion, yes, sir.
And he was pointing it. Because a rangefinder, I guess you can have it digital and do it like this, but there are also rangefinders you look through and you have a reading. Do you know description of the rangefinder?
It was not briefed to me.
Okay, but there was concern, and that was relayed to the command post, and that was a PSB guy in the Secret Service command post via a text message 20-something minutes before, and you'd think it included the fact that the guy had a rangefinder.
My understanding is, yes.
Okay. Okay. Then you mentioned that the two ESU guys that were in the second story, in truth, to me, it appears to be a second building behind it that got joined by all these different, the breakup of that whole complex and the intricacies of, places to hide and move around, all the little alleyways, is because they built tunnelways, or not tunnels, but hallways that were covered between each of these different buildings. So it's actually a separate building with a amended, yeah. So there are two guys in that building. They leave to go look for the guy, the suspicious person.
My understanding is, yes, according to interviews.
So they were not manning, they did not have oversight on that rooftop because they were out looking for the guy.
Correct. My understanding is it was the grounds around there, to see it photographed now or on your tour yesterday, without scores of people traversing from different parking areas to make ingress into the secure perimeter, that there was a concerted effort to try and identify and make contact with him.
Sure.
In conjunction with I was briefed that there were two other suspicious individuals that simultaneous to this, not terribly too far away, distance-wise, I don't have the specifics, but those all occurring contemporaneously.
But one of them, Crooks, had a rangefinder, and so they leave and they go, look, he's suspicious. That leaves that building with two sets of eyes that could have observed it, granted, by exposing themselves. And by the way, I would think they could stay in the building as opposed to being on top of it for their own sort of defilade position. I get that as a sniper works, but you got to be able to see it. So anyway, they leave. Was Secret Service notified that they were leaving to go look for this guy, and thus those eyes on top of the building?
I do not know, and the other thing that I do not know is where else Butler ESU sent that information. I have not been briefed on that.
Who told them to go look? Do you know if they were told to go look?
I do not know, sir.
We just know that they did go look.
Yes, sir. And I said a very concerted effort with all of those alcoves and all of those buildings was made. There were two additional officers who, again, I don't know the specifics of the timeline. I don't know the specifics of the logistics of how that information was relayed, but I'm briefed that they came and they made a very concerted effort to try and locate Crooks.
But it seems to me that was leaving that extra set of eyes on top of the building. It would be something if I were the site commander at that point, I'd want to know two guys are leaving a post where they have observation on a building, and that somebody relayed that to me so that I would know, wait a minute, now two sets of eyes that were on the building. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you pull security, if you pull your lateral security in an ambush or something, I'm talking like an Army guy now. The commander's going to know that guy's moved away from there and now he's got a blind spot, right? So I just want to make sure, I want to dig into that a little more. Obviously, you don't have the answer, so we'll dig elsewhere. But I find it interesting that they leave, this guy is so suspicious, has a rangefinder, they leave their post that they are manning to go look for him, yet Secret Service, and they get told about it 20 to 25 minutes beforehand, but Secret Service still lets the president go on stage. I'm just totally blown away by that. But again, there's more details to be had. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. I'm going to turn it over now to the ranking member for his 5 minutes questioning.
Gentlemen, thank you for being here today.
All right, this is going to be silly.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Colonel Harris
very good
and Mr. Hughes, I appreciate your patience in being and continuing through this questioning. And I would submit that I think your candor, Colonel Paris, has been very refreshing, and it paints a clear contrast from what was the testimony of the Director of the Secret Service yesterday, who's now resigned. But her resignation doesn't resolve a thing. And in fact, the criminal investigation that your department is undertaking, that presumably Butler authorities may be involved in, FBI is undertaking, those don't really resolve anything. They affix criminal liability of someone who's presumably, if they acted alone, is dead. What is the most important issue is we have a national security crisis. We have right now, the only person who's been inactivated, as I understand it, is the sharpshooter who took the perp out. The people who made what appear to be unbelievably horrendous decisions. You can't even imagine. It boggles the mind, the decisions that were made. They're still in place. And we have multiple protectees moving around the country every day. And those same people, I don't even know if they've changed anything about what they're doing. Presumably you would think so, but we don't know that. So I think we need to learn as much as possible from you. I will say as a note of departure, I don't think, from what I've heard, you've made pretty clear the Pennsylvania State Police didn't do anything wrong. I don't know whether Butler County ESU might have done something wrong. So let me bear into that. Okay, all right. But it's clear to me as a bell that Secret Service, and that's everyone's characterized as a colossal failure because it's obvious to everyone concerned that that's the case. The two who were, I'm going to get one thing I understand transpired while I was absent from the hearing for a bit. Do I understand that the two Butler ESU officers who one hoisted the other to the roof line where the crooks turned and leveled the rifle at him, those were two different ESU officers than the ones that originally spotted crooks from the second floor? Is that correct?
So just to be clear, my understanding is the two officers that responded and one hoisted up the second one were not part of Butler ESU. They were two separate municipal officers who were tasked with a different responsibility. I would speculate as an example to say a traffic post or
understood.
And they responded. I don't know again the specifics as to how they were alerted, but just to be clear, they were two separate. Yes, sir.
Okay. The Butler ESU officers who spotted crooks, do I understand correctly they spotted him from the second floor of the AGR building?
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
Were they posted there in order to maintain overwatch on the roof, or were they generally assigned roving responsibility to be in the vicinity of that building?
I can't answer that, and I would defer to the Secret Service as to what the communication was and the assignment given.
Yeah, put that picture of the building up. I see, because I asked for it. I don't even know if I'll fit it in at this point. So that's, you see, so the crooks was on the building directly facing the camera here, and you see the window open to the left. That's the second story of the AGR building where those ESU officers spotted crooks, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Did they advise their senior, their command, that they were departing that location to look for crooks? Do you know that?
I do not know, sir.
Why did they stay away from that position for so long? If I understand correctly, the picture of crooks was texted about 25 minutes ahead of the shooting. Is that correct, first of all?
Could you ask me that one more time, sir? I just want to make sure.
Was the picture of crooks that they took, did they take that picture and send it to their command about 25 minutes before the shooting?
What I want to be specific about is when the PSP member in the command post received it. And I believe that's in the vicinity of 20 to 25 minutes with the caveat prior put on the record about a series of events, not a timeline minute by minute.
So you don't know whether they...
I don't specifically know. I believe the pictures of crooks were taken at some point before that when he was identified as being suspicious based on my prior testimony from the briefings that I had because he was...
Okay, I get it. At least we've got a fairly long numbers of minutes, 10, 15, 20 minutes. Why did they not return to that post? Do you know that?
I do not know, sir. My understanding is that there was a very concerted effort at that point to actively search and locate him and dispel that suspicion.
You mentioned that you have asked for and not received, I don't know if you call it the site plan, but from the Secret Service has not been given to you. Has there been anything else that you've asked for in the course of your investigation that's been denied or made inaccessible to you other than the site plan?
Again, I want to be clear. No, I'm not aware of anything else that we've asked for, and we have not been denied. I just believe we haven't received it yet, so I want to make sure I'm not mischaracterizing that we asked for it and we have yet to receive it.
Yeah, we never get denied stuff. We just never get it. My time having expired, I recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lilotto.
Thank you, Chairman. Colonel, I want to reiterate the appreciation this committee has for your energy. Thank you, Chairman. I yield.
Chairman yields back, and Chairman Green's going to return momentarily, so I want to keep the hearing going pending his return, and I've got a few more questions, but and so I will call the third round of questioning, and let me then recognize myself for 5 minutes. Colonel Paris, did you say, I think I heard you say in the course of the hearing that you believe Mr. Crooks fired 8 shots and that 8 shell casings were recovered? Did I hear that?
Yes.
Okay. Were they all recovered in the vicinity of his body?
I'm told that they were.
When the information, let's see, the information concerning having identified Crooks as a suspicious figure was relayed and the text message was sent to the Secret Service Command Center. PSP was present, I understand, is that correct?
The PSP member who received those from Butler ESU?
That's what I want to clarify first. Was it a PSP member who received that text?
So I can comment that it was a PSP member who received that from Butler ESU.
And passed it and then advised Secret Service?
Immediately advised Secret Service and then passed it at their direction.
To a telephone number, texted the information to a telephone number.
That's what I was briefed.
It was given by the Secret Service representative. Did the Secret Service representative indicate to whom that connected? Who was being sent the information via that number?
I do not know. Our understanding was from an interview that we conducted that it was some sort of tactical asset of the Secret Service.
Was there any comment or discussion in the command center about the advisability of keeping the president off the stage until the matter was resolved, either at that moment or later?
I do not know, and I would only underscore what I said before, the distinction between suspicion versus a threat. At that point, I think concerning, but it was still, the perspective at the time was suspicious and not yet a threat.
How did, so the information was relayed from ESU officers to a PSP officer. Is that, do I understand that correct?
Yes.
Did ESU have command officers in the command center?
That was asked earlier, and like I said, I received a briefing that my understanding was that there were Butler County representatives in the command post, but I cannot definitively tell you from any briefings that I've had who and when they were there.
Do you have any insight why the Butler ESU officers transmitted that information to a PSP representative rather than to a Butler ESU representative in the command center?
I understand that there was, the Butler ESU person from whom it came and the PSP member to whom it was sent they essentially knew one another.
Was there any mechanism in place to monitor the location presence of the ESU officers who were at the second floor window and departed from there to go look for crooks? Was that any kind of communication ongoing in the command center with that about that?
I don't know.
Right. Is that a regular practice in PSP operations to have someone monitoring the location, presence, posting, absence from posts of members of your force?
I would say in general, you need to know where your assets are deployed, but I would also say, depending on what the prior rules of engagement are, there may be a situation that could realistically, outside of the example we're discussing today, that
All right, guys. This video has gone on for almost 2 hours, and I only played. There are so many crazy parts I can play. Like some of these things were really clownish. It's out of control what some of these guys use the time for. It's not as bad as the next video. So here's my question. This is another Senate hearing from today with the head of the FBI. I, of course, watched it all and put timestamps on the good parts to watch and the crazy parts to watch. Are we gonna are we gonna keep going? I mean, I can do this all night. And I haven't eaten in 2 days, by the way. Right now it is 9 p.m. here in Panama. It's been over 48 hours since I had anything to eat. And I had about maybe 3 cups of tea and maybe 2 glasses of water. So that's been my 48 hours. I'm not saying this because I want to go eat. I'm saying this, are you guys willing or want to keep going as we do the same exact thing with another Senate hearing? And it looks like I got 81% yes. All right. 80-20. Well, it's the 80-20 rule. Let's go. This was the hearing with the head of the FBI. So remember how the questions for Cheetal, whatever her name is, she kept deferring to the FBI. Well, now they got the FBI guy up there. And guess what happened? All the questions they were asking him, most of those questions were questions to be answered by the Secret Service, not the FBI. The few questions that they did ask to him, the very few questions of relevance that the FBI could have answered, he barely answered any of them. This was one of the biggest clown shows I have ever seen in my life, and we're going to go through it. So here we go. I'm not going to play the opening statements. Now, Jerry Nadler, he's the ranking guy. So he's the Jim Jordan, who I think is one of the best. Jim Jordan is one of the 5 best congressmen in the United States. He's in my top 5. I know I'd have to cut somebody out. Paulina Luna is in my top 5. Geets is usually hovering around top 5. Massey is probably number 1. But whoever I have to take out, Jim Jordan will be in my top 5. Okay, but this guy, the second guy in charge, was an absolute menace. What a disgrace that guy was.
He previously served as the assistant
All he wanted to do was talk about banning guns. He literally spoke politics, how evil Republicans are, didn't even acknowledge that July 13th assassination attempt even took place, okay? The FBI's director opening statement was totally useless, didn't say anything. Now, here we go. Same exact guy, hand clap to Dan Bishop. Dan Bishop is a champ. He's been asking good questions at all three of these hearings. I think Dan Bishop was also in the first hearing. So shout out to Dan Bishop. We ended with him from yesterday's hearing. We're going to start with him in today's hearing. If it works. Let me refresh.
Safe, and I pray that today we can focus on the real substantive work of the agency. It is the least we.
That's the menace. Total menace. All he wanted to do was talk politics. Why is this not playing like the other one was?
Our country in these times. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness. The Honorable Christopher Vays has been the director of the FBI since 2017. He previously served as the Assistant Attorney General for the Criminal Division of the Department of Justice, the Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General, and Associate Deputy Attorney General, and as Assistant U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Georgia. Again, Director Vays, you've been here many times. We appreciate you being here today. Look forward to your testimony and answering our questions. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand?
Additional leads out there. So part of our goal is not just to respect the ongoing investigation process, but also to make sure that we don't prematurely provide information that then 2 days later turns out to be different than what we told people, because that's very much kind of a natural part of any investigation.
So did Crooks fire 8 shots?
We have recovered 8 cartridges on the roof.
Why was...
Did you hear that answer? The question was, did Crooks fire 8 shots? And the answer is, we recovered 8 cartridges. I don't know how many, gun experts we have in our live chat right now. I am not a gun expert. As I've stated in prior videos, I've shot guns 3, maybe 4 times in my life. Okay? I've shot an AR-15 three of those times. Okay? There are bullets, there are cartridges, and there are casings. And the question had nothing to do with any of them. The question was, did Crooks fire 8 shots? And you have to listen to his answer one more time. Hey guys, I'm tempted to crash my Chrome and restart it like I did last time.
Investigation, given the sheer nature of it. We have provided a lot of information. I expect to continue to provide information. I expect to be able to provide some additional information here today in response to your questions and your colleagues. But part of the issue is that, as like in any investigation, as we proceed, facts evolve. Our understanding of what somebody said turns out to have more context that we didn't have before. We have additional leads out there. So part of our goal is not just to respect the ongoing investigation process, but also to make sure that we don't prematurely provide information that then 2 days later turns out to be different than what we told people, because that's very much kind of a natural part of any investigation.
So did Crooks fire 8 shots?
We have recovered 8 cartridges on the roof.
Let's assume by cartridges he meant casings. Okay? He's still not answering the question. He didn't say, yes, Crooks fired 8 shots. We recovered 8 casings on the roof. He doesn't even say it was on the roof. He says we recovered 8 casings. This is how you answer a question that wasn't asked in a way that you're not going to be held in contempt of court. Lying to Congress, perjury, even though they would never put him on charges of perjury.
Why was Crooks allowed to get off 8 shots?
Well, that I think is something we're still digging into. Again, maybe this is a good place for me to make clear the different investigations that are going on. So, because certainly I understand.
Well, given that I've only got 3 minutes left, and I know other members, I'm really interested because I appreciate your invitation. You said you're prepared to disclose things as questions are asked. So I don't want to waste time. I just want to get to the questions that might, and as many members as can, ask questions that you'll answer. I actually think I'd be glad for you to go on soliloquy, frankly, and tell us what you know. I think the American people want to know. Why was President Trump not kept off the stage?
We don't know the answer to that, but I want to be clear, and this is important because I think it goes to questions that I can and cannot answer. Our investigation, the FBI's mandate, is focused on the shooter and all things related to his attack. Now, obviously, I understand very much the intense interest and focus on the Secret Service's performance, actions, decision-making, et cetera. There are two separate after-action reviews, the DHS Inspector General and the outside independent panel has been convened to focus on that. Now, our investigation will obviously overlap with that.
Here's the problem. We're out 13 days, and you say we've been disclosing. You know, we had the director or the colonel from the Pennsylvania State Police in front of Homeland yesterday. He was quite candid. He disclosed to us that Butler Emergency Services Unit personnel were posted into the windows on the second floor of the AGR building, that they left there to go pursue the person that they spotted, Crooks, that they texted a photo of Crooks to the PSP representative in the command center. That information was relayed to the United States Secret Service. They asked that it be texted to someone else. That was many minutes before President Trump took the stand. What we don't know is why were they not keeping him off the stand? And to the extent, you know, I know we always hear when there's a criminal investigation, you got to wait for that to develop. But do you have any reason to? Do you have any other target of your criminal investigation other than Crooks, who's dead?
We are investigating the shooter both to determine his motive and his preparations and activities before the shooting, but also to make sure whether or not there are any co-conspirators, accomplices.
At this point, have you developed any evidence to so suggest that there are any accomplices or cooperators or assisters?
Not at this time, but again, the investigation's ongoing.
So here's the thing. While we wait, maybe for months, and I hate to say this, I'm not trying to take a pot shot, but the country went for years with the understanding that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation as offered by respected former intel officials, and the whole time the FBI had the laptop, and then let that happen in public until finally offering testimony in a case. To the degree we wait to hear as a country and as a Congress what has happened in this event, because the FBI is conducting an investigation, it provides quarter for the U.S. Secret Service not perhaps to reckon with the problems that are obvious to everyone. So let's get a couple in while I've got 13 more seconds. One more question perhaps. Senator Grassley says that the records of the day show that there was a counter unmanned aerial surveillance operator on site. Was there? And why did that person not prevent Crooks from being able to use a drone?
So again, questions about the Secret Service's performance are better directed to those other reviews. What I can tell you when it comes to drones is that Crooks himself had a drone, and I'm prepared to answer questions here today about the shooter and his use of the drone, for example.
My time's expired.
Right, so what people need to realize is, control my camera. What people need to realize is FBI was not there officially. And I'm going to use the word officially in quotes, right? I am 95% confident that the FBI was there in a similar capacity that they were there on January 6th, okay? So as you guys know, my view is that this was completely an inside job. Like, I don't know how this is possibly debatable that Crooks wasn't some kind of patsy. I'm questioning that he got off any shots, okay? Now, officially, the FBI was not there, okay? And the FBI's priority is to, well, official priority, and I use the word loosely, is to figure out what happened, okay? They can't answer procedural questions of what should have been done on the ground. The FBI also does not do security. That's not their job, okay? They have other shitty jobs, but protecting people is not one of their jobs. So they have no comment on operations. They didn't put together the plan. They didn't execute the plan that we know of. It depends on the plan, right? But they were asking him so many questions that should have been asked to Secret Service. And the questions they did ask him were silly, except occasionally, like in this case of how many shots did Crooks fire, which he did not answer at all. So let's go on.
Yields back to ranking members recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said in my opening statement, political violence is a scourge and entirely unacceptable no matter the source or the target. Last October, far-right conspiracy theorists broke into Nancy Pelosi's home and bludgeoned her husband. Prominent Republicans mocked the attack and promoted conspiracy theories about it.
So this guy spent his entire 5 minutes praising the FBI and talking shit about Republicans. So we're going to move on. By the way, that happened way too often. Let's go back to Jim Jordan. What a menace this guy is. Good Lord. He wasn't the worst by far, though. There were so many worse. Hey guys, I'm gonna stop my. I'm gonna restart my browser. I'm gonna restart my browser. I'm gonna come off screen share. I'm gonna restart my browser. It's not gonna end the stream. I'm gonna restart my browser. And now we can go back to screen share. Hopefully it works back. Though I could be wrong.
Recognizing the fact that we no longer have one of our great members with us, Sheila Jackson Lee, as we all know, passed away. She was a dedicated public servant. Her service on this committee, excuse me, spanned nearly 3 decades and included shepherding through countless pieces of legislation. I said yesterday at subcommittee hearing that I don't know that there was any member of Congress who got more out of 5 minutes than Sheila Jackson Lee did. And she was just a pleasant spirit who...
I found where that video is coming from. Let me close that. All right, let's see if this works now.
As I said in my opening statement, political violence is a scourge and entirely unacceptable no matter the source or the target.
Yeah, that's the menace guy. We're skipping him.
And person of color. It's not a new theme for them. In May, Chairman Jordan wrote to you claiming that because of DEI initiatives, the FBI is no longer hiring, quote, the best and brightest candidates to fill the position of special agent. With remaining time...
He was praising DEI as well. This guy was praising DEI. Hey guys, it's not working. So we may have to end the stream. Really wanted to go through this too. I know I have a lot of tabs, but this will work the moment I stop Zoom. But Zoom really messes it all up. Not much I can do, guys. Not much I can do.
And most of our applicants, I think something like 50% of
I have memory.
them are coming from military or law enforcement backgrounds. About 50% of them also have advanced degrees. The average age is around 30.
I got memory space.
And to suggest that those people, because of efforts related to diversity or anything.
Yeah, so he was basically praising DEI and talking about why Republicans are giving him shit. All right, I can close some of these tabs. We can always go back.
And to suggest that those people, because of efforts related to diversity or anything like that, are less qualified, frankly, is not at all consistent with what I see. Having visited all of our field offices and seen these young people in action, I think is an insult to those hardworking men and women who've signed up to dedicate their lives.
The 609, when this is based, I think, on the information you've given the Congress. 609, when the shooters identified.
And to suggest that those people, because of efforts at the moment, it looks to us, again, ongoing review, and I can't say that too many times. At a moment, it looks like because of the on-off position on the receivers, that if he had tried to detonate those devices from the roof, it would not have worked. But that doesn't mean the explosives weren't dangerous.
And I'm sure we're going to get into all these subjects a little bit later as well. Tell us what you can about the encrypted platforms we've heard about.
So one of the things that we're drilling into hard with the shooter in an effort to try to learn more about his state of mind, his motive, his ideology, his contacts, everything else, is to look at all of his devices, any social media accounts he had, et cetera. And one of the things we've learned in finally getting into his phone, which was also a significant technical challenge from an encryption perspective, but in addition, once we got on the phone, it turned out he was using some encrypted messaging application.
And again, the same question relative to the bombs. Was this pretty sophisticated, or is this the kind of the norm you see with folks like, similar situation? How would you
on this subject, I would say this has unfortunately now become very commonplace, and it's a real challenge for not just the FBI, but state and local law enforcement all over the
Tell me exactly the scope of, does the scope of your investigation include what I
Maybe I shouldn't have done that.
what I call that critical 5 minutes from when the 6:09, when this is based, I think, on information you've given to Congress, 6:09 when the shooter's identified on the roof, and 6:14 when President Trump is ultimately escorted off, and all that happens, the shots that take place in between there. Do you have access to the communications that were going on at the time in that critical 5 minutes?
So our investigation, when you say scope, our investigation includes that time frame, although focused again on the shooter himself.
I understand. The shooter's involved in that. He's obviously involved in that time frame.
Correct. And as part of that, as part of our focus, our investigation of the shooter and the attack, of course, we are interviewing law enforcement from the scene because those are some of the most significant witnesses, and we're obviously getting access to their materials and that kind of thing. And the Secret Service
getting access to cooperative. You have access to the communications that exist there.
That exact question, I don't. As I sit here at the moment, I don't know the exact answer to that question, but I know the Secret Service has been. Cooperative with us.
The Congress would like access to those communications as well. I mean, not just that 5 minutes, although I think that's the critical time frame. There's lots of communications we'd love to have access as well. I see my time is up, and they have called votes on the floor. I think there are about 6 minutes left in votes. The committee will stand in recess until approximately 10 minutes after votes conclude on the House floor.
Okay, so it should be good now. Sorry, guys. This was cringy to watch. Some of this was so bad. I almost want to make you go through the same pain that I went through. Let me show you how painful some of this was. This is Hank Johnson. I'm not familiar with the work of Hank Johnson, but I think he has to be and I can't really use the R word, but I've used this word before on myself. This is how painful some of this stuff was.
We share with Secret Service on a number of levels in a timely way, and to my knowledge, that has consistently been followed.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Get ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Director Wray. Director Wray, the FBI is the independent law enforcement agency under the Department of Justice. Is that correct?
Yes.
And does the FBI director currently report to anyone?
Well, you mean in a chain of command reporting structure kind of thing? Yeah, so the FBI is part of the Justice Department. On the org chart, you would see that the FBI director, and it's been true for decades, reports to the Deputy Attorney General, who reports to the Attorney General. Obviously, reports in a communication sense. I report to any number of people.
As opposed to a micromanagement reporting system?
Correct.
And you would take issue, would you not, with any proposal that would change or alter that chain of command and place you or place a FBI director in the position of reporting directly to the president? Would you not? You would oppose that?
I don't think that would be a wise reporting structure. I think the structure that we've had for decades now makes sense. I think there's a difference between independence in a sort of organizational structure perspective and independence in terms of the way you do the work. Obviously, the FBI is part of the Justice Department.
Well, reporting directly to the president would eliminate your independence, would it not?
I don't think it would help.
Yeah. And you're familiar with Project 2025, are you not?
I mean, I've seen news reports about it. I'm not really familiar with it.
You're aware that it is a game plan for President Trump's first 120 days in office, correct?
I'm really not familiar with the details. I've seen reports about it.
It is, and what he proposes to do is to force the FBI director to appoint report directly to him. That's what he wants to do within the first 120 days. He also wants to eliminate the position of FBI General Counsel. That is also set forth in Project 2025. How would you recommend that?
I think the FBI's Office of General Counsel serves an incredibly important role, including in terms of advising our workforce. We have 38,000 people. The idea of having an organization like ours, an independent law enforcement agency like ours that doesn't have its own general counsel's office doesn't make sense to me.
Well, it would seem like any proposal that would force the director to report to the president, and then there would be no legal counsel for the director of the FBI. That seems like it's an attempt to neuter the FBI and render it accountable only to the president. Isn't that correct?
Well, let me put it this way. I recognize that the FBI director, this FBI director and every FBI director before me serves at the pleasure of the president. And that's part of our system. I was appointed by President Trump. I respect that. I think that's a part of our structure. But independence in terms of how we do our work is what matters to me. And we need to be able to do our work in a way that is free from political interference.
Well, you wouldn't be able to do that by reporting everything you do to the president and getting his authority and approval before you take action, correct?
I don't think that would be a wise approach.
And then there's even a proposal to replace many of those 38,000 dedicated civil servants who work for the FBI, replace them with a MAGA group that has pledged its allegiance to Donald Trump. What danger would that bring to the FBI if that were to happen?
Well, again, I haven't read or reviewed this thing that you're referring to.
What I say is true.
But the FBI is made up of 38,000 dedicated career law enforcement professionals. It has no political appointees of any kind, unless you count me as a nominee of the former president. I don't think that should change. I think that is part of how we do our work.
Being the employees of the FBI.
We're coming up on 116 years of the FBI, and that's the way it has been for 116 years.
It would be crazy to take 38,000 MAGA loyalists and put them at the FBI. That's frightening. That's what Project 2025 proposes, and I'm glad to know that you are not with that program, and with that I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Was the shooter?
All right, that, I mean, how, what, this is a hearing to ask questions to the FBI about what happened on July 13th, where Trump got shot. This is how this guy spent his 5 minutes. And you know what? He wasn't the only one. He might have been the worst, but he had lots of competition. Lots of competition. It was unbearable watching all of this. He actually believes that random 38,000 mega people will replace FBI agents under Trump. It was a circus. This was the worst hearing of them all. Let's go. And I'm even disappointed at Gates.
Shooter on the FBI's radar in any way prior to the assassination attempt?
We did not have any.
He's usually excellent.
I don't think that would be a wise approach.
And then there's even a proposal to replace the employees of the FBI.
We're coming shooter. He was not in our holdings before the shooting.
No.
Hold on. I do need to.
Group
I gotta get the right spot.
that
My bad,
has
guys.
pledged its allegiance to Donald Trump.
Florida is recognized.
Was the shooter on the FBI's radar in any way prior to the assassination attempt?
We did not have any information about the shooter. He was not in our holdings before the shooting.
No communication in any chat rooms, no CIs or confidential human sources have any interaction?
No, we've run a thorough search for the subject through all of our holdings, and he was not in them anywhere.
Were there any FBI agents or informants present at the Trump rally in Butler?
Not to my knowledge.
And Mr. Jordan was talking to you about Iran. Were law enforcement resources diverted from the protection of President Trump to John Bolton as a consequence of concern that Mr. Bolton might have been the target of Iranian malign efforts?
That's really a Secret Service decision. I don't know the answer to that. That's really something they would know better. What I can tell you is that there are a number of individuals. You mentioned one who we've brought a case, a specific criminal case for the Iranians targeting for assassination. But how?
Are you going to get that answer to us? Whether or not resources were diverted from Trump to Bolton? Is that just going to be part of your review?
I think that's going to be part of the reviews by the Inspector General.
The Inspector General for DHS, right?
Of DHS,
Right.
and the outside panel.
I think that's an important point because the Inspector General for DHS has really fallen out of favor with the administration because he's been pointing out all the problems on the border with Mayorkas and Biden, and we're always kind of worried that they're about to fire him, which would be a really bad idea now that this role that you've identified is so critical. It'd be a bad idea to fire the IG for DHS during the pendency of this, right, Mr. Director?
I don't think that would be a good idea.
I'm with you on that. So I want to zoom out a little bit. How often do you brief President Biden?
This is where this takes a turn. You know what this felt like? It felt like half the congressmen have waited a year to ask this guy their questions from everything that happened over the last year. And even Matt Gaetz, who's usually one of my favorites, goes off topic right here and never gets back on topic.
You mean on this specific case?
No, in your role as FBI director.
I mean, I don't know that I could give you a number.
Is it like weekly, monthly, daily?
It's not at a regular cadence. There have been times when there have been months at a time when I haven't, and then there have been times when several days apart I have. It's always with other people.
The Vice President, is she typically there?
Often has been.
Okay, so when did you notice his decline?
In my interactions, in my role, all my interactions with the current president have been completely professional.
Right, but I mean the cognitive decline. I'm not saying he treated you unprofessionally, just maybe not picking things up as quickly as he used to.
Again, I don't meet with him very often, but what you're describing is not something that I've observed during my interactions with him.
I mean, we've had it observed so often that the ranking member and Mr. Schiff on this committee have said that he could no longer continue as a candidate. And so, since you're the FBI director, I was just sort of wondering, like, who's running the country? Like if something bad happened, you'd have to go brief President Biden about it right now. God forbid.
And on any number of occasions, I have briefed the president, and as I said, those briefings have all been uneventful and unremarkable.
Oh, I can imagine them being uneventful. But in the work where the vice president's also present, like you say, there's like more than half the time there's these briefings she's there too.
I don't know if I said more than half the time. Certainly, there have been times where she's been present. There have been other times where she hasn't.
I take you at your word when you say this is the most complicated threat environment you've ever observed over a long career in law enforcement. And I'm just kind of wondering, with this assassination attempt, with the invasion at our border, with all the Hamas that have been let in that you've talked about and briefed about, like, is Biden up to it? And if he's not up to it, and you're a guy who's been regularly briefing him, like who's been in on this conspiracy to hide the real Joe Biden from all of us for years? It never occurred to you that this guy wasn't up to it in all these briefings you did?
As I said, my briefings with the president have all been completely fine.
Were they between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m.?
He's asked questions. There hasn't been anything of note in the area that you're talking about.
Yeah, did you ever have to brief him before 10 a.m. or after 4 p.m.? We hear those are his good hours.
I certainly times that I have briefed have included outside those hours.
Right. Okay. I think the American people want to know how we got to this point with someone who's so diminished his own party has basically put him out the pasture. And since you had close proximity and the vice president had close proximity, I'm just kind of wondering if you were being straight with all of us about how things were going with him. I guess we'll have to figure that out.
You can count on me to be straight with you, sir.
We'll see.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee is right.
So look, it's great if you're doing a hearing on Biden's cognitive decline, even though he didn't answer, but that's not what this hearing's about. So I was so disappointed in Republicans here as well. I mean, I knew that Democrats were going to be shit, but half the Republicans were pure garbage because they were not on topic either. It was bad. This was so bad. Let's move on. The next guy was off topic at the beginning, but
recognize,
after
unfortunately, the fact that our colleague and my colleagues side by side made for many, many years in this committee. Sheila Jackson Lee is no longer with us. She was a great member and a force for America, and her loss is great. Secondly, I'd like to say to the FBI director that there were some remarks made when you were introduced, preemptory remarks saying that people don't have great faith in the FBI and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I have great faith in the FBI, and I think most of us on this side of the aisle do. And we appreciate your work and we appreciate your being here. Some on the other side of the aisle have cast aspersions upon the FBI and upon law enforcement. And if they don't want to support law enforcement, that's their business. But I support law enforcement, and the FBI is the top rank of law enforcement in our country. So I thank you and all of your people that work with you. Secondly, there's been some questions about the FBI maybe being weaponized. Did President Biden ever ask you to get involved in the case in Orlando, Florida, where Kevin McCarthy says that Mr. Gates is investigated for some sexual involvement with a 17-year-old girl? Did the president or anybody in the Democratic Party, as Mr. McCarthy has suggested, weaponized you and tried to get you involved in that case?
No, sir.
Good. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure of that. Butler, Pennsylvania, I read something about a ladder. He used a ladder to get up on that roof, and that the ladder was found somewhere a distance away. Is that true?
So we do know that he purchased a ladder. I think, if I recall correctly, it was about a 5-foot tall type of ladder. But importantly, we did not find the ladder at the scene. So it's not clear that he used the ladder to get on top of the roof.
So you don't think
we're still digging into all that, things related to the ladder and his access to the roof. But he did buy a ladder, but the ladder was not found at the scene.
Ladder didn't have any feet on it. It didn't walk off.
Right.
Thank you, sir. There have been a lot of threats against public officials. We've seen.
Okay, that was his only question that's relevant to the investigation. Did they find a ladder? And the FBI has no idea where the ladder is. All they know is that he bought the ladder earlier that day. But as far as they know, there was no ladder. They can't find it. It walked away. Stephen Cohen is another menace. The only Democrat congressman in Tennessee, so obviously Memphis. Andy Biggs is great. We're going to hear.
Thank you, sir. And I appreciate your service, and thank you for being here today.
Gentleman, yield the last 5. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Wray, for being here. How many shots did the shooter fire?
Well, we know that he fired at least 8 because we recovered 8 cartridges on the roof.
Okay.
So now he says, we know that he fired 8. Let's hear that one more time. Just to be sure.
Thank you, sir. And I appreciate your service, and thank you for being here today.
Gentleman, yield the last 5. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Ray, for being here. How many shots did the shooter fire?
Well, we know that he fired at least 8 because we recovered 8 cartridges on the roof.
Okay, and are all the cartridges and the unspent bullets, have they been, you know how many there are? You've accounted for all of those?
We,
so I assume, yeah.
We believe we have. Again, there's lots of work still ongoing, but yes, we believe we have accounted.
And did the recovered shells, the cartridges, match the shooter's rifle?
My recollection is yes.
Okay.
See, to my recollection is yes. Like, he shows up here, the head of the FBI that's doing the investigation. It's been 10 days, and he is not sure if all 8 cartridge casings that were found on the roof were fired from the Patsy's gun. He is unsure. He says, to my recollection, to my knowledge, right? I don't understand how he doesn't know for sure whether exactly 8 shots from the 8 casings that they found were fired from crooks. This is where, and he always answers it in that way.
And you conducted analysis that confirms that?
Well, we work with ATF, but yes, so some of the work has been divided up.
And how many shells casings were recovered from the location of the counter snipers?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part.
From the counter snipers location.
That I don't have the answer, at least here at my fingertips.
So he doesn't know how many casings were found from counter snipers. How do you not know that? That wasn't the scene of the crime. That wasn't the scene of where somebody got shot. So he can't answer how many casings were found from snipers that shot the Patsy. This is why no one trusts the FBI and why this corrupt as fuck organization needs to be abolished. I don't want to defund the police, but I do want the FBI gone.
Okay. Did the blood and tissue pattern of the shooter, did it match the stories or the witness testimony that you've heard so far?
Can you, I'm not sure I'm following the question.
Well, I assume you've interviewed the counter snipers, or you have that evidence and other witnesses describing the kill of the shooter. And I'm wondering if the blood and tissue and brain matter is consistent with the testimony that you're receiving. In other words, is the physical...
In terms of the manner of death?
Exactly. Is the physical evidence consistent with where the shot from the counter sniper took place?
Yeah, so the autopsy is being handled by, as is not unusual, the state authorities. My understanding is, thus far, I don't think it's fully complete, which is not totally unusual. But so far, nothing remarkable on that front.
That's from the body itself, but from actually the scene where the shooter was found, is everything consistent with the testimony, the physical evidence at the scene? Is that consistent with the testimony you've seen, that you've heard so far?
So far, yes. Again, ongoing investigation.
Were you able to determine whether the shooter took the gun up with him when he climbed up to the top of the roof, or was it already placed there somewhere?
So that is something that we're drilling into right now that we don't know the answer to yet. I can tell you, which may be relevant, though, to your question, that, and I don't think this has been reported yet, that the weapon had a collapsible stock, which could explain why it might have been less easy for people to observe. Because one of the things that we're finding is people have observed him, the first people to observe him with the weapon were when he was already on the roof, and we haven't yet found anybody with firsthand observation of him with the weapon walking around beforehand. So that doesn't mean he wasn't, obviously, but the collapsible stock is potentially a very significant feature that might be relevant to that.
Did he have?
So he showed up there to provide information that no one knew. And one of those pieces of information is that he had a collapsible stock, which means that a part of the gun of the AR could be like kind of folds, basically. So it makes it easier to conceal. So to me, this is somewhat irrelevant, but this is like blowing everybody away that this is awesome information. Thank you so much. Thank you for letting us know this critical piece of information that the AR that he brought up there was collapsible, and it would have been easier for him to get it up. But the FBI has no idea whether the AR was hidden somewhere or it was on his person the whole time.
Scope?
I believe so, but as I sit here right now, I don't remember.
Okay. You mentioned about 2 hours before the incident that he'd had a drone and he was using a drone.
instead of me putting words in your mouth, just tell me how you discovered the drone, how you discovered the time, and how you discovered, if you can describe what he would have been observing with the drone and how you determined that.
So this is something that's very much ongoing right now. We're going back and forth with our lab as they continue to do work on it. What I would say is the drone was in his car. As I said, we've been able to, by exploiting the drone, determine its use and flight paths. There were no pictures or videos on the drone of the day of the rally, for example, but we have been able to reverse engineer the flight path of the drone from the day of the rally, and that's how we know that for about 11 minutes, from I think it's around 3:50 p.m. to 4 p.m., somewhere in that range, he was flying the drone, and we have the flight path. It's about 200 yards away from where former President Trump would ultimately be speaking. And so that would have primarily given him a vantage point. I'm trying to think how to describe this. If the former president's podium is that way, the drone would be over here looking, say 200 yards again off this way, looking back. So it would have shown the shooter, we think, again, we're still doing more work on this. I really want to qualify what I'm saying. I'm trying to be transparent and lean in here. We think it would have shown him kind of what would have been behind him.
But when you say behind him, behind the shooter?
Correct. Like in other words, almost like giving him a rear view mirror of the scene behind him, except again, he wasn't flying it overhead while he was later back.
Because the stage, I assume, was already set. He'd been able to assess that angle with rooftop as well, forward and backward, I assume.
Well, certainly going towards the podium. Again, we're still trying to figure out exactly what he saw because we're having to, in effect, because there's no recording of what he saw during those 11 minutes. Our hypothesis at this point, the experts think he would have been live streaming it. And so we're trying to, in effect, say, okay, if this was the flight pattern, given these capabilities of the drone, what would you have seen? What could you have seen for those 11 minutes? And again, it wasn't over the stage or the kind of the hub of the rally. It was about 200 yards away, but it looks like it would have been looking, let's say, length of a football field or so, more, kind of towards the podium.
Great, thank you, Mr.
How many separate times was the shooter on the premises?
So again, with the caveat that we're continuing to do work on it, we believe that the first time he traveled to the grounds was, I think, a week before, and he spent roughly 20 minutes there. Then he went to the grounds again on the morning of the event, it appears, for about 70 minutes, I think. But again, I qualify that. I'd have to go back and look to be sure of that part. And then he came back in the afternoon, so that would be, I guess, a third time for good. But that included things like this drone activity we just talked about.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, thank you for appearing. Thank you for the extraordinary job that you're doing. Please convey our thanks to the men and women at the Bureau for their incredible work.
So, again, Democrat wastes a bunch of time, doesn't ask any useful questions at all worth listening to. But during this guy's testimony, where is he? Here. Again, I don't know if I can pick the right moment. To me, this is not very relevant.
What we've been able to find so far, a lot of the usual repositories of information have not.
Basically, Ray goes, I have breaking news. You have no idea what we discovered. We discovered that 5 days before so 5 days earlier to the shooting, the suspect, Crooks, Googled the following words. He Googled, how far was Oswald from Kennedy? That was the great revelation. He mentioned it like 3 times that they found this on his Google search. Anyway, let's move on. Tom McCormick, Republican. Here is where, this is why I'm pissed at Republicans.
Thank you, Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized. Mr. Director, you previously told us that you can.
From California, so I don't know how much of a Republican he really is.
Consider the situation on the southern border to be a massive security threat to our country. Is that still your assessment?
I stand by my prior testimony, and in fact, just in the last month or so, we've conducted a significant series of arrests. I say we, our Joint Terrorism Task Force.
So it's 5 minutes talking about the U.S.-Mexico border. I'm not sure how that's relevant to this because he clearly wasn't Mexican. The patsy at least wasn't. I don't know about the inside snipers, but probably DEI hires and why they missed. But Tom McClintock spent 5 minutes talking about the U.S.-Mexican border. And he was outdone. He was actually outdone. I can go the whole way through for his 5 minutes.
Most chiefs and sheriffs, like I'm doing every week, we shouldn't underestimate how prevalent neighborhood gangs are, really. It's a lot of the gang violence.
I'm concerned about those that we've allowed in through the southern border and what threat they are now posing. Do you believe that the vetting performed at the southwest border is adequate to ensure that aliens with terrorist or criminal gang ties are not being released into the United States?
Well, it's not really me, it's for me to speak to the vetting. What I would tell you is that
You have to deal with it once they're released in the United States.
and one of the concerns that I have, which I touched on briefly in my opening, is there's been a lot of focus on the number of known or suspected terrorists.
His 5-minute discussion on the southern border was outdone by,
From California's recognized.
again, California. And we've seen this guy earlier today. And here we go. This is even better.
Director, we're about 100 days until the election. Russia has attacked our democracy in past elections. Are they seeking to do it in this one?
We assess that the Russian government continues to want to influence and in various ways interfere with our democracy, with our electoral process. In fact, just in the last few weeks, we announced a significant disruption of a generative AI-enhanced social media, bot farm, essentially, of the Russians that was designed to be an influence operation, and some of the fictitious profiles of those bots purported to be U.S. persons. So they're still at it. We've seen that in election cycle after election cycle.
Do the Russians have a preferred candidate?
I'm not sure that I can speak to that here, but certainly what I would tell you is it's not just the
Yeah, motorist is from California. Yeah, McClintock might be a solid Republican because he cares about the border, but this is not the place to discuss the border. And it's definitely not the place to discuss Russia and who Russia wants to win the next election. This is literally what they're asking him.
the Russians. And I think that's important for people to know, too. There's a lot of attention to the Russians, as there should be. But we also know, you may recall that in 2020, Director Ratcliffe and I announced an effort by the Iranians to try to interfere.
Right. Iran interfered with the U.S. election, right? Jesus Christ.
And more recently, we've had indictments related to China. 34 Chinese MPS officers creating fictitious personas, posting
within the perimeter, just ballpark figure.
You know, that really goes to the security posture, which is this.
This actually gets worse because after he's done asking him about Russia and who Russia wants to win the U.S. presidential election and how they're helping their candidate, the Russian candidate, win the presidential election, he goes into his speech about gun control and constantly refers to AR as assault rifle, which it's not. Which is not what AR stands for. Anyway, Thomas Massey, here we go.
Go to Kentucky over the last few weeks and visit with Thomas and his family and hear all kinds of wonderful stories about Rhonda. Amazing, amazing lady, gentle spirit, and we're glad to have Mr. Massey back with us. And next 5 minutes belong to you, Congressman.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Wray, how many counter snipers were present at the rally that day, and which of the counter snipers took the shot that took out the would-be assassin?
I don't have the number of counter snipers. I know it was a Secret Service counter sniper who took the shot that eliminated the shooter. And we've conducted a number of interviews, including of him.
So was it one of the...
How do you not know that? Like, again, this is what's driving me nuts. How do you not know? It's been 10 days. You're investigating what happened that day. How do you not know how many counter snipers there were working for the U.S. government? And how do you not know who took the shot? Though he does know who took the shot. He didn't answer the question of who took the shot. And Massey, for some reason, doesn't push on which one took the shot from which building. And he doesn't even know if they found casings from that shot from prior answers.
The two that we see in the videos on top of the roof, or was it a different location that shot?
I'm afraid I don't have that at my fingertips here.
Okay. You mentioned that the would-be assassin bought a 5-foot ladder. You have a credit card evidence of that. But it looks like on the scene there was a larger ladder that he might have used. Do you know which ladder he used to get to the roof? And do you have possession of that 5-foot ladder and the other ladder? And do you know how the taller ladder got to the scene?
So this whole business about the ladder is something we're drilling into more. We do have possession of the 5-foot ladder that he purchased close in time to his attempted assassination. That we've traced the purchase of that ladder from a receipt, a bloodied receipt that he had on him at the time his body was recovered on the roof. We do not yet know for sure how exactly he got up on the roof. We're looking at various forensic pieces to try to kind of piece that together. So more to come on that.
Do you know where the 5-foot ladder was found or retrieved? Was it near the roof or was it in Stoney's vehicle?
Neither. I don't have it in front of me, but I know that it was not. I know that it was not on scene, and I know that it was not in his vehicle. But we can circle back to you. And
okay. Is there any evidence at all that he may have been in contact with somebody else before this occurred that may have had any prior knowledge or may have helped him plan this event?
Well, needless to say, that is a question that we're intensely focused on because that would obviously be incredibly meaningful. So far, underline, so far, we have not found any evidence of any accomplices or co-conspirators, foreign or domestic.
And you're using geolocation data to see if his cell phone was near another cell phone, I presume?
Right. We're doing lots of different kinds of cellular analysis, geolocation stuff, looking at his accounts. He from everything we've seen, which is consistent with what we've learned in interviews, a lot of people describe him as a loner. That does kind of fit with what we're seeing in his devices. His list of contacts, for example, is very short, compared to what you would normally see from most people. So it doesn't appear to be a whole lot of interaction between him, face-to-face or digital with a lot, of people.
Okay, thank you.
That doesn't mean there's not any, and that's why we're drilling into. We're trying to talk to anybody who's had any engagement with him whatsoever, digital, in person, classmates, coworkers,
right,
etc.
Appreciate that.
So that is as close as we get to figuring out the cell phone stuff, right? Because remember, there was a tweet. There's been analysis that people he interacted with ended up showing up. This is a year ago. Let's not pretend like this was 3 weeks ago. A year ago, someone that he interacted with ended up a few blocks away from the FBI building. Okay. Other analysis of cell phones that were next to his cell phone ended up in other very prominent locations of 3-letter federal agencies. And Thomas Massie did not push on this. I wish he had seen some of this reporting, and I've seen some of it in videos already.
Location, presence, posting, absence from posts of members of your force.
But Massie did not push on that topic, which is very, very disappointing. Okay, and now Massie still has another 2.5 minutes and he goes off topic, which it's messed up. Like, Massie, you're one of the best congressmen we have. Stay on topic. Get this asshole back on the stand for the topics you want to ask him.
And now I want to talk about another possible assassination attempt, and I'll start by showing a video of President Biden, and this is from recently. This is in the last month, if we can play that.
Gallows erected to hang the Vice President, Mike Pence. I think it's fair to say it's one of the darkest days in the history of America.
Okay, and he's referring to January 6th. Were there gallows erected to hang Mike Pence, as the president says here?
I'm not aware of any physical gallows. I can't remember whether from a demonstration perspective there may not have been some kind of replica or symbol of something like that.
That's my impression. Can we show, can you raise that up so you can see it? It looks like there was some kind of prop that was built. The construction doesn't look like it lends itself to actually hanging somebody. It's more of a prop, I think, as you suggested, that was erected on January 6th. But if the president were correct, that these gallows were erected to hang Mike Pence, that would be a very serious allegation, wouldn't it?
I would take it very seriously, yes.
Has anybody been arrested, or do you have any leads in conjunction with the erection of this gallows? We had a picture here on the screen, if you can show it. Again, it was just up there. There's an individual here who's seen near these gallows. Has he been arrested? Have you identified this person?
I don't know that I can speak to this specific person or the gallows that are pictured on the image. We have had, I think, 850 people who have pled guilty to federal crimes related to January 6th, and I think another 180, I think it is, convicted at trials. So I can't be sure.
And some of them merely for going into the Capitol, but here the president suggests that individual intended to hang Vice President Pence, which seems like kind of a wild claim myself, given the construction of those gallows. But if we are to take him seriously, or even if we aren't, let me just finish by saying this. If you have no leads, or you're not sure if anybody who erected those gallows was arrested or is being investigated, were there any confidential human sources involved from the FBI or any other agency in the erection of that prop, those gallows?
I'm not aware of anything like that.
All right, thank you. I yield back. Gentleman yields back.
All right, so to me, this is annoying, right? Like, I know he's not prepared to answer questions on the Trump assassination attempt because he's like, how many snipers were there from the government? I don't know. Did they fire shots? Yes, they killed the suspect. Are there bullet casings? I don't know, right? But at least he's here, supposed to be prepared to talk about, July 13th, not January 6, 2020, right? So expecting him to know anything about that specific incident, unless he was coming here prepared to talk about January 6th, how does Massie expect him to answer that? So again, Massie should have, try to bring the FBI at a different day to talk about this, but I think it's inappropriate, personally. Even though it's a good question, not the right time or place.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Director Wray. Political violence of any kind is dangerous, unlawful, and totally unacceptable. Just as we all watched and then unequivocally condemned the attempted assassination attempt on our former president, I wish that we could all come together to unequivocally condemn the act of political violence on January 6th, instead of defending props that were used, that were harmful, dangerous props of gallows, attempting to show what people wanted to do to Vice President Pence.
She just talked shit about Republicans for 5 minutes. I'll save you from this one. I will save you from this one. Again, Tom Tiffany, Republican from Wisconsin, only talked about the border and vaccine criticism. Look, there's good questions. They're great questions. He asked them, are Trump supporters and vaccine critics on your list of suspicious people that the FBI needs to investigate? It's a great question. Wrong time or place. Let's move on. I'll save you from him as well. Luca Rea, you've seen him a bunch of times. Not very useful. Was asking about who's in charge. No, how would the FBI know who's in charge during that day? I mean, they have no idea. Here we go. Chip Roy.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director Wray, for being here.
He was off topic, but it's worth watching.
When did you last speak with President Biden?
I take that back. He's going to. Biden is not fit to be president, but it was a good discussion.
I don't have the exact date, but it's been certainly since the since the shooting.
So you have spoken to the president since the assassination attempt on President Trump's life?
Yes, sir.
And what was the mental state of the president?
We had a perfectly professional conversation.
And do you have any scheduled briefings of the president upcoming?
Not at the moment specifically scheduled, no.
In 2016 and 2015, top FBI officials infamously texted about, quote, their insurance policy to make sure Trump was never elected or inaugurated as president. Have any FBI agents texted, emailed, or expressed disappointment that Trump survived the assassination attempt or otherwise editorialized about the assassination attempt?
I don't know about any agents. There have been at least 2 instances, I think, or 1 instance of an individual who posted something that I consider outrageous and totally inappropriate and unacceptable. And that individual has been referred to our inspection division, which is the arm, our sort of internal affairs investigatory arm that does the disciplinary process.
Okay.
So that's a good question, but the question is being asked to the wrong person. He basically said, are there any FBI agents that are upset or angry that Trump wasn't assassinated? And he said, well, there's one guy who posted something publicly that was very inappropriate, and he's being, talked to by some DEI, like counselor or whatever. I'm sure he's not going to lose his job, her job. And yeah, I mean, there's no way he's going to throw any of his agents under the bus with private text messages or emails within the FBI saying, God damn it, I can't believe that asshole missed, right? If that was an internal email within the FBI, this guy would never admit it. Good question. Irrelevant.
Report back to this committee. Any other incidents?
I'll do my best to share information with the committee.
You testified earlier that the FBI maintains high standards irrespective of so-called diversity efforts. Is it true that in December of 2016, former Director Comey lowered the passing standards for Phase 1, allowing an influx of previously unqualified applicants to continue in the hiring process who normally would have been stopped? Back in December of 2016?
Yeah, I can't speak to Director Comey's
what were the
changes. I can tell you that at least since I've been director, changes that we have made to...
But we're standing on a specific question. Were standards changed? Phase 1, the specific part of the process, were they changed in 2016?
Well, I don't recall if they were changed in 2016. Obviously, I started, as your question presupposes, after that. What I can tell you is, since that time, we have made changes to various phases of the process, but none of them, this is important, none of them lowered the standards. In fact, if anything, they actually increased.
Are you familiar with reporting that we have, and we've asked questions to you about this, I'm not sure the result of the questions, that to more, quote, easily accommodate a large pool of available applicants, FBI special agent hiring standards have been relaxed and requirements measurably lowered. This according to a group of former agents who have testified about this and written a report and submitted it to Congress. In addition, specifically, minority people with 20-year careers, one in particular, a minority served for more than 20 years, wrote in this report and submitted it to Congress saying that these standards were in fact lowered, and that in fact, if you were hiring, you were moved off of hiring if you put quality above these kinds of DEI requirements. Do you reject this report? And do you have comments on this report?
I haven't read I'm aware of the report. I know that I've read every detail of it, but I can tell you that the claim that we have lowered our standards to be less selective and less competitive is not accurate.
So do you believe these former agents are lying to Congress when they submit a report to Congress stipulating and suggesting otherwise? Are you saying that they're lying?
I'm saying they're mistaken.
Okay, but they're affirmatively on the record. They're telling us and submitting a report to Congress saying that those facts are directly in contradicting what you're testifying here today. So I just want to be clear so we know we're saying that they are submitting evidence to our record to the contrary that you say is untruthful.
I encounter all the time when I travel around the country and have conversations with our agents, and one of the things I try to do is have meetings with some of the longer serving agents without executive management.
My only question
and my point here's
the implication is untruthful. So I need to move on. I got 1 minute left. Are you familiar with the case of Paulette Harlow? She's a 75-year-old elderly woman from Massachusetts with a debilitating medical condition. She was prosecuted for violating the FACE Act and sentenced to 2 years in prison. She has to go to Texas in 2 weeks. She was praying at an abortion clinic in Washington, D.C. The FBI interrogated and investigated her. Do you think it is appropriate for a 75-year-old woman who is praying at a clinic in D.C. to be put in prison for 2 years for that activity? Just a simple question. Do you think that's appropriate?
I'm not familiar with the specific case.
You're not familiar with that case. It's been significantly in the headlines. But you don't know how to comment on that case. That it's appropriate for a 75-year-old woman to be put in prison for 2 years for praying at a clinic.
Again, since I'm not familiar with the case, I don't want to start weighing in because I don't know all the facts. But what I can tell you is that when it comes to FACE Act enforcement and abortion-related violent extremism, I think one of the things that gets lost, and I appreciate the opportunity to clarify it, is that really since the Dobbs.
So it's a good discussion. Wrong time and place again. But he basically drilled them on DEI hires, drilled them on FBI practices, and asked them about a specific case. Yes, it's crazy that a 75-year-old lady is about to spend 2 years in prison for praying at an abortion clinic. But how do you expect the head of the FBI to comment on that without being prepared that he's going to be asked about that topic? So I don't know. I don't know. I mean, a lot of this stuff was really insane.
On that, and I'd appreciate a response on it. Yield back.
This lady was just...
recognized.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Director Ray, for being here and for the work that your team does, as well as for sharing the information that you've been able to today. You just had a couple questions about that seem to imply that there was some problem with the FBI's diversity efforts, and certainly the 1950s version of the FBI was singularly Caucasian male agents, et cetera. Is the FBI a better force for having a diverse range of employees?
She was a DEI defender, and then she talked shit about Project 25, which isn't even an official policy. It's out of control. Okay, so...
Yeah, but we'll keep pushing through for the next half hour if we can. Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Ray. I think you have a little bit better tone in conversation, so I appreciate it. And answer some questions, so I appreciate it. Hopefully you'll answer also on 2 letters that I sent you over a year ago. One related to Durham report, and the other one related...
Victoria Spartz. She's Republican and Ukrainian, and she's pro-Ukraine, but she did vote against the last package of arms to Ukraine. I don't know. She's got some weird policies. She was off topic completely the whole time. Again, completely off topic, but she was off topic, but pro-gun. So we're not going to listen
to Russian-infiltrated SBU that collaborated with FBI. So hopefully we'll get these answers, and hopefully we'll start doing authorization. Don't you think doing authorization would help us to get better answers? Congress should probably work in authorizing your agency. Don't you agree with that?
We work very hard to try to get information to this committee and to other committees.
But authorizing standard probably would be a good thing for us to do. Don't you agree? Did you have confidential human sources? I think you never answered that question on January 6th in the Capitol. Did you have some?
I'm sorry, what's
confidential human sources, did you have them on January 6th in the Capitol?
Again, I'm never going to be getting into when and where we have or have not used confidential human sources. But
are you willing to stand the record that you had no confidential human sources that went into Capitol on January 6th?
As I've said consistently, I'm not going to get into where we have or have not used confidential human sources. I can tell you that if you are asking if the violence at the Capitol on January 6th was part of some operation orchestrated by FBI sources or agents, the answer is no.
No, I don't know.
The answer is definitely yes. He's lying through his teeth, and that's why he's so angry.
I asked, so did you investigate any confidential human sources? Did you do any investigation and looking at that? So you're not answering if you had any or not. So if you had, potentially, did you do anything you needed to make sure to investigate that none of your sources did anything wrong? If they did wrong, they were prosecuted the same way, like you're trying to prosecute a lot of people that really, even in Supreme Court ruled recently that some unconstitutional charges.
Let me just add that there have now been, I think, 180 individuals who've gone to trial, in addition to the 850 who've pled guilty.
So it's the second time he said 850 people pled guilty in January 6th. Yeah, because 99% of all federal cases don't go to trial. They force people to plead guilty because they threaten them with 30 years in prison. Or they make them plead guilty so they can get out in a couple of years. So anyway, this is why the federal government is a total piece of crap. All right, don't get me started. Let's yeah, so she drilled him on January 6th, and also she was very pro-gun. Completely off topic. Not a single question about Trump. Democrat from California. Totally useless, completely off topic. But at the end, something good happens.
Look what's happening in the cases. Thank you. Gentleman from Colorado, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Ray, for being here, for your testimony today, for the work that you do each and every day, and that your frontline agents across the country do each and every day to protect Americans and keep our country safe. Also grateful for the work that you're doing in investigating the horrific events of July 13th and the attempted assassination of former President Trump, which everyone must and has condemned. I would first just ask, do you believe that the FBI has the adequate resources to ultimately ensure that your agency gets to the bottom of it and fully investigates this terrible crime?
Well, we are devoting massive amounts of resources to this specific investigation. We have easily several hundred FBI agents, analysts, and professional staff working on it. It involves over half of the FBI's 56 field offices, almost every headquarters division. We even have some of our overseas offices working on it. You might say, well, why is that? Well, because some of the companies that involve accounts or purchases or communications or what have you that the shooter used are foreign companies, so we have to get evidence from overseas for using enough fentanyl to wipe out an entire state. Those cuts means more fentanyl on the street, more people dying. So the people who suffer the most are state and local law enforcement and the American people we're sworn to protect. And so we look forward to working with Congress, but we really need to be smart about what we're doing. And I think that would be a step in the wrong direction given the threat environment that we face.
And I couldn't agree with you more, Director Ray. And of course, we've talked about this during previous hearings in which you've testified. And to be clear, that I think the budget that House Republicans have proposed, which is about a $325 million cut to the FBI, would do precisely what you've described and have deleterious impacts for public safety across our country. And House Democrats are certainly working to prevent those cuts from taking place. You've talked at great length about the events of July 13. There's justifiably a lot of public interest in the investigation, which we understand is ongoing. Wonder if there's anything that you'd like to disclose or provide to the committee or to the public that perhaps has not yet been gleaned during the course of this hearing, and just give you an opportunity, because there's a lot of folks related to the investigation.
One thing.
So this is it. So that's another planted question. So he left it open-ended. He just asked the director, is there anything else he wants to say? And here we go. He changes one of his prior answers.
I can give an update on, which is pretty fresh here. We had some conversations with some of the members about the access to the roof and the ladder and so forth. And our evidence response teams and their forensic collection, we now believe that the subject climbed onto the roof using some mechanical equipment on the ground and vertical piping on the side of the AGR building. In other words, we do not believe he used a ladder to get up there.
So here's what I want to know, right? This is how you know these guys are lying, right? There was no break. There was no break. We've gone through this the first 3 hours. The break took place like after the first 30 minutes. After that, he answered multiple questions about the ladder and that they didn't know where the ladder was. And he said they didn't know. He said he doesn't know how he got to the roof. And then suddenly he knows for a fact that he got on the roof without a ladder. His answer changed to his prior answers. So did he get a text message? Was he informed? And if he is being texted information to correct himself, this is not the most important question. He should be being texted to correct himself. How about how many counter snipers there were? How about how many casings the counter sniper recovered from counter snipers, right? He provided zero clarity about a timeline, but he was also barely asked about a timeline. Like, this is the kind of shit that is happening at these hearings that makes it so obvious that they all know so much more and they're not telling us shit.
One question, if the chairman might indulge me with just a few extra seconds. There's an article recently regarding several former Trump administration national security officials who had received a duty to warn briefing from the FBI regarding the potential threat from Iran. And I think there is this article made clear deep concern that these individuals have, justifiably so, about the threat level, and particularly given the events of the last several months, and the need for there to be an increased security posture and security personnel for former officials who may very well still be at risk. And I don't know if you're familiar with that article. I try not to use names here, but I think would perhaps follow up with your agency and with the Department of Justice more broadly to ensure that any individuals who are potentially facing a threat from Iran or another hostile actor in a foreign nation have the resources they need to have the security available to them.
So again, without reference to any specific individual, I want to be very clear about this because I've tried to be vocal on this, but it sometimes doesn't get noticed as much, which is that in my view, the Iranian government has been extremely aggressive and brazen. We have seen in the last few years an attempt, I'm speaking just from public information now, an attempt to assassinate a former U.S. national security advisor on U.S. soil. We have seen an attempt first to kidnap and then to try to murder an American dissident/journalist who's a critic of the Iranian regime, right smack in the middle of New York City. We have seen a cyber attack against a children's hospital in New England that ties back to Iran. We have seen, as I've testified before, as Director Ratcliffe and I announced, an effort by the Iranians to target the 2020 presidential election. And that's all before you even get to the fact that the Iranian government is the leading state sponsor of terrorism. So if that's not enough to convince people that Iran is a threat, I don't know what is.
But Director, was there a distinction between what the gentleman from Colorado raised and what you just said, this general concern in these specific instances you talk about, and a direct specific threat on President Trump that's distinct from what you've been describing as this general concern with Iran?
Well, again, I can't get into specific pieces of
And if so, when? If it was a distinct threat on President Trump, when did that take place?
Yeah, all I can tell you, certainly in this kind of setting, is targeting of U.S. officials for the Soleimani strike is something that is a reality that the Iranian government has at times called for very publicly. And whenever there is reporting, let me try to answer your question this way, whenever there is reporting about any of those protectees, we share the information in a variety of ways, working with the intelligence community, working with whoever is the protective service with responsibility for that individual, and we do it in a timely way using the duty to warn process that was just referred to. And to my knowledge, everything along those lines that's relevant was shared in a timely way with the relevant people.
Thank you. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Director Ray, thanks for being here. Where were you when you heard that President Trump was shot, and then what were like your immediate actions, response to that as director?
I was about to have dinner with family, and I was horrified and angry.
I'm just thinking, the reason I asked the question is because I'm still trying to figure out kind of lanes, what the FBI would respond to and what the Secret Service has the responsibility to respond to. Can you just kind of cover that again?
Sure. So the FBI is not responsible for, has never really been part of our mandate or mission for the physical security of venues, of specific protectees or anything like that. That's, if it's somebody within Secret Service's scope, that's their mandate and mission. We are a law enforcement and intelligence agency, and so if you think about it this way, we're the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're not the Federal Bureau of Security. You might say, well, what's the difference? Well, there is a difference. We investigate crimes. We investigate threats to national security, but we don't, questions about security posture, the adequacy of resources and assets that were deployed to protect a specific individual, whether there's enough security, and certainly the staffing of that security is not something the FBI, again, we're 116 years old, has historically done.
So at this point, have you been able to go through the shooter's home and kind of document kind of what you found as far as evidence goes?
So we have been able to search the shooter's home. So again, just sort of tying your first question to your second question now, our role is to conduct an investigation of the shooter and the attack. And so we're going to conduct a painstaking, intense investigation of that. We have, among other scenes that we've processed using evidence response teams, in addition to the rally scene itself, of course, we have been through the shooter's home, his bedroom, the other parts of the house, et cetera.
Have you been able to establish that he did go to a range and either zero that weapon in or, at least target shoot that weapon prior to the assassination attempt?
So we do assess that he went to a shooting range the day before, not the only time he went to a shooting range. He was a fairly, avid might be a little strong, but a fairly avid, shooting hobbyist. And so he went to, belonged to different sort of clubs and went to certain ranges and that kind of thing. We do believe, based on what we've seen so far, that he went to a shooting range the day before and that he shot an AR-style rifle at that range the day before. I'm not sure we know for sure that it's the weapon that he used, but I think we assess that it probably is.
Have you been able to interview his parents?
Yes, we have.
And was there anything that was gained from that interview that would lead you to believe that they certainly were aware of what was going on?
I guess I want to be careful talking about specific people's interviews, but I would say that his parents were cooperative with us. And as I've said before, and hopefully this gets at your question, we have not identified any accomplices, co-conspirators, or anything along those lines.
So it's the FBI's position right now that he still acted independently.
Again, we're still, I know it seems like a lifetime since July 13th, but we're still early stages, but we have not seen anything so far that would suggest to us that he acted with others.
How does the FBI view?
Right, because the others were getting a government paycheck.
Not just a Trump rally, but political rallies versus other types of events, from a security perspective, compared to a college football game or any mass, large crowd type gathering. Because I think that one of the things that's most difficult to really to swallow at this point is that the idea that these Trump rallies have been happening for years and that there could be such a lax approach to the physical security of those fairgrounds that day. And I'm wondering, where does this fall? And then on top of that there were other presidential candidates out there that didn't have full Secret Service protection. RFK Jr. has been the most vocal about it. I was wondering if you could comment on the facilities as well as providing security for presidential candidates.
Well, again, I want to be a little bit careful to stay in my lane because, again, security posture and the adequacy of the security posture is really the core expertise and responsibility of agencies like the Secret Service. But certainly it is, I think.
Our agency fighting change.
Oh, this woman was such a menace. Oh, good Lord. I'm not going to put you through this pain. I have another piece of pain I'm going to put you through, but yeah, all she talked about was banning guns.
Vance, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director Ray, for being here today. So we spend $3 billion a year, excuse me, on the Secret Service, $3 billion. And it would seem that we could and should have had a better job done a few weeks ago on the 13th than what we saw. Will you have anything to say about correcting what are the obvious deficiencies in what the Secret Service did?
Well, for the most part, the deficiencies or adequacy or inadequacy of Secret Service's performance, decision-making, resources, all that stuff is in the purview of those two other investigations. That is the DHS Inspector General and the outside independent panel that's been announced. Having said that, our investigation, which, as I've testified now, involves several hundred FBI employees and every asset we can bring to bear of the shooter. Again, our investigations of the shooter and his attack, of course, involves interviewing law enforcement, including lots and lots and lots of Secret Service people. So we'll share all that with those reviews so that they can answer those questions.
The reason I'm asking this is because this isn't the first time the Secret Service has been before Congress. There was a 435-page report issued in 2015 by Congress saying, fix yourself. And they didn't. In fact, there was a follow-up in 2019 where they had only done a few of the, I think it was 18 or 19 different specific things they were supposed to do. They'd done some, but certainly not all. There was another follow-up in 2022. And again, the Secret Service had not done what Congress had asked. I guess my question to you, Mr. Director, is what should Congress do? A 435-page report 9 years ago, and still the Secret Service didn't do what it was told to do then. Can you help, Director Ray? Because this...
No, he can't. That's not his job. Like, the Secret Service outranks the FBI on the ground. They're protecting the president. It is the job of the government to force the Secret Service to change. It's not the FBI's job. I mean, this is what's so frustrating about listening to this. It has nothing to do with what happened.
This type of performance is not acceptable.
Well, as I think even former Director Cheadle has acknowledged that this was a significant operational failure. If there are ways for the FBI to be helpful beyond what we're already doing in terms of our investigation, we stand ready to try to be helpful. I do want to say, as somebody who's been in law enforcement for most of my career, I've worked with some just phenomenal Secret Service agents. I'm going all the way back to my time as a line prosecutor, and they have an incredibly hard job, and I have a lot of affection and respect for the men and women of the Secret Service.
I'm sure you do, and I'm sure you're right. But the trouble is, when Congress says you need to do these 19 things and they don't, something needs to change. Now, the director has resigned, but you're going to be in a position, because your agency is doing such a careful review, to say a lot about what should have been done. I guess the real issue is much more of what the higher-ups in that agency are or are not doing. Perhaps that's on us.
And we will share with those reviews anything that we come across that could be helpful or relevant to them for those questions.
Let me quickly go to some details on the actual events. It appeared to a lot of us, as the Secret Service was taking former President Trump from the stage, that he was clearly still in view of everybody. And had there been another shooter, I didn't see him being protected. Are you going to raise that issue?
I think that's really more in scope of these two other reviews.
Okay, that's fine. Let me go to the shooter as he was on top of the roof. Apparently another officer from another police division saw him and quickly ducked down because the shooter aimed a gun at him. And then the shooter apparently, was he prone at the time he took the shot toward the president?
So my understanding is that the local...
So this is really good. I'm actually going to slow this down. Prone means in position to fire. Keep that in mind.
A gun at him. And then the shooter apparently, was he prone at the time he took the shot toward the president?
So my understanding is that the local officer who that we're talking about, with the assistance of another local officer, was able to kind of get up and see onto the roof where he observed the shooter, I believe, in a prone shooting position. The shooter then turned and faced him, the local officer, with the weapon.
From the prone position.
That's my
And
understanding.
then he went back to the prone position.
And this is all seconds before the shooter took his.
But that entire time, the shooter was in the scope sight of the counter sniper, correct?
That one I'd have to double check on. I know we've interviewed the counter sniper, but I'm not sure I know the
But
answer.
the counter sniper didn't take a shot until after the assassin attempted to shoot the former president and others. He got off 8 shots before the counter sniper shot the shooter. What's with that protocol? Can you get that fixed?
Well, again, I really want to be careful not to be, given the scope of our investigation, somehow second guessing the very difficult act and decision it takes for a counter sniper to kill another human being in that situation. It's all happening in seconds. So
8 shots.
Yeah.
And that was after he'd been seen for 20 minutes. I yield back. Thank you.
Sorry, guys. My microphone died. Tells you how long this video has been going. So what I'm saying is, back to what I was saying, he asked a good question. And of course, the FBI director does not know the answer. And if he does know the answer, he doesn't want to answer it. He's asking him, how the fuck did the shooter, the patsy, was in prone position to take the shot, turn around, point the gun at an officer, go back to the prone position, take 8 shots, and a counter sniper team still doesn't take him out until he gets 8 shots off. Now, I don't believe he got 8 shots off. I'm not even sure he got any shots off. But the point, this is why I think the story about the cop seeing him may or may not even be real. We keep going back to that. All right, my audio's back, right? Yeah, it has to be back. Audio's back, right, guys? Has to be back. It's back, right? Audio confirmation. Audio, mic check. Yeah, I'm back. Okay, good. And at this point, they go on.
Archer, that's an important question, though, because you've talked to the counter sniper, and that I mentioned this in our opening statement. That critical 5 minutes from 6:09 to 6:14, and what takes place there is critical. And I think that's what the gentleman was getting at. And we were hopeful that you could tell us something about your interview with the counter sniper.
Yeah, I guess I want to distinguish a couple things. There is some individual, not law enforcement, I believe, who spotted the shooter on the roof a few minutes before. But I think law enforcement spotting him with the weapon on the roof is seconds before the shot.
Okay, so that's important.
Yeah, so I think there's 2 different things.
I think what you're saying is it wasn't maybe that if the bad guy shoots at 6:11, then you're saying this encounter with local law enforcement that Mr. Vance was just getting into happened just seconds before that and maybe not 2 minutes before that?
That's my understanding. That, in other words, that there's different things here. There's an individual, at least one individual I can think of, not law enforcement, member of the public, who observed him on the roof. Not clear to whether or not the individual saw a weapon or not, but saw him in a way that was concerning. That is some number of, not many, but like just a handful of minutes. I think separate from that, as far as law enforcement goes, in terms of a weapon, this local officer that we just talked about observed the individual, again, literally just seconds before the shooter took his shots. Separate and apart from all of that, roughly, I think, maybe a little less than or around an hour before the shooting, there were local law enforcement officers who observed the shooter, not up on the roof, not with a weapon, but with I believe, a rangefinder, kind of like you would use if you were playing golf or something, in a way that was odd and suspicious. So that started happening with local law enforcement beforehand. But in terms of shooter, meaning with the weapon, law enforcement, my understanding is that the first time that happened was this local officer climbing up on the roof seconds before.
Again, we want that timeline. I think the committee wants that timeline and communications that were taking place in that short period of time.
Again, as I've said with everything else, I really want to be careful. I'm leaning in, trying to share as much as I can here. Facts are evolving, things may change, but we are working on a timeline, among other things.
Committee will stand in recess until after the Prime Minister's remarks conclude.
So this is where they all leave to go clap for Bibi Netanyahu, and they come back at like 2 hours later. And they come back with absolute insanity. I'm not going to make you listen to all of it, but maybe the first 30 seconds.
As you know, we've seen a disturbing rise in domestic terrorism and far-right extremism across the United States, and we've heard from you several times about this. White supremacist and far-right extremist groups continue to outpace all types of terrorism and domestic violent extremism, according to the National Institute of Justice report from this past January. Part of this dramatic rise in extremist violence and threats stems from malign foreign actors who are actively working to sow division in American democracy. They're desperately trying to inflame extremists and deepen divides, all to support far-right agendas and candidates that will erode our democracy. The DHS threat assessment has warned we expect the 2024 election cycle will be a key event for possible violence and foreign influence targeting our election infrastructure, processes, and personnel. Microsoft has warned that the 2024 election may be the first presidential election during which multiple authoritarian actors simultaneously attempt to interfere with and influence election outcomes.
All right, that's enough, right? I mean, there were no questions about what happened at the Trump rally. None. It was like that for 5 minutes. It was a speech on foreign election interference for 5 minutes. And domestic terrorists, of course. Ben Klein, here we go.
Pretending to be Americans and then trying to kind of sow narratives. In that case, in the Chinese case, their narratives were trying to, for example, undermine any suggestion that COVID was a product of a lab leak or attacking U.S. law enforcement at the anniversary of George Floyd's death, for example. And then Iran, in 2020, we saw them undertake similar kinds of efforts that were disrupted in the I think, October of 2020.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Director Ray, thank you for being here, and thank you for the information that you've provided today. I greatly appreciate it. This event that occurred, the attempted...
She showed up, knew nothing about what was asked earlier. She wasn't there. She showed up. She did her speech, asked him about foreign election interference, and once he answered, she packed up and got the F out. That was her role there. Great job.
Assassination of President Trump on July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania was a level 5 alarm alert to this country that our elected officials, our leaders, the president, the former president, are not safe, and we need to reevaluate from the ground up exactly how we are to go about providing that protection. The information you provided dealing with 8 cartridges from the roof, the drone, the fact that 2 explosive devices were found in the car, 1 at home, that was a remote detonation device that he had on him, the fact that his phone was using encrypted platforms. He only had 1 phone, correct?
Oh, sorry. He had 1 phone, although we've identified other phones that he may have used that may not have been his phone. So, for example, we think in certain instances he might have used his dad's phone. Again, not necessarily related to the attack, but we're trying to make sure that we process and exploit every device he could have used. And we keep, which is part of why I keep making this point, which I know you're all probably tired of me making about this being an ongoing investigation, because we keep identifying new pieces of equipment, new accounts, what have you.
And the fact that you are in real time informing us about what you're finding as you're performing this investigation is very helpful, and clarifying the fact that he went to the range a day before and shot an AR. Now, my understanding is that the AR he used on the 13th was his father's. Is that correct?
Well, yes and no. It was originally, his father bought it legally, but then our understanding so far is that his father then conveyed it to him, sold it, in fact, to his son. So originally his father's, at the time of the shooting, the shooters.
Okay, so that's new information. Was that provided to you by the father?
I think it was partly from that. I think we also saw some documentation to support it.
Okay. Investigators also have said that the shooter posted, quote, July 13th will be my premiere. Watch it as it unfolds on an online gaming platform sometime before he tried to assassinate President Trump. Can you confirm that? And how much time elapsed between this posting and the attempt on July 13th?
So I'm really glad you asked about that because that is a situation where, again, in our effort to give real-time information, since we've provided that information, we have since learned that July 13th premiere profile page on the gaming platform, it turns out it was not the shooter.
Okay.
That it was some other individual as part of some sick joke who, after the shooting, created a profile page pretending to be the shooter.
Wow.
And so, of course, that person is now admitted to it. And, but anyway, my point being, among the other challenges that we as investigators have, you have people who create accounts in today's world, create accounts pretending to be somebody that they're, and it's not the actual person.
Yeah, welcome to my life.
So that's troubling, obviously, and it makes our jobs even harder as investigators.
Thank you for clarifying that. Did he have an online gaming account?
We do believe he was a gamer and that he had different kinds of gaming accounts. So that's part of why
Any information gleaned from those?
Not yet, but again, some of those legal process returns I'm still waiting on.
Now, during the attempted assassination, Crooks was wearing a T-shirt from a popular YouTube channel. Have you been able to access his selection of YouTube videos that he's watched?
I believe we have seen some of his search history. But I think we've got a ways to go on that. I know there's some manual work that we're doing on that. I think the most notable thing that we found recently, which I don't think has been shared until today, is that on a laptop that the investigation ties to him, that on July 6th, it revealed a Google search. And his search, if it was him, again, it's a laptop tied to him. We obviously believe it's him, but we'll continue to investigate. His Google search was, how far away was Oswald from Kennedy?
Right.
And
horrifying.
Yes, absolutely.
Can you clarify that you have in your possession all the video that was taken on that day at the scene?
We've collected mountains of video. Part of the reason
you commit to providing us with that video?
Well, we're going to work with the committee and share information as best we can. Part of the reason I hedged on whether we have it all is, as you can appreciate in today's world, everybody with a phone has the ability to take footage, and so we're finding things kind of left and right.
You have all the law enforcement video?
I believe we have all the law enforcement video, but we're still collecting evidence.
Okay. And I hope you would provide that to us and to the American people. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Director, just to be clear, the photo and the message on the online gaming account, I think your testimony was to Mr. Klein that was somebody else posing as the shooter. Is that right?
Correct. Somebody after July 13th created this profile, pretending to be the shooter, and sent us down a rabbit trail, which we've now tied off.
That's important information. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Ray, for being here. And I want to add my voice to the chorus of folks who are just devastated by the illness and passing of Sheila Jackson Lee. What a champion. What a role model. I always called her the hardest working member of Congress. She was everywhere on every issue. She'll be greatly missed. Director Ray, I thank you for what you said earlier, which is leaning in. This is such an extraordinary set of events. The attempted assassination of Donald Trump, the stealing of the life of a father, a firefighter, somebody who protected lives, Corey Comparator, serious injuries to two others. So I thank you because you are trying to give us what you can without jeopardizing the investigation, and I think that's very helpful. Did the shooter also investigate other high-profile folks? We had heard some reporting around that early on.
Well, you say investigate other folks. I think this is a place where we still have a lot more work to do. Part of what we did find was a bunch of cached images of a variety of public figures. But again, cached images are those images that you get when you pull up a news story from any number of news sites. If there are photographs in the article, those images are automatically put into the cache on your computer. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you were searching for that person's image. We do have the fact that starting around, at least around the period early July, so the search that I just mentioned related to Oswald and Kennedy, that's about July 6th, which is the same day we believe that he registered for the rally. And the day before, he traveled to the grounds for the first time. And so I think there's a certain amount of searches related to former President Trump.
From Maryland, recognized.
All right, we're skipping because the next two people were totally useless.
Chairman, Director, thank you for today. I think I greatly appreciate your candor. I know it's highly unusual to go into this level of detail during an active investigation, and I know it's a special and unique circumstance given the nature of what happened that day. I'll ask my colleagues that we not try and take advantage of this in other circumstances. I think we need to be careful about pressuring our investigators, to disclose information in the middle of an investigation in a casual or routine way. But thank you for what you...
The only Democrat that asked good questions, and still it wasn't great.
you've done here today. I do want to mention this too, like Congressman Correa, I went up to Butler with Homeland Security Committee and had a chance to meet with a number of the people there, including people who were there at the rally. And you know, several of them were elected officials. In fact, one of them that spoke with me a lot was sitting directly behind Mr. Trump when he was shot, and she had video that she'd taken, and she'd love to share it with you all. But she mentioned a couple of things, too, that I hope you all will have a chance to have conversations about. And I know some of it's going to be in the Secret Service lane, some's going to be in the FBI lane. But one of the things she talked about was the fact that the day before the shooting, she and other officials in the town and people who just wanted to prepare the stage showed up and started working on putting the bunting up and decorating it. But the point she noted was that none of them had been vetted. There was nobody there to keep an eye on them and make sure that, you know, everything that was being done was appropriate. And she actually sort of thought in this in the context of hearing that a gun was found, or a gun was perhaps hidden at the site before the shooter was able to get it and use it. I don't know those details, but those are some of the things that came up that day. She also mentioned that there was sort of the outer perimeter. So you had a perimeter around the stage that the Secret Service had set up. Beyond that, you had a field, and then you had the building where the company was, and the shooter got on the roof. Apparently, there was a sort of a second level of a perimeter there that wasn't particularly restricted from an access standpoint, as with the street that was just beyond that. So she raised, and another elected official raised as well, issues about security that may actually kind of get into what you're talking about, whether the ladder was there, how the guy got on the roof. There are all sorts of issues with respect to that. And there was a lot of people, as you said, that had videotape. I talked to 3 that were showing me videos while I was standing out there in the grounds. But I had a couple of questions to ask of you briefly. Apparently, there was no Secret Service recordation of communications during that day. You know, there's no radio runs, we call them, but there's no tapes. Do you know if there are any recorded conversations among law enforcement from that day?
I don't know the details of that. I believe there may be some, but I don't have in front of me exactly what we've seen or heard.
Okay. And then with respect to email communications, there were a lot of issues about, you know, because my personal view, having gone to the site, was that they just shouldn't have had the rally there. It should not have been permitted. I thought there were just too many roofs. You know, he picked one, but there was like a half dozen others that he could have picked on the other side of the field. And as Eli Crane, a congressman who was a sniper for the U.S. military, said, there was a water tower that actually would have been a better site, probably that Secret Service should have used, but could have been used as well. But the lead up to that decision, and Congressman Correa raised this, who made this decision about how to pick the site? And apparently there was back and forth between local law enforcement, Secret Service, and the campaign. And I was kind of curious as to whether that's something that your investigation is going into or not.
So I think that primarily falls within the scope of the 2 other reviews, that is the DHS Inspector General review and the outside panel, independent panel that's been announced. Certainly we are interviewing law enforcement personnel, but the security preparations, the adequacy of the security preparations.
That's the other lane?
That's the other lane.
All right, I only got 15 seconds left. Quick question for you with probably not a quick answer, but this scenario is kind of the worst case scenario from a couple of standpoints. Got a lone wolf shooter with no red flags that we've heard of so far. You know, nobody should have known that this was coming, didn't have a criminal record and that sort of thing. Easy access to an assault weapon. I had a discussion like this with, I think, Congressman Roy and Congressman Bishop several months
ago. They always say assault weapon. It's like they have a memo.
What is it we can do to try and preempt those kinds of
assault weapon, automatic rifle? It's like they have a memo.
Scenarios. We've got gun violence all over the country, including in my district. This is one example, but you know, this scenario is the worst possible that I can think of from the standpoint of no intervention, prevention efforts that can be put in place to try and address it. But I'm kind of curious if you have any thoughts to the contrary on that.
I don't know that I have any magic solution to the problem, and I certainly don't want to be proposing legislative ideas. That's not really my role. Certainly, dangerous weapons, especially high-powered weapons, in the hands of the wrong person represent a real concern for law enforcement, including to law enforcement, sometimes as the victims, as we saw very tragically down near Miami with 2 of our agents killed. That's probably all I can say on that. I do, while we're on the subject of firearms, Mr. Chairman, I have an answer to Congresswoman Dean's question. I might as well give it now, which is about the purchase of the firearm. I'm told that the father purchased the firearm in 2013, so quite a while ago, and then he sold it to his son in October of 2023.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back, and thank you to Mr. Director for your great work.
I'd ask unanimous consent that we enter into the record a statement from Representative Kelly and some questions for the Director. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not going to keep this
Before I begin, and this is not directly with you, actually, I just wanted to straighten something out. I know my colleagues, the gentlemen and the gentleladies from Georgia, Washington, California, Pennsylvania, they all mentioned Project 2025. Well, I don't know how they expect you to know about that, number one. I'm pretty damn involved. I don't really know a whole lot about it. But President Trump has made it clear.
So like 5 different Democrats were talking shit about Project 2025 and asking questions about it to the FBI director that doesn't know anything about it. And then this guy, Republican, spends his 5 minutes explaining and defending Project 25.
clear, and we're going to say it again, we'll say it over and over again, that there are some things he disagreed with, some things he agreed with, that he wasn't that familiar with. It was from the Heritage Foundation, and that was just raw politics, to be honest with you. It was just because 2025 has some things in it that they believe are really going to offend American people, and it very well may, and so they want to pin it on the presidential candidate. He didn't author it, he didn't condone it, he didn't put a seal of approval.
So again, this is part of the clown show that we're dealing with at this hearing, but let's move on. I have must watch. This is probably good.
Talking to my ear that told me otherwise, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Ray, I appreciate you being here today. I certainly appreciate your forthcomingness and giving us information that I think that the American people want. And, you know, to me, you have a very difficult job right now. In the past, and under Comey, certainly, the Russian collusion narrative got out pretty heavily, and that came out of the FBI with the FISA warrants and that sort of stuff, spying on General Flynn. And then the laptop issue, the Hunter Biden laptop issue, which the FBI actually had in their possession. So I have 800,000 people thereabouts that I represent, and our job is to restore trust. And so in a lot of the hearings we've had this week, they said, well, the FBI is investigating that. Every answer was the FBI is investigating this. And so in some ways, it kind of landed in your lap, and I appreciate you being here. But, you know, it's just, for me, the question of how does a 20-year-old acting alone get a long gun, a rangefinder? We know he bought a ladder. I guess he reconned here and realized he didn't need the ladder to get on top of the building, so he left it at the house. Get on a roof within 150 yards of one of the most famous people in the world, I guess now, and a former president. How does that happen? And how do we restore trust in the American people at the FBI and the DHS, who is under Mayorkas' directorate now? How do we verify and get trust back to the American people that these agencies are really working to protect the president? And I'm not trying to place blame specifically, but I never thought that we'd raid his house. I never dreamed that they'd raid a former president's house. I certainly never imagined that they would actually indict him. And I felt, well, they'll never find him guilty. And now we've had a threat on his life. So how do we restore trust in the government of this country and the agencies that are here that we pay and provide $3 billion a year to the Secret Service to protect some of the leading political candidates in America? That's a lot. I'm sorry. That's a lot of questions, but I'm going to give you a little room to talk.
Right. No, listen, obviously you included a lot, as you said, in your question. And as you might imagine, I disagree fairly strongly with a number of parts of it. But sensitive to the time, I guess what I would say this. I can speak to my approach to running the FBI. Again, the FBI is not involved in the physical security of the rally. That's, we come in as the investigators afterwards. And as I've said before, our investigation is an investigation of the shooter and his attack. There are separate investigations, the Inspector General at DHS and this outside independent panel that's been announced that would be looking at the Secret Service's performance. And those, I think, will be important to trust and confidence, if you will, in Secret Service. But from the FBI perspective, we can't promise that everybody's going to like the results of what we do, right? What we can promise is that we're going to do our best to do the work in the right way. That's all we can do. And so I keep telling our folks every day on this and on everything else, our focus has to be, we got to do the work in the right way. We got to make sure we do the work in the right way. And then no matter who likes it, because everything we do, somebody doesn't like it.
And it's a credibility issue at this point. Do the American people trust what the FBI and the DOJ is going to tell them? And, that's the thing with this. When I was early on, and I've only been here about 3.5, 4 years now, but the American people was the fear of the weaponization of government. So now we have this issue. Tucker Carlson asked the president, he said, are you afraid they'll kill you? And I remember that interview and I thought, wow, I can't believe he went there. But here we are. And so as we work through this process, I think it's so important. And I think the chairman hit on this, is the audio of the shooter. You've interviewed the sniper, the Secret Service sniper that took out the target. Was he waiting on a green light? What was going on? And why did the Mr. Crooks have a chance to get off 8 rounds? And we knew he was on the rooftop. I don't know for how long, but we know he was a marked target. So was he trying to get the green light and was somebody not giving it to him?
So again, the performance, the adequacy of the performance of Secret Service will be the subject of the Inspector General investigation and this outside independent panel. What I can tell you, and I'm glad you asked the question because this goes to something that that was part of an earlier exchange. The first time that anybody from law enforcement saw the subject on the roof was a few minutes before the shooting. Not with a gun. They didn't, at that point, they didn't. But local law enforcement, a few minutes before, saw him on the roof and started radioing.
Did he have a backpack going up the roof?
Well, we haven't found anybody yet who saw him climbing up the roof. The reason why I've talked about how we think he got on the roof is that's based on forensic, our evidence response and forensic analysis, where without getting into all the details, footprints and things like that we can, fingerprints, et cetera, that we can see how he got on. But we don't have an eyewitness at the moment who saw him climbing up. So a few minutes before the shooting, local law enforcement saw him on the roof. Again, no weapon identified at that point. A few seconds before the shooting is when the law enforcement officer that I've talked about already is one who was assisted by another officer who saw up on the roof, saw the shooter in a prone shooting position with a gun. Turns.
How long did that happen before?
That sighting. That is the first time, to my knowledge, the first time anybody from law enforcement saw him with a weapon. That is seconds before he shot at President Trump.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
So did the counter sniper not see the bad guy, the shooter, until after he fired a shot?
You mean until after the subject fired a shot?
Until after the shooter?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. It's possible we've already determined that, but I just, as I sit here right now, I don't have that. But I can,
I think that's a logical.
He really doesn't know anything. This is the crazy part, right? He's provided information. He said that there were 8 casings on the roof, and he believes they were all from crooks. And all the other information he has given is somewhat useless and irrelevant. The AR was collapsible. Great. He didn't use a ladder. Great. He searched for how far was Oswald. Great. He talked to his parents, but he can't say what they talked about. There is absolutely nothing useful this guy is able to add, and almost none of these congressmen are asking any good questions.
So next question with where the gentleman from Alabama question was going. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Director Ray, to the best of your understanding, how close did the assassin's bullet come to killing President Trump?
My understanding is that either it or some shrapnel is what grazed his ear. So I don't know that I have the actual distance.
Close,
What's that?
Very, very close. You would agree?
Yes.
Is this the biggest security failure that you've seen in your career?
Ooh. Well, certainly I think former Director Cheadle has already, I think, acknowledged that this was a significant, at the very least, a significant operational failure. I forgot her exact words, but I will defer on that. I think
we really haven't seen anything like this in at least decades in this country, right?
The attempted assassination of a president, current or former, is a historic event.
Was this a sophisticated plot that Thomas Crooks carried out?
Well, I think it probably depends on your definition of sophisticated, right? So on the one hand, he's a 20-year-old, seems to, from what we've seen so far, loner, without a lot of elaborate criminal history, without any criminal history or anything like that. On the other hand, he did clearly do some level of planning and recon.
When did the planning start, to the best of your knowledge?
What's that?
When did the planning start?
Well, we're still drilling into that, but we assess that on July 6th,
so a week in advance.
For example, it seems to be that he seems to become very focused on it, because that's when, as I've testified here today, that's when the laptop that we've tied to him has the Google search, how far away was Oswald from Kennedy?
I mean, that seems like an indication of a total amateur, right? Someone who's searching for that, and he's doing it a week in advance.
Again, I don't want to characterize him. I frankly don't want to give him the credit of characterizing him as amateur or professional. But what I will say is that there are some things he did that involve a certain amount of planning and preparation. On the other hand, if you're telling me, do I think this is the most sophisticated ever? Of course not. We deal with much more sophisticated adversaries all the time.
You probably prepare for more sophisticated plans to target high-level officials.
I'm sorry,
you probably prepare for more sophisticated plans to target high-level officials, correct?
We don't do physical security, but yes, obviously we're investigating much more sophisticated attacks all the time.
How about the encrypted applications on his phone? Were those there for a while, or did he download them, in the days or weeks leading up to the assassination attempt?
I don't have the answer to that sitting here right now. I think it may vary from platform to platform, because he had a number of encrypted messaging apps on it. And again, as I've said, we're trying to get access to that content, and that's important. I think it's important for everybody on this committee to understand that this is a real problem for law enforcement. That these companies, let's be clear here, these companies are designing their platforms in a way to, no matter how heinous the crime, no matter how rock solid the legal process, get access.
Yeah. Next question.
Yeah, no shit. Okay, like back in the day, before computers, people used to write notes to each other, and the law enforcement did not have technological ability to break into everything. In fact, the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution is unreasonable search and seizure, where law enforcement doesn't even have the right to look in your personal diary of your written text. So before all this technology that these people want full access to, they didn't even have access to what people written. Because if I wrote whatever it is, anything I wanted, no matter how evil it was, if I wrote it in my diary, they do not have the ability to use it in court against me. Okay? That's how it used to be. And today, he's pissed that there is encryption.
At this moment, are you confident that high-level protectees, presidents, former presidents, are well protected?
Well, it's not really for me to say. I have a lot of respect for the men and women of the Secret Service who provide protection, just as I do for their counterparts at other agencies.
You can't say one way or the other. Your assessment as director of the FBI whether the president is safe?
I'm not an expert on protective details and physical security. What I would tell you is that we have a very robust system for sharing threat information with those agencies, and that in my experience, the men and women of the Secret Service are professionals who are hardworking, who are literally willing to take a bullet for their protectee.
You mentioned a thwarted assassination attempt against former President Bush. Are there any other thwarted assassination attempts against current or former presidents that you could discuss?
not that immediately come to mind, but I'd have to go back and think about that. I mean, obviously we've been around for a while, and current and former presidents are high-profile targets who are attractive to all kinds of bad guys.
Sure. There's also been reports that the shooter's parents called local law enforcement to say he was missing on the day of the shooting. Is that correct? And if so, is that something that you would see as a sort of a natural thing for them to do? It seems like a 20-year-old who's been missing for a few hours. Maybe his parents don't. First thing they do, call the police. What was going on with that situation?
So my recollection, I don't have this in front of me, my recollection is they did call, concerned that he was missing. My recollection, though, is that they didn't call until, this was after the, I think this was after the event. I see. But I'm not certain of that, so I want to, hedge on that slightly.
There were very clear reports that the parents called at approximately 1 p.m. Or 2 p.m. looking for their 20-year-old son, which is not normal.
I have to get back to you to confirm that. I believe that part of the issue was that when he last saw his father, he, I think, indicated to his father that he was going to shoot at the range. And then, of course, he didn't go to the range and he didn't come back from that. And so I think that may have added to the level of concern.
Thank you. I go back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Ray, I'm going to go a little bit different route with my questioning.
So I'm going to put you guys through this pain. This might be the most painful thing you will listen to this week. She's going in a different direction, and that direction is somewhere beyond Mars. Here we go. Prepare. Go get an alcoholic beverage, because this is about to be a classic. In a hearing with the FBI director about the attempted assassination of future President Donald Trump.
In testimony before the Senate Judiciary Committee in December of last year, you stated that the FBI is, quote, especially concerned about the possibility of Hamas supporters engaging in violence on the group's behalf, end quote, and that the threat from a, quote, terrorist organization who may exploit the attacks in Israel as a tool to mobilize their followers around the world, end quote. We've seen a lot of conduct today that I think is concerning to many people in terms of Hamas terrorists and their sympathizers. Reports have surfaced alleging that many of the groups intimidating and violating the civil rights of Jewish American students, like the Students for Justice for Palestine, received guidance and financial support from American Muslims for Palestine, and that AMP's directors allegedly have links to groups which fundraise for Hamas. Director Ray, is the Bureau aware of or investigating whether these groups violating the civil liberties of Jewish Americans are connected to or affiliated with Hamas or other terrorist organizations?
So we are investigating a lot of attacks and threats against the Jewish community. I've been very vocal on how big a concern that is, and certainly that was already heightened even before October 7th, and since October 7th it went to a whole nother level. We are actively engaged with Jewish community both locally and nationally. When it comes to foreign terrorist organizations and their role, or foreign adversaries and their role, we are looking hard to see if we can find linkage, for example, funding or things like that. Nothing that I can report at this time, but it's something.
But you're investigating it.
It is the kind of thing that we're looking for, absolutely, because we know that there's an interest in their part to foment.
We're watching it in real time today.
Right, yes.
There are other reports that Mayor Bitar, National Security Council Coordinator for Intelligence and Defense Policy and Deputy Assistant to the President, was an active member in Students for Justice in Palestine at Georgetown University, which is one of the groups alleged to have ties to Hamas. Is the Bureau investigating whether the Biden-Harris administration is compromised by pro-Hamas groups and organizations?
Well, again, we're having quite a number of Hamas-related investigations.
I'm asking specifically about whether you are investigating whether the Biden-Harris administration has been compromised by pro-Hamas groups.
There's nothing along those lines that I can think of to report.
I also want to talk to you a bit about the FBI's investigation and involvement with the Russia collusion hoax. And the FBI was involved with that because of its potential relationship to election interference. Is that correct? The FBI's involvement in investigating the Russia collusion hoax. That was because there was concern about election interference. Is that correct?
Well, the FBI was involved and staffed as investigators the Special Counsel Mueller investigation into efforts by the Russian government to influence and interfere.
With the election, correct?
Yes.
All right. So is the FBI investigating what just happened with Joe Biden being forced out of the race after winning the Democrat primary as election interference? Is the FBI investigating that right now?
I'm not aware of any investigation along those lines.
Okay. Director Ray, it was reported in March that the FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force resumed communication with social media companies. And an FBI spokesman has stated that, quote, in coordination with the Department of Justice, the FBI recently implemented procedures to facilitate sharing information about foreign malign influence with social media companies in a way that...
All right, I'll save you the rest. That was a Republican from Wyoming who managed to outdo everyone and all the Democrats with her insanity at this meeting. The only one that probably gives her competition to the craziest shit said during the 6-hour hearing was, of course, the congressman from Georgia, Hank Johnson. So it's her or Hank Johnson who are getting my co-prize for the dumbest shit I heard during the 6-hour hearing. Yeah, it wasn't bad, but it was off topic. It was so far off topic that I never in my wildest dreams did I expect to hear something like this at this hearing. We're skipping this. Again, off topic. Another Republican. I mean, it was good. It was a good conversation. Biden laptop, Trump Jr., death threat, but off topic. Let's go back to Jim Jordan. Jim Jordan kept asking the same freaking question, and he was more confused after the answers every single time, just throughout this whole hearing.
Appreciate the gentleman yielding. Director, I guess I'm not clear exactly where all, you said there were 8 shell casings on the roof, so 8 bullets were fired. We obviously know that Mr. Comptroller lost his life, two other rally goers were injured, seriously injured, and then the one that hit President Trump. Does that account for, were some of these individuals hit multiple times? Where did all 8 bullets go, is I guess my question.
It's a great question. Where did the 8 bullets go? Do you guys think we're gonna get any answer other than, I have no fucking idea where they went, and I'm not sure we know where they went. That we are too busy figuring out if he also Googled how far was Booth from Lincoln when he shot Lincoln. Okay? In case anyone's wondering, he was pretty damn close. Let's see this amazing answer on where did the bullets, where did the bullets end up?
I don't have that in front of me. I'm happy to circle back and get that to you. It's assuming we have that information yet. As I said, I think with respect to former President.
What do you mean assuming we have that information? Who else is going to have this information? The FBI is leading the investigation on what happened. How do you not recover the bullets? You go out there with all 30,000 FBI agents because there ain't nothing good that they're fucking doing, each one with a metal detector in their hand, and you find the goddamn bullets.
President Trump, there's some question about whether or not it's a bullet or shrapnel that that hit his ear. So it's conceivable. As I say here right now, I don't know whether that bullet, in addition to causing the grazing, could have also landed somewhere else. But I believe we've accounted for all of the shots in the cartridges. So let us.
It's my understanding that the very first one was the one that hit the president. Is that the very first shot, or is that not accurate?
I don't. As I sit here right now, I don't know the answer to that. I believe
he still has no idea which of the 8 shots hit the president.
If we know the answer to that, I just don't have it in front of me.
Okay.
If you know the answer to that, how the fuck do you not have it in front of you at this hearing? Like, did you think no one is going to care to ask the question? Hey, how many shots were there? Where are the casings? Which of the 8 shots hit the president? He can say, we don't have that information. We haven't figured it out yet. But he's literally saying, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know if they know. Like, the FBI needs to know whether, if they know which shot hit the, which of the 8 hit the president. I believe it's the first, but I don't know, right? So, but he doesn't even know what they know. Like, you can say, we know which shot hit the president. It was shot number 1 or shot number 2. He can say, we are still trying to figure out which shot hit the president. He can say that, But he literally says, we may know the information, but I don't have the information to tell you because they didn't tell me. This is insane. This is completely insane.
Is there any chance I mean, it seems to me that this bad guy, the shooter, was focused on President Trump, but you indicated that he purchased 50 rounds of ammunition, I believe, earlier that day. Do you have any indication thus far in your investigation that in addition to going after and trying to assassinate the former president, he was also looking to do a lot more damage to...
All right, look, I've never bought bullets in my life, but I'm pretty sure you're not going to walk into a store and buy one bullet, right? I'm pretty sure you're not going to walk into a store and buy 8 bullets, right? Like, you're buying a pack. And I'm assuming the smallest pack is 50 bullets. I mean, like for that particular firearm, right? For an AR. Well, like, you can shoot these things pretty damn quick. I mean, I've shot it, right? I go through 50 bullets in like 5 minutes, right? And well, like this is well, like, I know very little about guns, and asking, he bought 50 bullets. Was he intending on going on a mass killing spree? No, it's if he walked in and says, "I want 8 bullets," and the guy and the guy selling the bullets says to him, "You know, the smallest pack we got is 25." And he says, no, I only need 8. And don't you think that would be a slightly bigger red flag than saying, give me the case of 25? Like, look, I'm just saying, like, that's a bad question.
Other individuals.
That's a hard question to answer. What I would say is, I agree with you that his preparatory activity is what we've seen so far. The limited information that has been relevant and interesting about his preparatory activity does seem to be that he had settled on former President Trump as a target, and this rally as his moment to try to take a shot. But in addition to the 50 rounds, of course, you have the issue of these explosive devices. Right. And so what else he may have had in mind is something that I think is very much of an open question. On the one hand, you have these explosive devices, including the one still back in his home, that wasn't in quite the same stage as the one in the ones in the vehicle, but he clearly had those explosive devices for some reason, and so we're trying to figure that out. As I've said before, you know, sometimes in these kind of situations you find like a manifesto or something like that. It's frustrating to us, and I'm sure frustrating to you and the American people, that we haven't found anything quite like that. We'd love to have a roadmap that tells us exactly what he was thinking. We haven't found that yet. Doesn't mean we won't. We're looking all over the place, and we're going to leave no stone unturned.
Thank you. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Oh. We're gonna leave no stone unturned. Yeah, you gotta make sure you cover your bases and, you know, throw that stone in the ocean so no one sees it. So here come good questions. They're gonna drill down on the 8 casings, some more. And we're still getting no answers. None.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Director, for being here today. I know it's been a very long day, busy day on Capitol Hill, and also I want to apologize in advance if there's any repetitive questions from me.
Good question. The reason why the questions are repetitive is because we're not getting any answers from those questions. You think you're getting answers. He's answering them, but he's not answering them in any useful way, shape, or form.
But I have to ask, given that our sitting president resigned from the campaign on Sunday and the Secret Service Director resigned yesterday, you don't plan on resigning anytime soon, do you, sir?
No, sir.
Good to go. Earlier today, you told this committee that you recovered 8 bullet cartridges from the roof next to the shooter. And given that testimony, I have 2 questions for you. How many shots were fired at President Trump, and how many shots were fired in total of the entire...
I'm going to slow this down. This is actually good. And he is speaking fast. I'm going to back this up a smidge. He asks very specific questions. And again, the director avoids asking them straight up.
Resigning anytime soon, do you, sir?
No, sir.
Good to go. Earlier today, you told this committee that you recovered 8 bullet cartridges from the roof next to the shooter. And given that testimony, I have 2 questions for you. How many shots were fired at President Trump, and how many shots were fired in total of the entire day? I know I keep hearing 8, but were there any more that were unaccounted for?
The best information I have right now is 8 shots. As to the sequence, I'm not sure I have that sitting here right now. As I said to the chairman, I'm going to go back to my team and see if we've got that nailed down yet. And if we have, I'm happy to share it with you and the rest of the committee.
Please do, sir. Thank you very much for that. You also mentioned that the shooter used encrypted messages.
And again, he said how many shots from the shooter and how many shots in total. And he just says 8, and I got to get back to my team. What about the counter sniper? Was that the 8th or the 9th? Well, it has to be the 9th, right? So it can't be 8 total. If you found 8 cartridges on the roof, unless whoever shot the patsy was shooting from inside the 2nd floor window, which is very possible. But then how would you get 8 casings on the roof? So he's not answering the questions again.
Just to communicate. Specifically, do you know what apps or what apps that he was using to communicate, and can you confirm if he was communicating with any foreign nationals through the encrypted messages?
So as to the names of the apps, I don't have that right here.
He doesn't have the names of the apps that he was communicating. Like, you see all these papers? What the fuck is on these papers? Every single question he got, he doesn't know. All the questions that he answered could have been written on a post-it note. Like he's got like 20 pages in front of him. What the hell is on those pages? That would have been my question, right? Like, what is on the papers that are on your desk? Because every good question we ask you, you say, I have to get back to my team. I don't have that information in front of me. So what the fuck do you have in front of you?
In front of me, as far as communicating with any foreign actors, I'll say 2 things. One, we haven't, as I think I've testified before, we have not, at the moment at least, identified any accomplices or co-conspirators, foreign or domestic. So that, as to foreign contacts, of course, that's part of why we want to get access to the encrypted messages, because that might tell us whether he'd been in contact with somebody.
Thank you. Let's talk about motive. I know the FBI has taken a lead role in investigating the assassination.
To be honest, I think motive is a distant priority here. What needs to be figured out is how he was able to shoot Trump, and was he acting alone? But since the FBI is the most likely agency to help assist and create the patsy, we will never get any answers. So I am starting to realize that I am on a useless analytical exercise. Based on this hearing, we're almost done, and this is where it's a great speech on motive, irrelevant.
On President Trump. Your team has searched the shooter's phone, after the countless interviews, done extensive research into his motives. As of today, July 24th, 2024, do you and your team know the motive of the shooter, or have any idea on what could have driven it?
Well, know and have any idea are two very different things. Okay. We do not know the motive. That is obviously one of the central questions in our investigation. And it's been very frustrating to us that a lot of the usual kind of low-hanging fruit places that we would find at have not yielded significant clues about his motive. Having said that, we have seen indications that he was interested in public figures, and that in the period around July 6th leading up to July 13th, he does seem to have become very focused on this particular rally and former President Trump. But exactly what his thought process was in doing that, that's something that's still very much under investigation.
I want to make something clear to the American people to try to help out what motive could be. And again, it's not my job to steer it, but here are some of my thoughts. I'm not sure about motive either, specifically, but I can tell you that after the assassination attempt, people on both sides have said that both parties need to tone down the rhetoric. But recently, just on Monday, in fact, President Biden called into the Harris campaign event and said that President Trump was a threat to democracy. Just take a look behind me at these photos. This is a magazine cover of the New Republic from June 2024, published just 1 month before the assassination attempt on President Trump. In a tweet explaining the cover, the New Republic said this: "Today, we at the New Republic think we can spend this election year in one of 2 ways. We can spend it debating whether Trump meets the 9 or 17 points that define fascism, or we can spend it saying he's damn close enough and we'd better fight. We unreservedly choose the latter course." Now, sir, I know you said that the FBI doesn't have a clear motive yet, and you've explained that, but in your professional experience as an investigator, do you think that language like this could radicalize someone to engage in political violence?
I certainly understand the point of the question. What I would tell you is that, respectfully, I don't think it's appropriate for me as FBI director to be characterizing or engaging in public commentary on specific people's rhetoric. And that's because it's not that I don't understand why you're raising the question, but I'm saying that in my role, I have to be very careful to make sure we speak through our work and we speak through our cases and our intelligence products, not the FBI director chiming in the public square on different people's political commentary.
I understand. For the record, there was an assassination attempt on an American president, and I will be asking these same questions even if it were President Biden. And my message to the American people is that we need to do better. I get back the rest of my time, and thank you for being here, sir. I know it's been a very long day.
All right,
Gentlemen, yields back. Gentleman from South Carolina.
You saw him in the prior video. He's good, and and we're almost done, guys. Almost done.
Is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Director, for being here. Actually, it's refreshing. I was in the oversight hearing earlier this week, and although we don't have an idea on everything, your ability to come in here and actually give way more than Director Cheadle ever did is somewhat refreshing. You saw some pretty...
I actually completely disagree with that. I completely disagree with what Fry just said. Praising him for coming here and providing more information than Cheadle did. The only thing he provided is that they found 8 casings on the roof. That Crooks did not use a ladder to get up. And no one saw a gun until he started shooting. That's all he... Oh, and a few Google searches. There was nothing useful provided here at all.
Bipartisan frustrations exhibited in that particular hearing. I'm sure you've seen part of it. I want to follow up on a couple of lines of questions that I had with Director Cheadle that she actually answered, which was remarkable. One...
Right. And Cheadle provided way more information. Cheadle provided the information that she doesn't know what the fuck she's doing, and that's why she's gone. She also made it very clear she doesn't want to release anybody's name. Cheadle provided way more information by not answering questions than answering questions in a useless fashion like this guy did this entire 6 hours.
She had indicated that Secret Service at the Trump rally did not have any radio recordings. Is that, in your investigation, is that accurate?
I'm not sure I know the answer to that.
Right. So she answered a question saying we don't have any recordings. That is useful information to know that, clearly someone told the Secret Service, don't record this one. That's useful information. We know this information for a fact, sort of, right? She said we didn't record. They're asking him, you are doing the investigation. Were there recordings from Secret Service? We want to know if she lied to us. And his answer, like every other answer, I have no fucking idea if there were recordings or not. Why the hell would I know that?
I believe there may be some recordings on the local law enforcement side. As to whether or not we have recordings on the Secret Service side, I'd have to drill back into that. And the reason you might say, well, how the heck can you not know? Well, we certainly have interviewed.
Yeah, how the heck do you not know? Like, he even knows how dumb his answer is. And he laughs at the fact of how dumb his own answer is. And then continues to give the exact same answer.
I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that. I mean, if they didn't record, there may be situations where they just don't record in the first place, and why that would be, though, I'm not sure I can answer that. I'm afraid I don't know the answer. It's hard for me to be more precise than that. I believe there may be some recordings on the local law enforcement side. As to whether or not we have recordings on the Secret Service side, I'd have to drill back into that. And the reason you might say, well, how the heck can you not know? Well, we certainly have interviewed lots of Secret Service employees. So what we know from the interviews versus some other source, as I sit here right now, I don't know.
So on this particular case, but in your experience, and again, it's a different agency, but she had indicated, Director Cheadle had indicated that recordings sometimes are done. From radio recordings, I guess, of what happens at a Trump rally or any other thing that they're engaged in. Is that your experience as well, that sometimes there are audio recordings of communications between law enforcement officials?
Just speaking very broadly, there are times when there are recordings, but it'd be hard for me to be more precise than that.
And I know that you can't answer whether they were here in this instance or not, but what would cause recordings to not exist for the Trump rally, if, as a hypothetical? What would be the reason that would happen?
I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that. I mean, if they...
I like, why would he know the answer to that? Like, why would he, as an investigator of all kinds of stuff, how could he possibly know the procedures of other agencies? It's literally your job. You're investigating anything that happens, which will usually involve another agency. This is insane. And we're almost done.
If they didn't record, there may be situations where they just don't record in the first place, and why that would be, though, I'm not sure I can answer that.
Thank you. Let me ask you this, and this is another line of questioning. Director Cheadle had indicated that seconds before the would-be assassin fired the shot, is roughly seconds, is when he became a person of suspicion to an actual threat. Would you agree with that assessment from Director Cheadle?
Well, let me try it this way. I think there are sort of three, in my mind, there's sort of three, let's say three significant moments on this continuum that you're kind of getting at. There is roughly an hour before the shooting when local law enforcement observes the individual, the shooter, at that point as somebody that was a person of concern. I forgot the exact phrasing, and that was based on seeing him with this rangefinder, no observation of a weapon, but there was something odd and off about them that caught local law enforcement's attention. So that's the first moment. Then there's a second moment, which is, I think just minutes before the shooting, where local law enforcement observed him on the roof, but didn't see a weapon, is my understanding at that point. And at that point, their level of concern obviously was even higher. And then there's the third moment, which is that moment when local law enforcement saw him, the officer who climbed up with the assistance of his colleague, saw the shooter in the prone position with the weapon, and that's seconds before the event. And so, terminology, I'm not sure, but it seems to me there's an evolution of concern over that time period.
Correct, an escalating concern. At what point, and this again I just don't know, so I'm curious, at what point is, say, the sniper who killed Mr. Crooks, at what point is he able to fire a shot, and does he have to have authorization in which to do that?
So this legitimately, he should not know. That's a Secret Service, whatever their rules of engagement are. So on this question, I'm not going to give Ray shit. He can't possibly answer that.
I don't know that I know Secret Service's rules of engagement in that situation. It's possible that our interview of the counter-sniper has uncovered that. Again, our focus has been, I certainly understand why you're asking the question, but our focus has been on the shooter himself and his actions and the attack. These two other reviews, the DHS Inspector General and the outside independent panel, are both looking at the performance of the Secret Service, which would, I'm confident, include the question that you're talking about.
Thank you. And I actually think, from a legislative purpose and what this body will probably ultimately do, it's of great importance that we break down barriers of communication and that we allow, officers to do their job without, so that this doesn't happen again. And I appreciate you being here. Thank you, Director.
All right. So in his final answer, he completely butchered the entire timeline. I don't understand why there isn't a single timeline of events of what happened when. He just said that an hour before, Crooks was spotted and taken a picture of with a rangefinder. That contradicts all other prior statements, saying that he was not spotted with a rangefinder until approximately 25 minutes before. And there are still questions as to when the picture was taken. I believe the picture was taken an hour before, when they just saw him as suspicious, even before the rangefinder was in his hand. He was just suspicious. Then the rangefinder is what made them send the picture they took 30 minutes earlier. I could be totally wrong on this, but I don't understand why it's so fucking difficult to figure out at which point the picture was taken and at which point the picture was sent. They have this information, and they're just not providing this information throughout the Senate hearings. It's out of control. And yes, this was changed from 2 to 3 minutes to seconds or seconds, right? And You saw, if you were watching me 3 hours ago or 4 hours ago, or God knows how long the stream's been going, you know how that guy changed his answer from being certain it was 2 to 3 minutes for the first 2 hours of the hearing, and then comes back from the break and instantly says, oh, I got to change my answer. It wasn't 2 to 3 minutes. I was wrong. It was a mere seconds. And we know it couldn't have been seconds because there's eyewitness testimony and video of Crooks in shooting position for longer than a few seconds without turning and putting a gun in some cop's face. All right, let's finish this up. What do we got next?
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Well, once again, as Congressman Fry said, we want to thank you for your time and a lot more information today than Monday. So thank you for that. I just have a handful of questions. I would love to have just a simple yes or no so we could get done with this. So on day one, President Biden issued an executive order mandating DEI programs in the executive.
All right, so he starts off great. I just got a couple of yes or no questions. Let's fire these off. None of these questions are about the Trump assassination attempt. They're all DEI questions. So another Republican, off topic about DEI and hiring, and he went on for 5 minutes. And now I take you to, I'm sorry, remember when I told you that there were 2 competitors for the worst use of 5 minutes? The lady that kept talking about Hamas and what Hamas is doing, and the guy that was talking about Project 25 or something. We have a third competitor. Steve Cohen is back, the only Democrat in the state of Tennessee out of like 7 congressmen, the Memphis guy, and here is his priority. Remember, we are in a Senate hearing about the events of July 13th, the assassination attempt on former President Trump and future President Trump. And this is Steve Cohen's priority: FBI jobs in Memphis, Tennessee, his district. Prepare, go grab a shot. I am going to put you through this because I had to put myself through this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to say, as somebody, when I grew up, I watched The Untouchables, and I think Elliot Ness.
Oh, wait, I forgot about his him being Roger Ebert as well. Totally forgot about that. In case you're wondering who Roger Ebert is, the movie critic. Forgot the other guy's name, actually.
Be proud of you. I don't know about J. Edgar Hoover, but Elliot Ness for sure. Let me ask you this. In Memphis, you put Memphis and Nashville's FBI together, kind of consolidated, and in one office. And we have, I know you've worked with our U.S. attorney and others to work on our crime situation there, and it's gotten better. But it's this change in the FBI relationship there. We're not going to have an office necessarily. Tell me how that's going to affect Memphis.
So I want to be very clear. We're not leaving Memphis. What we are doing is...
Nobody should leave Memphis.
Right.
Most of the songs are about
Right, he's from Memphis.
People going to Memphis.
We are...
They leave Nashville. They go to Memphis.
Recognizing population growth and the threat environment, we have instead taken, if you look across the state, instead of having 2 field offices in Knoxville and Memphis, we're creating a Tennessee division headquartered in the middle in Nashville. But we are keeping the offices in Knoxville and Memphis. And in fact, when it comes to Memphis specifically, not only will it not result in any decrease in the number of agents there to work, actually, strange as it might sound, it's going to allow us to increase the number of agents who will be assigned to the Memphis office, including to tackle things like violent crime, which I know is of huge concern. And the reason for that is really...
Yeah, of course, it's a huge concern. It's it's the one county that elects a Democratic representative. Why in the world would you think crime is low there?
The effect of this reorganization is to be able to reduce administrative roles that will be more consolidated in the middle in Nashville, but it'll allow us to increase the operational roles, the agent roles, the number of them in Memphis. So I think not only are we not leaving Memphis, we're actually increasing our investigative presence in Memphis as part of this, and we're going to be able to continue to collaborate closely with our great partners there without skipping a beat.
Thank you. That's reassuring. One of the questions was asked over here was about previous assassination attempts on presidents. And obviously, I know you're a lot younger than me, but you probably did. Did you ever watch The Untouchables?
I have watched it. Yes.
They had one of the...
Here we go. He's going to talk about movies for the rest of his 5 minutes. Get ready.
programs was on Mayor Cermak. You don't know Mayor Cermak?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Mayor Cermak, do you know who he was?
I do not.
He was the mayor of Chicago. And in February of 1933, there was an assassination attempt on Franklin Roosevelt in Miami, Florida. And Mayor Cermak, C-E-R-M-A-K, was killed and said, "I'm glad it was me and not you." Allegedly, he said that. But anyway, that was an attempt, and it failed, and that was Untouchables brought it into my consciousness. But thank you for your work. I appreciate it very much, and I appreciate you're not looking into changing our Democratic nominee. That's something we normally do. Thank you.
Director, I'm still not clear in my mind. When did the counter...
Right, so this has been going on for 7 hours, right? Yes, there was a Netanyahu, Bibi Netanyahu break for like 2 hours, right? Jim Jordan, who sat through the whole thing, is still unsure because this numbnuts didn't answer any freaking useful questions. That's why Jim Jordan, it's like, look at the clock. It's 6 hours, 47 minutes later. He's still unsure, and he's a smart guy. He's not unsure because he's stupid. He's unsure because he's not getting any questions answered.
Snipers, the good guys, when did they first get eyes on the bad guy, the would-be assassin, on the roof of the AGR building?
I'm not certain, but I'll take my best effort here.
Right, of course not. Why in the world, during your investigation of the crime that took place, would you know when the Secret Service snipers had their eyes on the patsy? What? That's clearly not that important to bring to this hearing, right? But like, how do you not think that a question like that might be asked? Like, hey, when did the snipers recognize there was a guy that's a threat on the roof? When did they get their sight on him? Because it must have been before he shot, because there's no way they're going to be able to react within a minute, within 30 seconds, right? They shot him immediately after the shots were fired, right? There's no way they would have spotted him that quickly. It's possible. Maybe they're the greatest snipers in the world. But hey, they do work for a three-letter agency in the U.S. that botched this operation.
I guess I'm sorry to interrupt, but did they have eyes on him before the local law enforcement was looking up on the roof and engaged with the bad guy shooter?
I don't know the answer to that. I will look into that and get back to you.
Yeah, why would you know the answer to that? Why on earth? How is that not important? Like he doesn't know if the snipers had their eyes on the target before or after this magical hoist of one cop lifting another, which I'm still questioning ever took place. So if it never took place, I can see why this question would be very confusing, right? If an incident never took place, asking you, did X happen before or after that incident, is very difficult to answer. But if that actually did take place, this should be a very easy question to answer if you have interviewed the snipers.
I believe we have the answer. I just don't know that I have it. I want to make sure I answer accurately.
Because we thought from the briefings that Mr. Abbott gave us, or Abate gave us, and the briefings you gave to Congress, that they did, but it wasn't clear from your testimony. So if you can get that answer to us, that would be helpful. I want to circle back just a third time, if I could, to the Iranian threat to President Trump and some others, former members of our government. The reason I want to go back to that, because we now know that the Secret Service and Homeland Security denied resources to President Trump's detail that they had asked for. And it seems to me, if that all happened after you guys knew about the Iran threat and had briefed the Secret Service on that real threat, that's an even bigger problem. And that's why I was trying to get that timeline down, when you knew about it and when you briefed the Secret Service on the Iranians' threat to kill President Trump.
So again, I really want to be careful to both be accurate, but also...
Every one of his answers is, I want to answer your question, but I want to be accurate. And in order for me to be accurate, I need someone else to tell me. So I want to tell you, I really do. But I can't, because they didn't tell me the exact thing. And this is fucking insanity. He can't even answer when the FBI alerted the Secret Service that there was an Iranian threat. I'm skeptical that there was an Iranian threat. I think it's some shit that the US made up. But even if they made it up, they should do exactly when they informed the Secret Service of that threat.
So not to kind of stray into any kind of classified information or confirm the existence of classified information. So let me see if there's a way for us to get back to you on that question. I understand why you're asking. It may be easier to answer than I think, but at the moment in an open hearing, I'm not sure if I can see the right way to do that.
Fair enough. We'll expect answers to both those questions and you can get back to this. That'd be great.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Finally, anything else you want to tell us that we didn't ask? I mean, you came today and you told us some things that weren't even prompted by questions, and I just want to make sure if there's anything else you want to tell us regarding July 13th and what you've discovered, now's the time.
Well, again, we're going to continue to engage with the Congress. I think we've covered a lot of the points that I really wanted to make sure that I got across, and just as I'm looking at my list, in one way or another through the course of today's questioning, I think we've gotten through most of it.
Really? You didn't get through anything. Like this is the total insanity of it all. It's just...
That concludes today's hearing. We thank our witness for appearing before the committee today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness or additional materials for the record. Without objection, the hearing is adjourned.
And it's over. So the one, since this video is already 8 hours long, the one last thing we need to mention is this, and then I'm going to sleep.
Yes, that they sent the yes, Beaver County sniper scene and sent the pictures out. This is him.
Okay, all right.
Rifle's right there, obviously.
Got it. So the bike in the back. Is he on that bike?
We don't know.
We don't know. So
I
you're
don't
just
know.
treating that as suspicious device.
Oh, 1 second. I believe the sniper that seen these and sent the pictures is right inside this building. Michelle, is Greg in there? All right. So if you go to that window that's open.
Greg is apparently the sniper that sent the picture to the Secret Service. This guy is Secret Service. You can kind of tell by his pin. And but now he's asking for the pictures to be resent.
Yell for Greg. That's the sniper that sent the original pictures and seen him come from the bike and set the book back down and then lost sight of him.
Okay.
He's the one that sent the pictures out. I don't know if you got the same ones I did.
I think I did. Yeah. He's like got his glasses on and he's.
But so this video blurs out the cell phone. Other videos do not. And the pictures that they're discussing are the pictures of the bicycle and the backpack. There's the gun. There's the AR. That's the edge. The long side is all the way over there. You can actually count how many of these things there are, so we can get his exact position. I mean, this is countable as the camera wears around. I'm not going to do it right now, but it's very, very doable to figure out exactly where it's very doable to count these ridges and find out exactly where he was. I believe he was right here. Just to the left of this guy, of this passage.
So we had the picture of that.
I got that.
Okay, and then this is his bike with the stuff. And our
Yeah, they did a terrible job blurring this out, so you can see it right there. You can see the picture of the bike and the backpack.
this is his bike with the stuff. And our sniper seen him walking away from that, I believe.
Okay.
But he would be right inside that window. He's the one that physically seen this, sent the pictures, and called it out.
Okay, so, and we have somebody detained, correct?
That I don't know.
He's saying we have somebody detained. These guys don't know, so they've detained people. This is, by the way, about an hour or two after. There are a couple of backpacks here. One of these backpacks very likely belongs to the patsy.
People detained on this side. Our guy that was just up here told me that there's a guy detained who's the owner of the bike. And I said, no, that's the owner of the bike.
That's the owner of the bike. Points to the patsy. And they think they detained someone else that may be the owner of the bike. I mean, but at this point, you don't really expect them to know what's going on. You can see the water tower right here. That would be a very nice position to have Overwatch on a lot of this shit. But of course, why would I? This is clearly an inside job. I mean, you can't be this incompetent.
Yeah, basically, when I got we've been up here, so we wouldn't know that information.
We just hold ass. We got every right.
Got it.
We hopped up over it.
Yeah, that's no problem. Is that all your stuff?
That was one of our.
Yeah, so someone came up looking to treat him and this.
Yes.
Okay.
Copy. Gas is off to the building, just so you know.
Thank you. Yeah, they do. I talked to the guy. They were those people detained were filming. Maybe they were involved. Maybe they weren't.
That I haven't heard.
This is exactly 1 hour after the shooting.
Well, I think it's. The guys that saw them filming were like, oh, they were filming us, and then filming the guy up on the roof, and then filming us. And then when the shots started firing, they tried to run away. It was like, isn't that what everybody would do that has a phone? I'm not saying they weren't involved, but you know what I mean? Like that.
It's up in the air right now, right?
Right. So I got no problem detaining them.
So they're detaining people that shot video. That's good to know.
Again, I'm just trying to detain those guys, find out what they know, who they are, whatever. I'm trying to get clear information to relay back to DC.
Yeah, if they detain trust me, if these guys detained someone that took a video that they didn't make public, you ain't never seen that video. And if they took a video of something they weren't supposed to videotape, like an officer handing the AR to the patsy, yeah, you're never going to see that person at all after they've been detained. If I was there and I shot any video, I would have been live streaming. This is what I was doing on January 6th. I was live streaming because there's no way in hell I was going to end up being detained with something on my video that I wasn't supposed to record to make sure that no one was to see that recording ever again or me having the ability to talk about it. That's why everything I did on January 6th was live streamed. I didn't do any recordings. It was either live streamed or my phone wasn't in my hand. No, they wouldn't just scrub their phones. They would scrub them, right? Because then they still talk about what they saw.
You have one shooter deceased. I think we have 3 victims in the crowd. Did you guys hear that too?
That I'm not sure.
So I heard 1 deceased, 2 life-flighted.
I know 2 helicopters did take off.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Now they have helicopters.
I don't know how many victims.
3 are deceased.
We have access to a drone.
You heard that? Did you guys hear that? Do we have access to a drone? They're asking if they have access to a drone. Why do they need access to a drone? Keep listening. They want to clear the water tower. Now they decide they need a drone to go and clear the water tower with a drone. Okay? They want to confirm that the water tower is clear. That's what was just said on the radio.
Any LE?
I will try to.
In the van. Did he survive? Copy.
Wait, I missed that part. Hold on.
Did he survive?
Survive what? Hold on. Copy. Oh, the bystanders.
In the van. Did he survive? Copy.
So, I would love to see more body cam footage. I would love to see this guy's body cam footage the entire time. Logan Fans 69 is asking about the drone clearing the water tower. They can't climb up there. If they're DEI hires, they're not in shape to climb up there. All right. So these are the questions that need to be answered. We need a fucking timeline. This is insane that there's no timeline. The rest of the questions, the phone records of his associates and where they pinged, and why 1 year earlier they pinged near FBI headquarters. Timeline of events, the casings, the calibers, where are the bullets, where did they end up, which bullet shot Trump. I'm still borderline calling bullshit on one. They're calling them like basically traffic cops that spotted him, and God knows what kind of shape they were in. For one to hoist the other one up, get a gun in his face. We need a timeline on that and where the hell that took place. I'm questioning all of it. We need the body cam videos. We got one for 2 minutes out of what, 20, 30 that should be there for 3 hours each. More information on the Patsy using a gun range where DSS trains. More reports of the house being cleaned. A senator had stated that he had reports that the home was sanitized. Is that true? Need answers to that. Back to bullets, casings, shots fired, sound analysis. Peak Prosperity is doing it. Anyway, there's lots of links in this video description, guys. Infinite number of links. When did the South Side snipers face the North Side? That means at that moment, they knew that there was a shooter on the roof. And the Secret Service operations plan. I don't understand how that wasn't in Congress's hands immediately. This is something that was finished before the event started. This is not something that you're working on. This is the operations plan for the event. Why isn't this being provided to Congress? And finally, did Crooks have a van, a Honda, or a bicycle? I mean, I did catch up on the most recent season. I'm not sure I saw all of it, actually. I saw the first few episodes of The Boys season 4. He's not Splinter, right? He's not the guy from the show The Boys, if anyone is up to date with that. I think I saw the first 3 or 4 episodes of that, of the latest season. He can't drive all 3 at the same time, right? Like, how in the world does he have a van, a Honda, and a bicycle in one afternoon near the site? How is this possible? So there are more questions than answers. None of the questions are being answered. The congressmen seem to be very happy with this testimony by the FBI director, and it's a total fucking joke. Guys, we're not going to get any answers from anything. I will continue to try and do a little more research on this. I am finding it fascinating, but I'm starting to realize this is a dead end. There's not going to be enough information. If every single person that took a picture and a video that day posts it on the internet for more professional YouTubers than me to analyze, we may be able to figure it out. But all I can do is call bullshit of all the lying that took place at these Senate hearings. It's insanity. Anyway, thank you so much for watching this 12-hour live stream. I will continue with my fast. I do have other work to do. I don't know how much more work I can spend, how much more time I can spend on this. And I'm tired. So thank you all for watching, and I will see you all on the next one.